No, there's nothing wrong with that. I've already acknowledged it. That you're a.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. It's just not unusual, right?
No, it's not unusual, and I've already given you credit for that, saying that and I've acknowledged the reality that you are a group of deeply impassioned flat Earth promoters, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I also want a refund from all the scam. I also want, as a U.S. citizen, taxpayer, I would like a refund from the scam that I got, from the space religion. Because if I don't agree with it, I mean, I've been scammed. There should be laws in place. You shouldn't be scammed like that, being forced to pay work for that kind of deceit. Just give me a refund. I won't complain anymore.
So that's what drives you.
Not really, bro. But if you're being scammed, at least you can tell the scammers, "Hey, I don't want to participate in this scam." But in this scam, you have to participate. It's being pushed, and that just requires certain adjustments, right? Right now, you see NASA; they're losing a bunch of money. Not losing, because they're just gaining a little less, but they're just taking $60+ million a day. Meanwhile, people get their house burned down and they get $700. Does that make any sense to you? Come on, bro.
Yeah, waste of money on cartoons.
So why are they scamming? I'm saying stop scamming, and that's it.
Yeah, but what do you gain?
Not being scammed. Hopefully.
What's in this for you? Why bother? Don't expose the scammers.
Exactly.
There's no point. Just let them scam.
Is science
leave them alone?
Are we
Luciferians? They got to flip everything,
technology?
including the world
what
we live in.
What are you getting? What are you doing that's influencing the world to be a fucking better place, mate? By promoting flat Earth, because it's not technology. You're not inventing technology.
Gave you a pretty good answer, dude. I guess you're just going to ignore the answers.
Bro, people in these communities, they buy lasers, very, very expensive cameras. We participate in the whole economic, right?
You're participating in tests, you run experiments.
Yeah, people go out there in the real world and text and check things and, enjoy themselves doing stuff out there.
Yeah, it sounds like an enthusiast. It sounds like a hobby enthusiast, what you're describing. Doesn't sound like an engineer or a scientist. People have been doing it since the dawn of men. People just continue doing it, and why are you complaining? And you're here. Oh, why are you guys in here talking? Because this is what people do. Not really. I mean, you pressed me. Like your group pressed me. I was talking about aliens.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't come
in here to push on you.
I don't think
I came here because I wanted to talk about aliens.
You open your mic. Remember, you open your mic and you also spoke in the conversation. So it's not a big deal. You did that. Don't be saying you guys did it to me. You joined and you unmuted your mic.
Yeah, you came in here and unmuted. Yeah, and you mentioned the aliens. None of us are into aliens here. We told you that at the beginning.
Well,
that's why it's interesting. And I jumped you call us evangelicals when you come to us with your worldview and your beliefs. We're here already. Go to your door.
Kind of proselytizing his alien religion on us.
I do not have an alien religion. I just said, all I did was say, what do you think about the meteorite, where people are hypothesizing that it could be an alien or some bullshit. All I did was bring up a curious topic with no assertion.
I gave you a reply about the actual meaning of alien. I gave you the real context and the use of the word in the real. You didn't want that. You didn't want to talk about that. You want to talk about the other thing, the thing that you don't know of, the imaginary thing, right? The fantasy. That's the whole point about that. It's pretty simple. Because if you're gonna ask about aliens.
What's the point in sort of explaining to me like the synonyms of like the word alien, how the word is used? Like, how's that got anything to do with the meteorite?
Okay, because I'm trying to.
We're talking about aliens.
can also be used. Japanese people call immigrants aliens. Yeah. Well, so what? Everybody knows that.
It's a simple example on how to come logically to a practical use for the word in its context, in real its level context, right? And I'm separating it from the claim that you're making, the belief.
And then I adjusted my word to extraterrestrial alien.
Because when I told you about the real context of the use of the
semantics,
word.
Right?
Now in the room, they ask you a few questions, not to mark you or dock you or, just to try to make you see something that is obvious. That's all. So again, don't take it nothing personal. If you don't want to talk, that's fine.
No hard feelings. I'm not taking anything personal. I'm fine. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we usually discuss the lack of curvature in this room. So, I mean, if it's not something you want to discuss, it's probably not a good room to hang out in. Just because that's usually what we're discussing with people who come in. Because there's a lot of misconceptions, Most people are shocked to find out that there's no curvature. Because
I have a question for him.
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah, sure.
How come you got so offended when I told you you're a flat earther?
Me?
Yes, you, the offended one that freaked out and gave us a monologue about it.
Dude, I swear I'm not freaked out. I did not get offended at all. I'm really probably I sounded a bit offended, but I'm not. I assure you, I'm not offended. I'm not freaked out. I'm chilling, guys. I'm fine. I just want to hear you what you're talking about.
What if I told you at 10 miles, the Earth should drop 66 feet down in front of you?
Oh my goodness, dude. I don't care, dude. I don't care.
What if I told you that? Would you believe me or not believe me? I'm a scientist. I'm a Glover scientist. Would you believe it?
I have a question for you all. Do you guys attack people when they come here just by curiosity?
Dude, is that an attack question?
Like you guys, I don't have to answer your questions.
Only physically.
Right? I can
only
just
physically. We don't do it verbally.
No, this server is for the English hub, right? So people can come here to probably practice their English. Is that correct? Probably I'm just here just to listen to you guys talking about a topic in English, and I just want to hear you and listen.
We're helping you learn English.
Yeah, probably. You're helping me learn English, but
there you go. You're welcome. You don't have to thank us. That's why we're here.
Yeah, but I don't have to engage in this conversation. I can just listen to you guys. You don't have to ask me questions.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you any questions. How come it's so offensive to you?
It's not offensive. I don't know. Oh, putain de merde. I don't feel offended, dude. I don't feel offended at all.
Oh, that's man. It makes me feel a lot better. I feel a lot better knowing that he's not offended. I was worried that he might have been. So that's just the way.
Well, I showed him a 255 mile away picture. There's no Earth curve, and that just he could read sentences and everything else. And I showed him that, and poof, doesn't see that stuff. That's scary.
We got some other new people in here. We got Kaiser. We got Tomb. We got Roni. How y'all doing? All right, easy, one at a time.
Yeah, I mean they talk really fast. So fast I can't even hear what they're saying.
Well, anyway, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, welcome, guys. Or girls.
Or guy girls.
Or, yeah, good girls. You guys hear the sounds of nature in the background? It sounds like some cicadas or something.
Why are those coming back? I heard one the other day.
Yeah, something's going on. Sounds like it. Has it been 7 years? I can't even tell.
Yeah, listen, there's so many different kinds. It's 7 years for one kind. So that kind can be this year. Next year's another kind. I hear them all the time, really. Maybe last year I didn't hear any. But for the most part, because I live basically in the woods, I mean, you drive off the main road and it's woods and then developments and then more woods and more developments. It's not like we're all stacked on top of each other. So it's constantly, we got bugs everywhere.
When I was a kid, I guess the old wives' tale my grandpa told me or whatever, that when you start to hear the cicadas, it's 6 weeks till frost. Now, that's probably true for Radwin, but I don't think for me.
That would sound, let me think. So yesterday it was like 90 degrees. Today it's 65. Just like that.
Yeah, it's cool here too. Yeah, it's cool.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm down here in the deep south. No, not that deep. I mean, it's I'm on the border of South Carolina and Georgia, so pretty freaking hot.
Really? So are you closer to the coast or are you inland?
I'm inland. I mean, I'm probably like 2 hours from the coast. 2.5.
Did you get smashed with rain with that hurricane last year?
Oh yeah, dude. I had to rebuke that storm. It was actually pretty miraculous story. I mean, it sounded like there was a tornado like over my house. That's what it sounded like. And
man,
said a quick prayer, and it sounded like whatever that loud wind was moved away from my house like tremendous distance within like a split second. And my son's like, wow, your prayer worked. I was like, what? Yeah, I said, keep doing it. I said, keep praying, boys. Yeah, it was wild, man. It was wild. And our house is the only one that didn't really get smashed up. Like all the neighbors across the street, missing shingles, all trees down and everything. Our whole house was fine. Fence didn't even get blown over. Everyone in the neighborhood had like serious damage. We were like we were the lucky duck. So pretty interesting.
The bad thing about the information age is like, so we have access and knowledge of all these major catastrophes, right? So the crazy flooding that happened in the Carolinas, and I think was it with Tennessee, and probably around you and everything, like those people's lives are still not right. Like they're all probably, those towns are probably not rebuilding in some circumstances, and people live in other places now, and who knows if they ever even got an insurance check, because they probably didn't have flood coverage, never expecting that kind of storm to happen. But like, I think there's a lot of people still that are just even barely trying to rebuild, right?
Well, people died in their sleep. They opened up the dam in North Carolina. They didn't even warn the people. They flooded the whole valley out, dude.
Oh my gosh.
The pictures of the people was what broke my heart, man. Just like young families, young kids, just craziness, man. How do you do something like
that's
that?
Nuts.
People, no warning. In the middle of the night, too. It was like, 2 in the morning? 2:30 in the morning, just open the floodgates up. It's like, oh, well, they'll figure it out. Or they won't. Yeah, well, I drove around my neighborhood the following day after the storm came through. I'd say around 60% of the old growth pine trees out here were knocked down. Trees that were like well over 200 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
On the one hand, I could understand why they would open floodgates without warning. I mean, there's probably got to be a better way to do that. You know, you let everybody else downstream in the valley. No, all the municipalities like, get your people out because we're about ready to open these suckers. On the other hand, sometimes you got to take action because if the dam overflows or bursts, it's even worse. But, you know, jeez. What a nightmare.
Oh, man. Like we were without any communication for like 2 weeks. I didn't even have a cell phone for like 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was wild. We were cutting people out of their houses, you know. People were trapped, you know, getting trees off of people's houses. It was wild, man.
Boy. Yeah, that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
That breaks my heart. I mean,
I don't know. Neighborhood was pretty cool to see everybody, you know, get back to the basics, you know. Get to know who your neighbors are. For sure, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Good to know people who know people, right? Running generators, letting people borrow generators for whatever, and, you know, cooking meals outside. Yep. Yeah, it felt really old school camaraderie, you know. And yeah, I mean, we're just waiting in line for gas wherever they had it. And yeah, work was just helping people out, like, you know, getting people cut out of the, you know, getting people's houses back in order and rebuilding. I did a lot of that, like a bunch of charity work. It was really cool. Just getting involved with the community and stuff. Yeah.
Well, good for you.
The stories up north were the things that really broke my heart. Yeah, North Carolina was wild because nobody expected anything like that ever hitting them like that. That was a freak storm.
No.
And there was some wild stuff behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one where you're just going to start scratching your head and going, that's not natural, you know. But
I posted some data that I got days after, like weeks after. Actually, it was probably like a month later. Just found some good overhead data from some of these satelloons that they check on, like just frequency emissions and stuff. So all that stuff on display. Yeah. So yeah, there was some pretty interesting activity before that storm came. Almost like it was being guided, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. Yeah. They're going to do what they're going to do. Ain't nothing we're going to do going to stop them. I don't think we got the funding or the organization.
Yeah, probably the thing that we don't have that's the most important is to know when they're going to pull something like that. If indeed, you know, there was malicious intent, or if this is even something that they can do. I mean, I kind of like, you know, I'll throw the conspirator hat on every once in a while, but it's like, is this really possible? You know, is this something that they can do? Because that, I mean, if you actually do have control of the weather, you know, then you probably won't be denied anything. But anyway. We got
welcome to the room. Welcome, Mahmoud. Kaiser. Yeah, welcome everybody that's here. Yep.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, we're just talking about the Earth and stuff.
Yeah.
Do
you believe that?
Yeah, I was wondering why you think the Earth is flat, Mo.
Well, what I believe is that the Earth for sure is round, and I believe that anyone that believes that Earth is flat is a stupid, dumb ass.
Wow. All I asked you is why you think the Earth is flat.
I mean, there's tons of
like a donkey or.
He didn't even understand my question. I just asked him why he thinks the Earth is flat, and then he told me something about he believes in the globe for sure. So that's like a contradiction right there. You can't for sure.
Yeah, because you're dumb ass. You didn't maybe study in physics before. If you study it, you would know.
Physics doesn't make the Earth a globe.
No, there is tons of experiences that they don't.
No, nothing.
You can
like
search
that.
about it, but you cannot. I know that shit. Yeah.
I can't. I've tried searching for the globe stuff, and I can't find it. All I get is a picture from NASA.
I'm fairly sure the B in the word dumb is silent.
I mean, you can stay guys in this shit, You just stay in there and and be dumb like you are, whatever. So
what made you get so offended?
No, you are.
Yeah, you got so offended because you're a flat earther and you just freaked out about it.
No, bro. I mean,
punch your dumps. They all.
But hold on a second,
Mood. To me, by the way, they call me like I'm offended, even though I'm not. Like everybody here is offended.
Yeah, they say the same thing all the time. Yeah. There are a bunch of dumps here. Whatever. Have a nice day.
He left. Poor boy.
He sounded offended.
It's my new thing now.
We took us home.
That is a good technique.
Boy, with him.
Both of them left.
We got Michelangelo. Love your
found someone to agree. They found someone to agree with them.
Cool. Hey man, what brings you in here?
What?
What brings you by this channel, this Flat Earth channel? Are you a flat earther?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well, that's a good position.
I just got here.
Yeah.
Like curiosity.
How long you been speaking English?
How long?
Yeah.
I started yesterday.
Yo.
Oh, you learned great in 24 hours. Yeah, 24. Tomorrow you're going to sound like Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, what's up?
He was the best. He was so good. It only took him 24 hours.
Good.
What's up, people? Listen, bro.
You just got unmuted.
I'll fucking glitch you guys right now.
Jamari, is he really this attention star? You sound attention star.
Fucking fight.
Yes, he's attention star.
Wow.
He got unmuted and then just went right into spiral.
Yeah, man. Jamori _IE.
Do you have anything else to say, Jamori? You all right? You good?
I'm good, bro. What about you?
I'm awesome. Are you a flat earther, Jamori?
You said what, bro?
Are you a flat earther?
Nah, bro.
No. Oh, okay.
I'm just
sound like one.
Bro. I can't kill people, bro. In the cage.
You sound like a flat earther.
I'm a fucking fighter, bro.
No, you're not. You're a pussy.
So I'm a pussy, right? What a fucking pussy, bro. If you're not pussy, bro, send me your fucking location. I would come to you, bro, to kill your fucking ass right now.
Ooh, wow. That sounds gross.
Yeah, like location,
You like doing that shit?
Your fucking location, I would fucking come, bro. Whatever you want
my ass, dude?
God, dude. Yeah, I want to fuck you, bro.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
Sounds gross. Sounds gross.
You like it,
sounds stinky.
You like it, bro?
Yeah, yucky.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, dude. You're the one that's talking about it.
Snakes, what type shit?
You bring the stuff out of people, Professor Triangle.
Type shit, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
It's just par for the course, dude. It's just par for the course at this point.
So listen.
I talk so nice to these guys. I talk nice and calm. I say nice things, and they go off the rails for no reason.
Where you from?
Yep.
Where you from, bro?
The flat Earth, same as you, man.
Where you from, bro? Just
different parts of the flat map. Look at Slalom's profile picture there. All of them.
All of them.
I'm from the country of North America.
Which country, bro?
North America.
And I'm in Europe.
Yeah, which fucking state? Which fucking city, bro? I know North fucking America and South America.
Chicago.
Jamal, are you trying to dox people?
All right.
Write that down. Write that down.
Serious threats, man.
I will come to you to Chicago,
bro. Come into your country, and I will kill you, is what he said.
I know. These guys are so brave.
Bro, crazy shit, bro. That shit.
So, are you drinking too? There was another guy who was drinking.
Yeah, they're always drunk.
You think I'm drunk?
I'm wondering. I don't know if it's like sober people.
You said, yeah, dude. You said you were drinking.
No, bro. No. Not drinking.
Like goat's milk, or
yeah, I mean your verbal skills are down to saying bro at the end of every sentence. You have to say bro, so that's how I know you're limited in your speaking skills, bro.
Yeah, I'm limited. Yeah. All right, so I will call you my nigga, right? Not bro, not you.
sun either. Not one thing. Nobody's observed an orbit of anything around the sun.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you don't even see Jupiter and the sun at the same time. You're going to tell me that you've seen it orbit over 32 years? Yeah, cool story.
Funny. Yeah, there was some weird talk going on when I finally turned up my mic and absurdities, man. Absurd.
Yeah, this whole channel's absurd.
This whole channel's absurd, and then walks out. Number one on the server.
That was his closing statement. He ran right after that.
He did, immediately.
I think friends ran. They all ran.
And Chris is still here. Should I unmute him and set the record straight on how his fucking model is stupid?
Yes.
All right, Chris, let's hear your model.
What's your model?
I go outside and I observe the natural earth around me.
That's cool.
So you have a model?
Yeah, it's the same one you got.
No, I don't have a model. You wanted to talk models, man. Let's talk models.
I look at it as like a puzzle, and science will have an image of the puzzle, and then they'll try putting the pieces in to fit this picture they have. And they always got to force puzzle pieces in there that don't really fit. Me, I try to find the puzzle pieces, put all the pieces together, then I can see the image for what it's supposed to be.
Okay, what puzzle piece has the model in it?
This puzzle is the biggest puzzle that there is. It has the most pieces out of any. It's almost as many as all the other ones combined.
So, what's your flat Earth model?
I'm still putting the puzzle pieces together.
See, you got to be careful claiming a model.
So what conversation are you going to have with somebody if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
No, well, he's trying to. Nobody has a 3D model, right? That's what I understand from this conversation.
Yes.
It's not completed yet.
A working
on the
3D
works.
Model.
Yeah.
If it's not working, it's not working. You can't say it's not working yet because if it's not working, it's not working.
Yeah, well, you have theories, like
if it's not working, it's not working.
Well, it's not working. The theories we have are not.
No.
When it comes to black holes, right, or dark matter, and all those other theories we have, it's not working yet.
Can you observe a black hole?
No.
You can? Show me a photo of a black hole.
Sheep. What are you doing? What are you doing by asking me that? What's your purpose?
Well, you said there's evidence of a black hole, so I want to see a photo of a black hole. You said you can observe it.
I said no.
Oh, just making sure.
Yeah. The information about the fact that the model is not finished yet. I was pointing out that in science it happens all the time. But no one in the community has a functioning 3D models of the flat Earth. Is that correct?
Nobody has a functioning 3D model of a globe.
Either. Nor the globe, not the globe, nor the flat Earth. Is that it?
Nobody has a model of either side.
Okay.
So now we're back to measuring the surface of the Earth. Unless Chris wants to share his model with us.
He can't. He said it's incomplete.
I'm just trying to figure out why you would want to have a conversation with somebody. Because all he's going to do, Chris, is straw man your fucking argument, find out what doesn't work, and say that it doesn't fucking work. And then you have no fucking argument. And they're like, oh, well, the globe model works a little better than the flat Earth model. Because we got the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. How do you explain that on a flat Earth? Your model doesn't work.
Well, I don't care. I explain that as a lie. Just like I can say they landed on the moon as a lie. You know, it isn't fooling me.
It's incoherent. It has nothing to do with what you were saying earlier.
Well, I just have puzzle pieces that I'm putting together. Like, I have part of it, I have most of it, but I can't explain all of it yet without getting the pieces because I'm not going to do what science does, theorize the way it works.
So that's why you can't claim a model. If you tell this guy you have a model, and then he starts asking you about it, and you say, well, that's got puzzle pieces, you're just going to be put through a meat grinder. You got to, if you don't have don't make a claim for something you can't back up from every direction. Tell him, hey, I don't have a model. I have a model I disagree with, your globe model, but that would be
You want to have a strong argument for the flat Earth? Go out and make a long distance observation and prove the flat Earth to yourself. And if you want, document it, dude. Take down the time, the date, the measurements, the temperature outside, temperature of the location of the thing that you're looking at. If you're using a camera and you take photographs or video, talk about what kind of camera you're using. Like document everything.
How we doing? How we doing, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, bro, where all my flat earthers at? Where all my flat earthers at?
What shape is Earth?
Well, dude, I'm vegan. I can't answer that. 1 second.
Nah, he's canceled. He's been stupid here too many times.
Yeah.
All confidence has been lost in you, George Fentanilio, whatever you're called.
You caught him before I did, because as soon as I clicked on his name, he was just... So, do you see what we're saying, Chris? Like, you don't need a model to explain reality. In fact, you shouldn't even have models. You should have demonstrations. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm following along, man. I do that all the time. Just like the divergent sun rays. I mean, that's a very easy one anybody can do.
What about divergent sun rays?
Anybody and everybody can do that. Almost on any day.
What do you mean? Is that the guy you muted? Heretic? You keep turning him out.
Oh, yeah, probably.
What does divergent rays mean to you, Chris?
It means a close local sun right here on Earth.
And why would it be a close local sun if they're diverging?
Local? Do you mean like going to the store locally? Is the zone local? Can you go to it? Local will be something near you. I don't know if this call it local. I don't know. Sounds kind of local to me.
Isn't the Earth local to your solar system? What do you mean local?
I'll give you an example, Chris. Yeah, a local sun could explain diverging sun rays, right? Whatever sun rays are. But here's the problem. We don't know how far away the sun is, and we don't know how big the sun is. We have to know one of those things to calculate the other thing. But if you don't know both, you have to assume one.
You're trying to point at perspective, and that since they're coming in parallel, that they'd be divergent anyway because it's 90 million miles away?
No.
Okay, because that definitely.
I'm saying you don't know how far away it is. The distance is irrelevant if you don't know the size. And the size is irrelevant if you don't know the distance.
Well, a total solar eclipse, the maximum width is 120 miles, so that gives us some kind of hint.
No.
Yeah, because science, they pull things out of their pocket all the time, like the...
It just gives us a ratio of the distance between the sun and the moon. And even that ratio, the sun and the moon could literally be almost the same size. And the sun could be literally right behind the moon, and you wouldn't know the difference. If the moon is even being the thing being obstructing the sun. You understand?
Right, that's difficult to find out when we're limited as far as what we could do for our own observations. Like I know with the Rahu invisible body that could be doing it, but then that again is making...
Okay, what evidence do you have that Rahu exists?
Right,
and what is Rahu?
This is something about the puzzle piece. I don't like making the image of the picture of the puzzle before I get all the pieces in.
So then why are you talking about it?
The shadow itself. I'm not talking about what bodies are blocking it. It's just the light's got to be local. Local as in close. Close as in the Kármán line is 100.
You don't know.
100,000 kilometers. I mean,
you don't even know. For all you know, the sun could just be a visual effect of something else going on. And the heat that we're feeling is not coming from the sun, but coming from the black sun underneath it. You have no fucking clue what is going on this earth above it or below it. All you know is what's going on in the environment around you.
Have you seen these shadows on a solar eclipse, the shadows through trees?
What does that have to do with the shape of the earth? Don't fall for parlor tricks and magic tricks and shit that you can't explain. Do you understand? You're just going to put yourself in a world of hurt. And someone like me, I have no problems. I have my own theories and my own beliefs and my own ideas of what I think might be going on. But I'm not going to share them with people who don't even understand that the surface of the earth isn't curving. They want you to replace what they believe is already happening with something better. And if you can't beat that, then they win in their own little mind. But if you take their ball away from them, they don't have a ball to play with. You don't have to replace the ball with anything else. If you're on a basketball court playing basketball, and I walk up and I take your ball and you say, hey, you need to replace that, and I fucking walk away and I don't replace it, what does that mean to you? What does that mean if I take your ball away?
Was it the TFE that took my projection away?
No. You're making guess about what is going on in the sky, and you have no idea what is going on in the sky. Let me put it to you this way. If the surface of the earth is not curving, then the surface of the earth must be what? Chris?
Yeah, I mean, don't catch me one of them stupid what the hell you call it. So if it's not curving, then it's got to be flat, I guess is what you're.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, why is that so difficult for you, man? Like, as a flat earther, that should be an easy answer. So if the surface of the earth is not curving, then the surface of the earth must be flat. If the surface of the earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat earth. Do you understand those two sentences?
Yeah.
So you don't need to explain what's going on in the sky to go out and observe the surface of the earth.
Yeah, I got that part down. That's why that puzzle piece is already accounted for. I'm trying to figure out all them so many other pieces to put the whole thing together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if I look at a broad range of things, I don't isolate one thing and overthink that, because that can stress you out just as much as doing too much at once.
So how do you isolate the sky? Can you manipulate the sky? Can you move stars across the sky in different directions to show that they're doing the things that you think they're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that, man. What did you say?
Can you put your finger on a star and move it across the sky, put it in a different location, and make it do something else other than what it's normally doing?
No, man, that's like phone screen, touchscreen stuff, ain't it?
Right. So if you can't do that, then why do you even care what's going on with the sky? You can't isolate it and manipulate it and do experiments with it.
Like most people are doing, they're seeing everything through RGB, which is like the phone screens and the computer screens. And I see, like what you're saying, the white light, which metaphorically, red is ego, green is bias, and blue is belief, where the white light is the truth. So I don't look through my computer screen and phone screen to get what it's saying. I look with my own eyes in the real world to get the truth.
So then why are you looking at a computer generated image of a flat earth map? Why are you looking at any computer generated image to try to model out what could or could not be happening on a flat earth?
I don't. I'm not totally.
You are though. Like you were dead set on the azimuthal equidistant map, or what's the other name for it?
Yeah, the projection, and there's not a single projection in the world that is exactly accurate.
Do you know what an azimuthal equidistant map is a projection of?
The flat Earth, right? Yeah, I mean, what do you mean?
No, it's a globe projection. You can look it up. An AZ.
Do you know your map speaking really well? Because didn't they have projections before they even had a globe model?
They have all kinds of projection, but the AE map is a globe projection. It's a flat Earth projection of a globe.
Okay.
Or a flat projection of a globe. Because what they did was they took a globe and they squished it all the way down, and the south of the globe was spread out in a circular format all the way around.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've seen the GIF, right? Where the ball opens up. You've seen the GIF, right? Where the ball opens up and it looks flat, and then it closes back up and becomes a ball again.
Yeah, on the globe they diverge to the South Pole, and on the AE map they converge towards the south.
There you go. Look at Professor Triangle in the side chat. He put it up for me. Thanks, man. Do you understand how that is a projection of the globe?
Yeah.
If you look in the side chat, the very last image that was posted, you see it's the rotating image of a Earth, and it closes and opens from a flat Earth to a globe and back and forth. So that's why you need to stop using the AE map, because it's just it literally comes from their globe projection. Now, what's an interesting story is how they discovered longitude and what latitude and longitude are. It's just a sky projection over a flat Earth. Like how our observation, our perspective works. We see in a spherical fashion all the way around us, and so we have our own personal vision of dome, our personal dome of vision. And when we make observations in the sky, we're taking a spherical sky and placing it over a flat Earth. But they need to conform it so that way they can make their observations. So they put it on a spherical Earth. It's just an observation from perspective based off of spherical vision, not because the Earth is. But you'd have to read the book Longitude to understand it. The whole thing was based on finding a watch that would keep the time, so that way they could look at the sky more accurately. You good? Appreciate you, Professor Triangle.
Let's talk to Crypt Titty. See if there's any globe proof coming from there.
I don't have any globe proof, dog.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you're not gonna hear any globe proofs from me, bro.
I knew it.
I don't think they exist.
That seems to be the problem we're having.
I know, it's kind of pissing me off.
I didn't expect it going in, but it's been years of this now.
Yeah, dude, I got into it in like 2020, and I was like, yeah, this is bullshit. Let me leave this alone. And I just kept coming back to it, bro. It's so fucked.
Me too. Yeah, I was like, I mean, I insta-judged it, prejudged it as like, oh yeah, this is stupid, whatever. Right. All the, the usual reactions. Then you start looking at like, okay, what is the evidence? And it's like, oh, what? They actually don't have any. What's going on here?
They have absolutely none.
Yeah, they're just like really triggered, and they insult you if you ask them for evidence. Like, okay.
Yeah, dude, I've gotten so good at speech and debate because of Flat Earth. It's crazy.
Yeah, it helps you think and stuff. Teaches you some critical thinking.
Oh, for sure, dude. Nobody critically thinks anymore. It's insane.
Yeah, they don't. They just believe stuff, and then they think that that's science. Weird.
For sure. Dude, this is dope, man. I just want to know. I'll let you know. I was just on Rumble scrolling, and I saw you guys live, and then I joined the Discord and hopped in. It was pretty epic. So,
sick.
Yeah, shout out to you guys. This is awesome. It's made my night. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, we've been going. Well, 24/7 name has been going, I guess, for like almost 10 years.
9 or 10, yeah. Pretty close. Actually, it's longer than that, right? We were doing season 10 last year, weren't we?
I think so. Yeah, I wasn't here for all those seasons. I was a newer edition, a bunch of seasons in.
Dude, you guys got me hooked now. I'll probably be back around more than a few times, so keep it up.
For sure, man. What was it that did it for you? What brought you to Flat Earth? Like, how did you come across it? Not us, but just Flat Earth.
I mean, the first thing was like the boats on the horizon. I mean, I always thought the moon landing was bullshit, but then the boats on the horizon really fucked me up, bro. like, and the refraction shit just never explains anything. So I couldn't like wrap my head around that, pun intended.
Well, because then they're throwing away their claim. Like, they've made this claim that they see it going over the geometry, and then they say that they can't actually see that geometrically happening because of optics and like the distortion of them through the air, and so then it becomes a big mess for them.
Right. No, it makes no sense. I mean, there's so many like I've seen I mean, I haven't done it myself, but I've seen so many guys do tests that disprove that and debunk how that works. I mean, they literally say the horizon is the Earth's curvature, and that's easily disprovable. What is it? 8 inches per mile squares is garbage.
Then out the other side of their mouth, they say that refraction makes it actually look flat. So which is it then?
Yeah, right. Refraction just does whatever they want. It's crazy.
Yeah. Basically conceding, okay, yeah, it looks like it's flat. We can't actually like observe the curvature that we say is there, but that's because of the optics and whatever. It's just like, yeah, well, you said that you saw a boat going over it, though.
Wild. And then also just NASA fails. The NASA fails are rough, dude. That's really pissed me off because they get a lot of money,
Yeah, it's funny. Waste of money for us, though. Well, I mean, unless I don't know. I mean, depends if you consider the entertainment worth your money.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of friends who have like cool Legos and shit, so they get a lot out of it,
The problem is it's screwing people's heads up, though. They think that they actually live in this world that they've been, brainwashed with. And they come in here and they act totally crazy, like zombies.
Yeah, like you said, no critical thinking,
You would be constantly seasick up there.
Is that because it's in the water?
No, because you have your equilibrium. You would have no down where your ears the water in your ears need to be in order for you would have, your ears wouldn't work right, and you would constantly be dizzy and feeling like you're on a fucking roller coaster and all kinds of shit. I would be throwing up every 5 seconds.
Yeah, even like trying to conceptualize that makes me dizzy. But I kind of get the cognitive dissonance with the globies though. I mean, I don't want to be a flat earther. You know, it's a little wild.
Nobody wants to be a flat earther.
I know. It's like, I mean, I think this is kind of the story with everyone. It's like, I was just trying to disprove this shit, man, because I thought it was so silly. I was like, if so many people are into this, it'd be really fun to dunk on them, you know?
Yeah, that's where I started.
Once you know it's flat, though, yeah, you can't unsee the fact that Earth is actually flat and stationary.
I thought it would be fun to troll on it, too. And then, yeah, it just, like I said already, just realized, wait a minute, the Globers are the trolls.
Dude.
Well, I guess that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was when I was thinking that this would be fun to troll on. I guess I figured it out. Yeah, by accident.
Yeah, I need to get in these more, man. I don't really talk to people about this shit a lot, so I do kind of feel crazy, but this is good, you know?
You really don't need anything much. You just ask them for their evidence.
Right.
And then just pretty much watch them explode after that. It's a fair enough question.
I don't know. I still believe in the moon landing pretty hardcore, so it's tough.
Well, given the inverse square law of light, and it's 0.32 lumens here on the ground surface of Earth, how many candela would that be on the moon? There's not even a light bright enough on Earth. The Luxor light, it'd be a million times brighter than that thing. So they can't even recreate the brightness in a studio to film it.
Yeah, I feel like if you had a camera up there, it would just completely blind it, right? With all that sunlight.
It'd be something like 14 times 10 to the 16th power candelas.
Damn.
And then the fact that the angular resolution of iVision, we wouldn't be able to see the Tycho's crater at 53 miles wide, 239,000 miles away without it vanishing.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that really messed me up, man. You learn that your eye works differently than you might think it does initially. That kind of messed me up, you know, with the your point of view, and you can only see so far, and then like, you know, you use like I've seen like Flat Earth Day videos who use examples of like the Matrix hallway or the lights on the street and how you can't see forever. And I was like, wow, I've never even thought about that. You know?
Yeah, and then there's also like if you're standing in Australia and then also another person standing in China, the moon, when you look up at it, is 180 degrees difference. And that's because it's a local moon. If it were 239,000 miles away, when either one looked at it, it would be the same orientation.
Why?
It's 180 degrees because it's like being in a living room or a bedroom, and you post a moon on your ceiling. One person on one side of the room will look at it 180. Than the person on the other side of the room. But if you have the two people in the room look at something 200 miles away, it's not going to look upside down.
Great. What does something look like that's 200,000 miles away? Like, I have a hard enough time seeing things from like 50 miles to 100 miles away. I can't even fathom what 200,000 miles is. You see how you're getting lost in the sauce? Go ahead.
Oh, somebody had mentioned getting dizzy and sick if you were in space. That was a big one for me too. It's the vestibular system. It's like this gel in your ear that it would be never-ending vertigo if this gel in your ear was just kind of swishing around. You would probably want to die. Yeah, it would be horrible. The gel would be just dripping around all around your ear.
But yeah, man. What were you saying earlier, Cryptiddy, about the moon landing? Kind of got me started. It was one of those things I was like, damn, that shit does look kind of fake. You know, it's like, whatever, Earth's still a globe. Mm-hmm. And then as time goes on, you know, like there's other things that are questionable in that, everything. And then, you know, someone points out that NASA.gov thing, and I'm like, oh shit, the government's always lying. But it's still a globe. And then one of my friends was a flat earther. And he's like, hey, you should look into flat Earth. And he's talking about the moon map and everything like that. And I was just like, I tried to be nice at first and just not argue with him because he's like one of my good friends. No, I can't argue. And then like almost a year goes by and he brings it up again. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Just look into it. And I was already deep into looking into other things and noticing how like when you look into things that are the truth, they tend to not really be out there to find. Right?
Right.
Even though everybody's talking about it, you can't find any of it on the internet, right? Like you can't research it. And so when I went in looking for flat Earth, I just wanted some genuine flat earthers to tell me why they think the Earth is flat. And when I Googled flat Earth, and I was pretty good at going around algorithms, searches and stuff like that, like getting results back that people normally wouldn't get. I couldn't get a single fucking flat earther, bro. It was like all how to debunk flat Earth. Flat Earth is stupid and archaic, and you know what I mean. Like, why are we still calling it a flat Earth when we know it's flat, and we know it's a globe because we went to the moon? I'm like, I already know the moon landing is fake. So what do they say? They say if you want to know the truth, find out what you're not allowed to talk about, right? And so that put me on the path of like trying to find flat Earth. And in the process of doing so, you know, I hear people saying, oh, you can see too far. I'm like, oh, yeah, I mean, I've seen things like 20 miles away. Really? The horizon's only 3 miles away? That's so weird, man. Like, I've seen things like 20 miles away, 30 miles away. And now I started learning about, like, the globe and, like, how things are supposed to have a drop over distance, which makes sense on a globe. Like, if I put my finger on a basketball and run my finger back to the back of the basketball, it's going to start to dip behind the top of the basketball.
Right.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at that, I'm like, damn, dude, maybe the Earth is flat. And then it dawned on me one day, like, ever since I was in school, I remember being in school and a teacher saying the Earth was a globe and showed us a globe. And I said, I don't see it curving though.
And the teacher's like, yeah, but it's too big to see curvature. It's so big, but we know it's curving. And so I just went with it after that. I remember that day. It was like 3rd and 4th grade, somewhere around there. I just remember being presented with that observation. And then I did a road trip to go visit a friend in North Carolina. God damn, dude, the Earth is really fucking big. Man. Like really, it can't be curved. This is too fucking big. And that's when things started to settle in for me. Went out and made some personal observations with a couple of friends. Convinced one person to like question the globe, but I don't even know if they're flat earthers now. I just know that like they're like, oh fuck, you're not supposed to see that. And then that's pretty much it, man. Now I just enjoy learning about science and having the conversation.
Flat Earth is definitely esoteric. It always has been, and the only reason they released it the way they did, they want the alien invasion thing to go flawless, so they needed the TFE in their back pocket. So the only way to do that mean? Esoteric means secret. No, it's just held within. Within exoteric is something everybody knows about. It's common knowledge.
Esoteric means that it's obscured, right?
It means that it's hidden, and then like you're saying,
right?
You can't research flat Earth.
Nobody's hiding you going outside and looking at things off in the distance. There's nothing esoteric.
Hey, sheepdog.
Sorry.
Right, but Lucifer, you gotta flip everything. That's how a few can control millions, is by the mind.
Character Jake trying to
people can't.
Hold on, Chris.
You got this character Jake who wants to get in here.
Hold on, Chris. What's up, Jake?
I was just asking what were the observations you took your friend, to go make, you discussed.
We went out to Lake Texoma, and there's a spot that's like somewhere between 10 and 12 miles in observation, and the shoreline is really, really wild, but we went to the furthest known location that we could find and sat down and observed each other. We tied reflective tape around our legs, sat down and looked through binoculars and waved at each other. What about you? What observations have you done? Jake?
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What observations have you done?
Only to do with the sky. I don't have a big flat lake like that near me. That'd be very convenient.
Yeah, it's tough. Like most lakes are less than 5 miles in diameter. Or not, I shouldn't even say diameter. Less than 5 miles at their widest part. Yeah, I mean, making observations of the sky is a really cool thing to do. I've made observations of the sky. I've even got a photo using my Nikon P1000. I took a picture of Jupiter with its moons, and you can clearly make out the moons. There's no doubt about it. But the things in the sky don't prove the thing underneath your feet, right?
How did you see it with the Nikon P1000? Did you use a telescope?
No, it zoomed in.
Oh, you mechanical zoom on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
It has a 4,000 millimeter zoom. Actually, it's a 3,000 millimeter zoom, and then the 4,000 is like there's like a digital aspect to it that zooms in the last 1,000, where the digital makes its own collections based off of what reaching the lens.
I just shared a couple images in chat of the moon. I took a picture with just my phone. One is like normal photo, and the other one is a nighttime image through Samsung. It like makes everything look like daylight kind of. But it's interesting, a mystery where that hot spot in the moon and through the clouds, is unique to me. But then someone across the country, wherever you're at, that same hotspot will be unique to you, like the divergent rays from the moon, and that's a mystery. Like moonlight is cold as well. You can measure that with like thermometer devices, whatever imagery.
Did you have any questions, Jake?
I've always wanted to do like thermal imagery of the moonlight during a lunar eclipse to see if the ground temperature is any different in eclipse than not.
I was gonna let Chris finish.
Yeah, moonlight, it does act with its own light for sure.
Yeah, Chris is pretty new to the argument, so he makes a lot of claims that he doesn't truly understand. He calls them pieces to the puzzle. He doesn't know if they all fit.
But what is a fact is that the moonlight here on the Earth's surface is 0.32 lumens. So inverse square law would say that the light on the moon surface itself is it's a million times brighter than any artificial light we have here on Earth.
That's fine. You don't even know what the moon is, though.
That in itself debunks the moon landings, doesn't it? From the video we have of the brightness of the surface on the moon.
There's plenty that debunks the moon landings. There's not one thing. Everything debunks the moon.
They'd probably argue some bullshit about like exposure, and you don't know anything about cameras. First of all, well, man, where do you even begin? The vacuum of outer space, the shadow angles going every which way in the pictures that they showed from the supposed parallel sun ray. To be honest, I don't even give them any points when they say moon landing. I just go prove it. And usually that just causes a massive triggering, and that's the end of that conversation.
I think it's more impressive that they snuck a golf club onto the moon.
Well, I mean, it's like on its face ridiculous. Moon doom buggies and moon golf. And they say, we took a picture from the moon. It's like, okay, prove that that's a photograph from the moon. They can never do that. That's literally all you really have to do. I've never seen it. I mean, it's not going to happen. There's no man with cameras standing there on the moon.
My favorite moon landing theory is the Stanley Kubrick one about how they hired him to fake the moon landing, but he's such a stickler. They had to film on location.
Yeah. Oh no, bro! It'd be way harder to make a movie than just go to the moon. You got to just go to the moon if you want that footage.
Well, there's some people who cope so hard that they're like, "Oh yeah, Stanley Kubrick did film it, but they did actually go to the moon, but they used fake footage."
Yeah. Buzz himself said it was an animation that they saw when they were taking the first steps on the moon, right? It's just a recreation.
They made the Sandra Bullock movie Gravity with $100 million, and NASA gets $56 million a day.
I mean, no, it'd be way harder for them to make a movie. They have to just go to the moon.
Space Odyssey 2001 was filmed 2 years before the faked moon landing. So
on location in outer space.
Right.
And then Star Trek ran for 3 years and then ended 38 days before we landed on the moon.
Yeah, all that footage from foreign planets, they couldn't have faked it. They had to do it on location. That's how that works.
Hey, Chris, do me a favor, man. Don't get so lost in the spirit world that you forget about what's real.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm real. I'm real. Not gonna play.
Hey, it's either Heretic or Sheepdog. What do you guys think is like the measured, what you can measure, I guess, altitude of the sun and moon? Like how high up?
You can't measure it. We have a mathematician, Glober, who claims that he did it with the with the flat Earth assumptions, somewhere around like 3,500 miles. But you can't accurately triangulate it because it's an apparent position. You don't have its actual position.
And we'd have to determine that it's an actual physical thing.
Yeah, I have a scale model.
Yeah, that too. That too.
I would be able to see it.
Oh my God! All right, here we go. Chris, give us your scale model, dude.
It ain't you're talking about the sun and moon being 3,500 miles? Because
unless Matthew learns his math, that's what he did. He's a mathematician, Glober guy who hangs out here.
Yeah, he did some trigonometry using the adjacent side of a right triangle, and he got a distance of 3,441 miles distance to the sun.
But that's based on an assumption of how wide the sun is itself.
You realize you can't get a right triangle on the surface of a sphere?
Can't do it. Can't have an elevation angle. But every observer would have to be seeing the sun in the same fixed position, and they don't. So you can't get proper measurements to where it is. Even like assuming it even has a fixed position in free space, like it could be some sort of effect, apparent phenomena, you know.
Say you're doing this trigonometry with the triangle, you know, the one's got to be a right angle, the zenith, so that person will be right directly underneath it. But the other, when you're looking at the sun, you also have perspective to account for. Are they accounting for that in their equation? Because, you know, the sun goes overhead and then goes back down to the horizon. So perspective.
Yeah, he didn't do that, no.
Okay, that ain't going to be accurate.
So it's not possible to gain a altitude of that, of the sun or moon?
Well, yeah, you have to put in, you know, more factors to that. It ain't just straight triangle because, like I said, everybody has their own unique perspective. You know, that's why it appears that the sun is rising overhead and setting back down. It's really moving overhead in a straight line. It's just perspective you have to account for when doing these long range trigonometry equations.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, definitely.
The I guess the follow-up question I have, and I know the answer of don't look at the sky to determine the ground you're on, but in your opinion, what's a good explanation for star rotation? You know, how it goes one way in the northern hemisphere and different in the southern?
Yeah, I got this. I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you a quick question though. I gotta make sure you can follow the logic. Okay.
Okay.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
if it's not curving,
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only other option would be flat.
Okay. So if it's not curving,
concave,
then it
which
must.
is funny to me, but go ahead.
Well, there would still be curvature involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's either curving one way or the other, or it's flat. So you're either going to measure curvature, or you're going to measure a lack of curvature, and a lack of curvature is flat. So if the surface of the Earth measures flat because there's no curvature measured, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Oh, it's still a valid question to try to understand how that would work. Why is
it hard to visualize going from, say, New York City down to South America, and that, the night sky looks differently, and it also spins in a different direction.
So it goes from west to east?
Counterclockwise to clockwise, technically.
Well, that would just be orientation based. I just see the counterclockwise. Okay, well, I would see the clockwise apparent motion if I turned around in the northern hemisphere and looked in that direction. I'm just going to use your vernacular hemisphere because it's easier.
You lost me.
Well, if you have a better word for it, I can use your word. I don't know what the other word would be.
No, I don't care. I don't really care. As long as we both understand we're talking about being north of the equator.
Yeah, north of the equator. That's good.
Like, I'll give you an example, right? If you go 10 degrees south, right? So you're at the equator, you go 10 degrees south of the equator, right? But you look north, which way is the sky turning?
10 degrees south of the equator technically would be clockwise.
Well, you got to look north, though. Which way is it going? Apparently.
I'm not looking south. I'm looking north from the south.
Yeah, no matter what cardinal direction you're looking, if you're in the southern hemisphere, the stars are all rotating in a clockwise motion.
You got that part wrong.
I love this argument. Glovers don't even understand what they're looking at when they move their location. You've never been in the southern hemisphere, have you?
I have not.
Well, you could just be here in the north, and you can face south, and it's going to be apparently clockwise.
No, it's
I got a question
yeah.
for you guys.
Well, okay, all right, show it then. Show us a video, right, where the camera is oriented it's pointed south, right?
In the northern hemisphere.
Wouldn't rotating stars be a flat Earth plane?
I'll give you an example of your argument, Jake. When on a globe, the globe is spinning, right? And that's why we see the stars moving from east to west. Jake?
Go on. Yeah.
That's the explanation, right?
Oh, in the globe model, yes.
Right. So when I'm looking north from the southern hemisphere, are the stars moving east to west?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
So I guess the cardinal direction thing is the thing I'm getting hung up on. If you're in the southern hemisphere and you look north,
mm-hmm.
You're looking north, you still
they're going to rotate counterclockwise.
Well, no, they rotate clockwise.
Show it. Show it then.
Show it.
I guess.
Can I try to explain the globe?
Also, in the different constellations that are southern of the equator, right?
You're totally getting away from the topic, man. We're just talking about southern star trails and northern star trails. That's all we're talking about.
So you're saying if I was
okay, so here, Jake, hold on. So if I look east, are the stars rotating clockwise or counterclockwise?
If you're in the northern hemisphere, no matter what direction you're facing, they're turning counterclockwise.
Show it. Pan the camera 360 and show that. Then I'm done just trying to show them this stuff because I already have done that and they deny that too. So you show it. Pan the camera 360 and show that.
Can I explain him why he's wrong?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So think about looking at Polaris and seeing the stars going around it. counterclockwise, right? So you're in the northern hemisphere seeing Polaris. You see the stars going around Polaris counterclockwise. You're following?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you're at the equator, where's Polaris? Polaris is at the horizon, right?
Yes, if you can see it still, yeah.
Yeah, so the stars that go around Polaris counterclockwise, you just see half of that circle, right? So the upper half of it. It's still going counterclockwise, right?
Yeah, if you're on the equator and the Polaris is disappearing, yes.
Right. Okay, so now you take some steps towards the south, but keep facing north. Now Polaris would be like under the horizon, or does the circular motion, the counterclockwise motion, the center of the motion would be below the horizon. It's still counterclockwise. It doesn't suddenly become clockwise.
Right. That's true.
And when you look east, the stars are going to look like they're climbing up a wall.
Yeah, if you're at the equator, just picture the equator. If you're at the equator, you look north, you see counterclockwise. You look east, you see they going up. You look south, that's clockwise. You look west, they're going down. That's it.
Yeah. So the other thing to that is at the equator, they move in straight lines from east to west.
You don't need to be at the equator to see that.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm saying the further you get away from the equator, the more obvious the counterclockwise motion and clockwise motion I'm talking about is.
I can show you a video from Santa Barbara, California, that shows star trails going up, straight up in the air when you look east.
I would like to see that.
So let me ask this question then. If I'm in the northern hemisphere and I'm looking in the south, in the southern sky, right? Southeast, looking at Orion, whatever I'm looking at, you're saying that over time, those star trails are not going to turn counterclockwise?
No, they're going to turn clockwise if you're looking south.
Yeah, okay. I think that's the disconnect then.
I don't think you're observing reality.
Can I ask Jake a question when done?
Of course. And I mean, I understand about observing reality. I guess I could be hallucinating. That's on me.
No, you're internalizing all of this argument, and you have nothing real to observe with it to explain why you see what you see. You're just going based off of some argument you heard on the internet, and you've never even seen a demonstration.
It's not an argument. I can assure you. I have a lot of equipment. I observe the night sky very often, and for
then take a star trail time lapse, right, with the camera facing south, and tell me what the fuck you see, dude.
I can show you. There's other things too, like you said, that video about Santa Barbara. I have other videos too, if you'd like.
There you go. There's a 360-degree camera that shows you the star trails over Santa Barbara, looking north, east, south, and west, and he shows you what it looks like from each direction.
Thank you. I can pull that up here.
Yeah.
I hate showing that shit because even after I do that, they still deny it. So now my thinking is, okay, you show me what you say is happening.
They can't. It's the same thing with Chris talking about.
The stars are coming and going in the same direction. That's how we get our constellations and do. We divide it in 12 months right now.
The stars move across the sky from east to west. That's all you need to know. Hey, let me ask you this, Jake. Are you still listening?
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which way is the Earth spinning? Is it east to west or west to east?
It's west to east. Let's speed this up.
Damn it!
Complicated.
Don't fucking answer for them.
Well, I was gonna say,
I was getting bored waiting.
In the east and sets in the west, right?
He said, "What way is the Earth spinning?" Right? in your worldview. Yeah.
So that would be west to east if the sun. Yeah.
You wouldn't have figured that out if he hadn't said anything. I guarantee it.
It's the opposite of the way the sun does it.
So when we're looking north and we see Polaris from the northern hemisphere, then we move to the equator. You could probably see Polaris just barely on the horizon. And then you move to the southern hemisphere, and now the southern constellations, like the Southern Cross, become dominant. And Polaris completely disappears. Doesn't this only make sense on a curved surface?
Well, you need a geometric horizon.
Yeah. You need a measurement.
I didn't understand that question completely. But are you basically saying I'm presupposing I have a
well, you're saying it's going over the curve, like the boats go over the curve, they go over the geometric horizon of the globe. Well, you're basically saying the same thing for the stars, so you got to show that.
Well, time out. I'm just making the case that Polaris completely disappears, and now I see like the Southern Cross, which I couldn't see before. And I'm asking, doesn't that only make sense on a curved surface?
Yeah, if there's a geometric horizon. Otherwise, no.
Can you explain, Heretic? You keep saying geometric horizon. Can you explain what that is?
That's the thing that boats supposedly go over on the globe.
Yeah, when boats go over the curve and they disappear bottom up, that's the geometric curve of the Earth.
Right.
Okay, then.
That's the thing that this guy is saying, that the stars are disappearing behind. He's saying there's a physical obstruction of curvature, Earth curvature, is blocking that star now.
Let me just restate my question.
Do we need to steel man the globe for them so that way they understand their model?
I don't know what you got to do.
I'm just asking for the answer to my question.
I don't know.
It feels like this observation only makes sense on a curved surface.
Yeah, well, if there's a geometric horizon. Okay. If there's no geometric horizon, then it's literally happening on not a curved surface. So there you go.
You keep saying geometric horizon.
Give me some measured Earth curve, man.
Can you? That's okay, Heretic. When he's saying that, he says that, like you said, Polaris is disappearing, and you see the other stars in the southern hemisphere. What's a different explanation for that than geometric horizon?
Thank you.
I'm not offering one.
Exactly.
I'm taking away his.
Yeah. You don't have no ball. You can't play.
I made the case that this observation only makes sense on a curved surface. And you're talking about your geometric horizon.
Okay.
So I'm
if
asking,
it only makes sense,
what geometry is your horizon?
Look. If it only makes, you're basically saying it must be happening on a curved surface, right?
I said this observation only makes sense on a curved surface.
So therefore, it must be happening on a curved surface, right?
And you're saying it can't be because I'm presupposing.
I'm just trying to get clarification, dude. I'm trying to parse out what you're saying. No, dude. No, because I'm asking you a yes or no question. You're not answering. You're going off on a tangent. So therefore, it must be a curved surface. So therefore, it must be a curved surface because it only makes sense, you said.
Yes, I'll answer.
Do we really need to rehash this?
Just to move forward? No, just move forward.
You've never answered.
The answer is yes. The observation only makes sense on a curved surface.
All right, then therefore the horizon must be geometric. Show it.
How big is this curved surface? How big is your ball?
Okay.
Well, no, he's got to show it.
What I'm showing you is that Polaris disappears as I move south, and the Southern Cross becomes more dominant.
Over what? The geometric horizon? It disappears over a geometric horizon?
On a flat Earth.
Not my problem. I didn't posit a claim for it.
Okay.
Sounds like you did, though.
Where are we? 24/7 flat Earth. But no claims are ever made. No maps are provided.
I'm not making a claim specifically about that phenomenon.
No Earth curve measurements are provided.
Look, you're trying to do a burden reversal. Okay, you're melting down right now, and you're trying to do this contortion-y burden reversal thing.
Answer my question.
You have the claim, dude. You have the claim. You're saying this only works on a globe, basically. Therefore, geometric horizon is what you're saying the stars are going behind. So you got to prove that exists then, and we've got lots of evidence that it doesn't.
Up.
What are you going to do?
Jeez.
Hey, do any of these star observations demonstrate a radius, diameter, or circumference of the globe? Can I get any of those three from looking up at star trails? This is to Jake or the other guy.
He's got to have a geometric horizon for what he said is happening. He said it has to happen this way. It only makes sense. It can only work this way. Therefore, what's necessary is a geometric horizon, the curvature of the ground that has to be there. Has to be there. Yes. So we've demonstrated many times that there is no geometric horizon. So are you able to prove otherwise?
So you're making the claim there is no geometric horizon?
Oh, well, what? I mean, we can just post the black swan again, and then I'll just ask you to prove that the horizon that appears further than 9 miles is actually at 1. If we can do that if you want.
Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, I can just post the black swan again. And then I'll just ask you to prove that the horizon that we see further than 9 miles is actually at 1, since this is your claim, ultimately.
Oh, wait. So if I'm understanding you right, you're saying my claim is you can't see further than 9 miles. Therefore, I can't make the claim that Polaris disappears as you walk south.
No, you're not understanding me right. No. Have you seen the black swan? You've seen the black swan. It's one of the most common things that gets posted here. I've been here many times. Oil rigs. There's 2 oil rigs. It's the most popular one that gets posted.
Okay.
It's just been posted now. Yeah, of course you have. The horizon's further than 9 miles. What you're telling me is that as a consequence of it only being possible. What, dude? Are you going to interrupt? Yeah, what you're telling me is that based on what you said, hold on. Based on what you said, that this will only work on a globe. You've told me then necessarily that horizon that we see further than 9 miles, geometrically, physically, must be at 1. So I'll need you to prove that. And if you're going to now argue with your own maths, then I would take that out the door. That's not going to be a very good look for you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that you just posted a meme. A meme that has Microsoft Word doc of equations at the top.
Okay. And you're going to discredit it because, because it's annotated. You're going to try to
finish the sentence. Yeah, is this going to be your strategy as you continue?
Well, I mean, you're attacking stuff that doesn't matter. Somebody put print on top of it to make some sort of a point.
I'm asking to be clear in your question. Not strawman me by saying, oh, here's this Microsoft Word meme of these equations that you agree to. This is the status quo. Where did this come from? Do we really... Is this...
So what are you doing? Where did what come from? The numbers?
Okay, my point is that you're going down your script, pulling up the most common meme in the server.
Yeah,
to my example of, hey, if you look at the horizon, you look at Polaris in the northern hemisphere, you walk further north, it gets higher in the sky. You walk further south, it starts to go low in the sky until you get to the southern hemisphere, and now the Southern Cross is dominant in the sky, and Polaris has disappeared. My case is that this only makes sense on a curved Earth.
Okay, so you're saying that. All right, so you're
explanation via a flat Earth.
That's a burden reversal because you've made a bunch of claims, and then at the end of it, you've tacked on.
Which claim are you disputing?
Dude, you don't want me talking over you, and now you've just derailed my thoughts, so I got to start again. You've made a claim that it's happening a certain way, and then you've put it on to me to make some sort of counterclaim against that claim when you provided no evidence for the first one that you made, dude. So that's why I'm going to the black one. Yeah, okay, listen, I told you. Why are we resetting? I told you what I need already because you say it's coming up over a curve. That means a geometric horizon. It's a physical limitation over the surface of Earth that I can see because of the curvature. That's what that is, geometric horizon. That would be at 1 mile in that picture. So you got to show that there actually is a physical limitation there at 1 mile, even though you're seeing over 9 miles of the surface. So that's your claim, essentially.
Do you see how you've derailed yourself?
I told you what I need from you, dude.
Very briefly, the claim that I made is that Polaris disappears as you go south. The Southern Cross becomes dominant.
Over what? Over what?
So if you're asking
over geometric, over curvature, right? Over curvature, right? According to you.
The Earth itself is
okay. So then, all right, yeah. Okay, so then geometric horizon. Okay, so then geometric horizon.
My sentence.
So geometric horizon.
I bring this fact of life up, and I make the claim that this only makes sense on a curved surface. Somehow you've brought in the memes and the math when I'm only asking you, make sense of this on a flat Earth.
I don't have a claim about it for a flat Earth. You've got a claim about it.
You're telling me I'm wrong. That's certainly a claim. But yet it's certainly true that Polaris disappears and the Southern Cross goes up.
Yeah, okay, why?
Because the Earth is round.
Okay, so see how you have the claim and you keep desperately trying to shift the burden onto me, dude.
It's easy for me because the one I ask you of, you panic. Just
no, dude.
No,
you're panicking, dude. You're panicking because you got the claim. Shut up. Hey, dude, stop talking through me. Stop talking through me. You've got the claim. I ask you to evidence it. I tell you what's necessary of the geometry. If that's true, I ask you to demonstrate that geometry exists so that we can validate your claim in some way. Shut up. No, don't.
I'm not give you evidence.
I'm not stop derailing my fucking thoughts, dude. I'm not done. No, I'm not asking for that. Take the wax out of your ears.
Because that's the only thing I've said.
Okay, just mute him. Just fucking
7 miles down in a different direction.
Somebody mute him. Just somebody mute him.
Let me explain something to him real quick. I'm just going to end this real quick. I know, and I'm going to end this really quick.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Can you answer a question for me before we move forward? I need to know that you can follow logic. All right. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
That's not going to end it.
You've already walked through this with the other guy. It wasn't compelling.
It's not going to end it. Look, dude, I already have the point here. He's saying that it's going over a geometric horizon. I'm trying to get him to establish the existence of that geometric horizon. Every single time we do that, he tries a burden shifty thing where he says, no, please, I want you to make a claim about this phenomena for your flat Earth. I didn't make a claim about it. I don't need a claim about it for a flat Earth. Apparently, you need a claim about this phenomena for a globe Earth, and I'm telling you what would be necessary and absolutely consequential if that were true. So I'm asking you to show it. That would be a geometric horizon that the stars go up and down and whatever around. So go ahead.
Hey, can I ask a question?
So if I'm understanding right, like when stars disappear on the horizon, that's not enough for the case that the horizon obscures our vision of the stars?
Well, okay. Yeah, what you're saying is that a geometric horizon of curvature of a globe is what's obscuring it. So now I'm asking you to prove that actually exists because according to this black swan observation and many others like it, it doesn't. So what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, what's important, Heretic, what's important is that he was saying it makes sense, and that's not evidence. When you say it makes sense, that's not evidence. You have to evidence the thing that you're talking about. It makes sense is not evidence. I don't know what realm. In what realm do you think that it makes sense equals evidence? That's not evidence, dude.
I parsed that out with him because I know that. So what I asked him was, is this necessarily happening on a globe? You're saying it can only happen on a globe. That's what you mean by it makes sense. And he said, yes. So that's his claim.
That's what I'm talking about is when the stars disappear on the horizon can only happen on a curved surface. I'm not even
making that's a claim. That's a claim, dude. You're making a claim. Now, you're making a claim. Great. Understand that very well. Okay, so the next step is you prove the claim. How are you proving the claim? You already said the claim multiple times over and over again.
Do you need?
Everybody heard it. We need you to show us that it is geometric. So that means that from an observer standing at a specific distance off into the horizon, he's going to be able to know that the curvature of the Earth is at a specific distance away that's predictable. Can you evidence
that? I'm trying to think of like something I can do. You know, I know that if I go watch the sunset on the beach with my girlfriend, 2 seconds. I know if I go watch the sunset on the beach with my girlfriend,
no, that's not
and
it.
then the sun sets beyond the horizon.
That's not working.
And then I take my drone up 20 feet in the air.
That's not working.
I can see a second sunset.
No,
that's pretty predictable and reliable.
No, that's not predictable because you don't have any distance measurement. The curvature of the Earth, according to the size
drone is 20 feet in the air.
You're gonna stop. So then, at what distance? Okay, so you got metrics now. The drone is 20 feet in the air. What's the distance to the horizon from the drone to the horizon?
Doesn't matter. The sun is there.
No, it does.
The sun disappears.
No, it doesn't.
The sun is there again. That's all that matters.
No. Nope. It's very, very specific. That means you have to know the details to where the distance to the horizon would be.
This is beautiful. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. But if you're gonna get all antsy on me about being specific and the absolute value is necessary, you got to remember that you haven't even produced a map. The map that you use is a round Earth or a projection of a round Earth. And so, are you asking me to measure my drone's camera to the horizon? Yeah. It's unnecessary for this experiment.
You have to. No, it is, because you want to know where the distance to the horizon is so that you can know that it conforms to the surface of the Earth being a curve. So you need to find out what the distance to the horizon is so that you can conform to the surface of the Earth being curved. If you don't know that information, then you can't tell me that you determined that it's curved. That's important information that you're leaving out. So you're not determining that it's a curve. You're just saying, well, it makes sense. Well, that's good and well. That's just a claim you're making. But you didn't support it with metrics, which we would need to conform to the metrics of the size of the Earth being a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 24,901 miles. So you're not determining that you're seeing the curve of the Earth. That's what you're not doing.
There's also a appeal to common sense fallacy.
Making a bare assertion, and then you're backing it up with a burden reversal, because at the end of your bare assertion, instead of providing evidence for it and supporting it, what you do is you flip it on us to try to make a counterclaim against your claim, which you never supported in the first instance. It's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, you added zero value to the conversation just then.
Okay, so
by pulling your wig off, by pulling your wig off, I'm sure you don't value that, dude.
All right, can I talk now? When I'm making the claim that I can see a second sunset by just putting my drone 20 feet in the air, and that's predictable and reliable,
who gives a crap?
And then you respond, can I finish?
Who gives a crap? No, because who gives a crap?
And then you respond with, I need to know the exact measurement from my drone's camera to the horizon. It's absurd. I'm simply making the case that observations that you and I can both do in our backyards using reasonableness.
You're gaslighting the audience. You're trying to gaslight the audience
and lasers.
You're trying to gaslight the audience. It's not absurd, dude. It's not absurd. There's certain metrics to your claim, and that it has to follow. They have to be there, and they have to be evidenced and observed, and they're not.
Yep, a drone going up 20 feet, and then you're just saying, well, we see a second sunset. Those aren't metrics. You need to get a distance to the horizon if your horizon is geometric. If it's a leading edge of the sphere, then you need to know from the drone to the horizon what the distance is to figure out how much drop over the distance there is. If it is a curve, and then you'd be able to evidence that and determine, but you're not doing that. You're leaving all that out.
You're only making that claim that I need to provide the evidence of the distance to the horizon because you're scared of my example. If you listen to
no one's scared,
listen, 2 seconds. If you listen to it again, you'd realize there's no value in me.
You're just gaslighting again, dude. Nobody's scared. We're trying to get you to evidence your claim, dude. Yeah, we're not scared. Yeah, we're begging you for the evidence, dude.
We're asking for the actual drone. Yeah, we're asking for the drone distance to the horizon. If it's up at 20 feet, okay, what's the distance to the horizon? You got to find out how much curve there is between the drone and the horizon, don't you? Or you just don't want to do that?
I don't think he knows what's the reason for the question of the distance.
He's wrap his head around it.
I think he's
wrap his head around it.
I think he understands it. He's just trying to avoid it.
Yeah,
but
that's what I figured.
Either way, yeah.
Feels that way.
I just feel like he doesn't know that there's a certain distance that horizon has to be supposedly to be the geometric. Right. Well, according to their
yeah. For what he said,
I don't think he does.
Yeah, for what he said to be true, it has to fall at that specific distance, and we see it not doing that. So he's got to. That's why I just said to him when we show him the black swan, you got to prove that the horizon we see further than 9 miles is actually physically, geometrically at 1. That's what you have to do because that's part of your claim. Absolutely, it's part of your claim. You can't get out of that.
I don't get it when he says we're scared.
He's scared.
We're addressing the very claim he's speaking of, and he doesn't want to finish it.
You have any proof that black swan horizon is at 1 mile? Because, I mean, if you change the subject, I'll just assume that you're scared of answering this question. Not answering sounds like you're scared too.
He clammed up.
Hey, I've got a question for
you. You unmuted me? I didn't realize.
Talking about mute shows me that you're scared of my question.
Okay, listen. If I told you it was 10 miles away or 150,000 miles away, what difference would it make to my claim about the stars disappearing and reappearing? And the sun disappearing and reappearing?
It would go from true to false. That's the difference.
Okay, so
there's a relationship between your elevation and the distance to the horizon. So if you don't want to claim a distance to the horizon, shut your pie hole and kick rocks.
Actually, I'll correct what I just said. It wouldn't go from true. It would go from possibly true to definitely false.
Do you guys have a measurement?
Why are you asking?
You don't.
So
you're scared of my question because you're burden reversing, dude. Yeah, well, we've got a measurement of it being beyond 9.4 miles. It should have been at 1 mile.
Okay, great. I don't care about your 9.4 miles thing because it's irrelevant to my argument.
No, it's not.
It's 9.4 miles or further. The point remains that if I fly my drone up in the air, I can see a second sunset.
That wasn't even your argument. You changed it all completely. You said that there is a physical Earth curve, that there's a geometric horizon, everything in the sky sets over it because of the physical curvature of the Earth, and that necessitates a horizon. In that picture,
you're making
1
my
mile.
Argument for me.
No, this is what you said. Okay, now you're trying to get. All right, he's got to go. All right, this guy's got to go because he's gaslighting again. Because that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did.
Exactly what my argument was.
No, you changed it to a drone. He changed his argument, and he's now pretending he never said the stuff he said before about Polaris and the Southern Cross and all that stuff. He's acting like it didn't even happen. He's trying to gaslight people.
That's a simple answer, man. Like, the lack of curvature means flat. So if you can't measure curvature, then it's obviously flat. And if the Earth is not curving, then whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah. He's going to try to gaslight and say it was just about a drone. And I moved the drone up and whatever. Yeah, you said the stars are going over a geometric horizon, bud. Deal with it. I think that you're scared of your own claim because you know that it's baseless and that you can't support it. So you keep trying to gaslight us and pretend you didn't make it and run to other things and try to change the topic and hope that we'll forget and hope that we won't hold you to what you said. But none of that's happening. Prove the geometric horizon because it's a necessary component of what you claimed is happening. Go ahead.
You don't even need a drone that goes up in the air. You could be on the ground and zoom in and see a second sunset.
Go ahead, prove your geometric horizon. That means 1 mile physical horizon in that picture where the horizon is seen further than 9.4. That's what that means. Prove that that's the case physically and geometrically. Go ahead. Unless you're scared and you're going to change the subject again.
No, you're scared. You're just going to mute me again.
No, I just don't want to listen to you red herring me, dude.
What I said is the observation about Polaris and the Southern Cross.
Okay, so you're not addressing what I said. So you're not okay. So you're done. You're done then because you're not addressing what I said, are you? Can you even repeat what I said?
What you said is strawmanning.
No, it's not.
I did those claims. I can rehash everything I just said. Listen.
No, we're not going to listen to you because you're not addressing what's actually been put to you at all. You just keep trying to change the topic, so you're obviously scared. You can't back your claim.
Play with them for a second.
It's like liar.
Play with them for a second because he keeps talking about you go higher and you see a second sunset. You can see a second sunset standing in the same place. So what does that tell you? If you zoom in.
I got unmuted.
So what does that mean?
Bro.
So you see a sunset dip below the horizon, you zoom in, you still see it. What happens then? What does that mean for your claim?
Magic zoom lens that goes around curves.
Are you trying to get into the script of like angular resolution versus all the different things of optics? Because when you're talking about zooming in, you're just talking about angular resolution, aren't you?
So why does that bring your sun back?
I don't think it does. Like, for example, if I see somebody swimming in the ocean, and then I speedboat away from them.
Yeah, we're not talking about people swimming in the ocean. We're talking about the sun. Why does it bring the sun back?
I think that's the point. It's like asking, why does it bring the person back? It doesn't. So you can just see it more clearly.
You watch the sunset.
Resolution.
Yeah, that's great. You watch the sunset, then you grab your kick-ass camera and you zoom in, and oh my God, there it is again. Why is that?
I already answered that question. Angular resolution.
No, you haven't. You've sidestepped it. You've done a spectacular job of it, you lying bastard. Stop sidestepping and answer the fucking question. Stop being a slime.
No, it's fine. No, his answer is fine. So it's angular resolution. So when you get higher and you can see the sunset again, it's angular resolution then?
If you zoomed in when you couldn't see it before?
No, not if you zoomed in, but if you increase your angle by going higher in elevation, is that also angular resolution?
I don't think so. I think that maybe that does fall in that category. I'm not sure. I'm not that versed on like all the optics stuff, but I know that when you're talking about zooming in on a camera, that's what we're talking about, at least on a basic level. But I guess my point was, okay, let's say that the sun disappears, now I zoom in, it reappears. This only works to some extent, right? After 5 or 10 minutes of this, okay, it's going to fully disappear no matter how zoomed in you are. But nonetheless, if we fly that drone up 50 feet in the air this time, we will see the sun again. And I think this, in the same light as my star example, only makes sense on a curved surface. And it doesn't matter about measuring the distance to the horizon. I'm just, giving you evidence to the claim that it's curved Earth, not flat Earth.
Can I butt in here? So
there's a lot of butting in going. Oh, did Elijah leave? Okay, he's gone.
No, I was just wondering what side of the argument.
Is this Discord?
I didn't.
Yo,
hello?
Can I ask you, Flat Earth, a question?
Let's hear from Israel. He's been trying to get in for a while.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I was just wondering, I'm kind of new here, and I mean, I've always heard that the Earth was round, but I mean, like, what is it about? I mean, what is the flat Earth thing? I mean, if you wanted to convince me.
You're not new, dude. We've talked to you like dozens of times.
No, it hasn't been that many. Maybe 3. It really
I remember seeing you I remember seeing you when we started this. But okay, what? We're saying that water seeks and finds its level. That would make the Earth a majority level, flat surface, horizontal, therefore making a globe impossible.
Because of water?
Yeah, it's horizontal over its surface at scale, yeah.
Until you drop it.
So even the water is horizontal? I don't really know.
Yeah, the lakes and the oceans are flat, is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna mute Hung for a second. So Israel.
Well, yeah, he wants to derail. Yeah, so go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. If I fill up a bathtub full of water, is the surface of that water gonna be flat or curved?
A bathtub? Yeah, you wouldn't see the curve even if it was. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
It might be flat or curved. I don't know.
Is it flat or is it curved?
I don't know. I'm saying it could be either one. I really don't know which one it is.
Well, okay, then how do you measure for curvature?
Me personally, or just people?
Fuck it, dude. Let's hear your personal explanation of how you measure curvature.
Well, I don't really ever. I mean, maybe once in a while without even knowing it, but with my eyes, how else would I do it?
Well, what are you looking at to determine whether or not something's fucking curving?
You would look for like a surface, water or land, right?
Okay. Obviously, you can't think critically of this, so I'm going to give you the answer. Okay. When you are looking over the surface of something, and if it's flat, you'll be able to see across it, right? It'll be parallel to your vision. There won't be any deviation from the parallel of your vision, right? And that's just using your vision. There's other tools you can use too.
So,
right? Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. So,
okay. So if something was curving, it would deviate from parallel, right? It would deviate from flat, right?
Yeah, but in like a small amount of water, like a bathtub, you couldn't tell. I mean, you wouldn't be able to know.
Is it flat or is it curved? If you have a bathtub full of water, is the surface of the entire fucking water flat or curved? It's a simple question.
It seems like it's flat, but I don't know.
Seems like what would make you think it seems like it's something else?
Well, so that's evidence for being flat then. Anything for the globe?
It looks like it's flat. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so anything for the globe then?
You're trying to factor in how much 8 inches a mile squared of curvature would be in this bathtub, I believe.
I think so too.
I mean,
what about a swimming pool? What about a swimming pool? If I go out to a swimming pool and fill it up with water, is the surface of that swimming pool water flat or curved?
How about Bolivian salt flat?
It seems flat. It seems flat. So I mean, okay, evidence that it's flat. Yeah. All right. Well, anything for a globe?
But I mean, if you're gonna look at anything and see the curve, that would have to be like a really long ways away. I mean, you can't just
how did they figure that out then? Because they're going around telling all of humanity that that's the case. So how did they figure that out when it seems to us that it's flat?
Wait, who's going around saying shit?
Well, the TV and whatever, media and, your schools and institutions.
The Earth is flat now.
No, it's round.
So
there's solid proof it's flat.
It's not flat?
It is, but okay.
No, I'm saying the schools are they saying that it's not flat?
No, dude.
What did you learn in school?
He misunderstood. Wait, he totally misunderstood what I said. Yeah, it's been said that the Earth is a globe, obviously. We know the obvious sources of the claim, yeah. Okay, so you've given us evidence that it's flat, because you said it seems so. It'd be evidence that it's flat. Now I'm saying, where's the actual support for the claim that it's a globe, then, if it seems flat?
So, why would I give you evidence that it's a globe when I know it's flat?
I'm talking to the other guy.
That was priceless.
9 out of 10?
That was good.
Well, because he's still kind of on the globe, and yet he's experiencing a flat world. So, I mean, I'm just like trying to get you to go through your own thought process and ask yourself how you know what you think you know.
So who's the person here that knows what they think they know, or whatever you said?
You, I thought.
The Earth is flat.
Because you're still kind of globe, Israel, right?
It's me? I thought you were talking to somebody else.
No, you. The whole time I've been responding to you. Other people are jumping in and making it confusing.
You're talking to me, you said?
You were calling me all those names?
I don't think I called you any names.
Yeah, you guys, hold on. Hold on.
Wait, somebody
is
say
Heretic? No, listen. Heretic and Israel. That's the only two people talking right now.
No, but somebody was responding to me.
Oh my God, nobody was ever talking to you, dude. You just jumped in.
See, I thought you were talking to him the whole time. That's okay. My bad, man.
No, he's a side character.
All right. Shit.
Wait, so you guys are talking to me now?
Oh yeah, they're doing that on purpose. Okay, cool.
Jesus.
It's a funny troll.
No, it doesn't matter. But what were you asking me? You were saying something about
it. Doesn't matter. It's all lost. Whatever. Just cook. Whatever. Go on with whatever you want to say next. The conversation's been totally kiboshed. Cooked.
Yeah, I didn't mean for it. I didn't do that. Did I?
Oh, we had a bunch of side characters jumping in and making a mess. Yeah, making a mess of things. Yeah.
They all left. So I mean, if you want to reset, they both ran off.
Well, that was a really simple thing. I mean, you just said that it seems flat. So I just asked you, okay, well, how do we get from that to it's a globe?
No, I'm not saying it's not a globe or anything like that. what I'm saying is, like, okay, it seems flat to everybody, of course. I mean, when you're a little kid and you're growing up, the world seems flat. Even when some adults think it seems flat. But that has no, like, it could be round, it could be flat. Whatever we think does not fucking matter, is what I'm saying.
All right. So, I still no answer to the question, but I give up.
No, you know what? I told you I thought you were talking to somebody else because I wasn't even listening the first time.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter anymore. By this point, I should have made it clear enough what the question is.
I tried to. Okay, ask me again then.
Okay, it seems flat. How do we get from that to it's a globe?
So we, like me and you, or just me, or who
you said it. Your experience is it seems flat, yeah?
So me.
Yeah, so how do you jump from that, okay, your experience, to actually it's a globe?
Oh, I don't know. I've never went to flat to it's actually a globe. I've never done that in my life, so I can't tell you how it's done.
You don't think it's a globe?
I don't know actually, but I've never went to.
Fine. All right, fine.
I've never
I'll
went
leave it
from
there
one
for
to
now.
the other, or like jumped, like you're saying. You know,
All right, fine. I'm just gonna leave it there for now.
Have you? Did you used to be a globe earther and now you're a flat earther? Did you jump the same kind
I already know you're a glober because I've had past conversations with you. But if this is what you want to do right now, fine, whatever. I'm not going to force.
No, I really don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, but I'm here to listen to you guys and make my opinion off that. I mean, but so
why would you make your opinion off of what somebody else says?
I've always done that. I think everybody does that. I mean, everything you know is from somebody else, so you're,
that's not true.
Well, yeah, you're right. Not everything, not 100% everything, but most things for sure.
Is Jake still here? Let's see. I mean, instead of asking, I could have just looked. Sorry. No, he's gone. Answer my question. I didn't need that.
So now I'm the one. Now since he's gone, I'm the one that you guys are going to pick on.
Yeah,
it's all right. Yeah, no, I'm cool with that.
You sound thick-skinned. You'll be all
right. For sure.
So why do you believe in a globe?
You asking me?
No, I'm chewing on bricks, but either way, it's probably bad for me teeth. Yes, I'm asking you.
There's a lot of people in here. But anyway, okay, so I don't. I mean, if I had to choose one, I would say, yeah, I probably do. But I don't, like, constantly believe in it, you know?
So you've never gone out to validate or prove this globe is true and correct?
Fuck no. Why would
Interesting.
I do that? I'd have to be like a...
So you're not just a believer?
Why would anybody do that?
Because some people don't want to be believers. They want to know. They want to know the truth.
Okay.
You get told these grand stories of the earth is this big and the earth spins and the earth tilts and the earth does this orbit around the sun. So we go out to try to verify these things and we find out that these things don't happen.
And that's the thing I'm kind of confused about too, is like, whatever you're saying, how it, I don't know, whatever. I mean, nobody really knows. Either one.
What do you mean no one knows? What's stopping you from doing some kind of long-range observation or a laser transition or something like that? What's stopping you from doing it?
Well, I thought everybody's done that. I mean, hasn't everybody looked at, like, the horizon? I mean, name somebody that hasn't done that, you know?
You've been to the beach on calm days and you've looked out and gone, that horizon looks mad. I wonder how far out that is. And no one ever knows because there's no demarcation. It's not like there's a set of white poles that stick out of the water every 200 yards where you can go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 miles.
Yeah.
There's no markers there, so you don't know. So every now and then, you get something that's some kind of identification marker, demarcation, so we know how far out it is. Like there might be a cruise liner or some kind of massive tanker ship that's got GPS on it, and we can go, well, I'm standing at position X. If we jump online and look up where that ship is, we can go, oh, look, he's 10 miles out or 20 miles out. That's funny. The horizon's behind him. Well, I'm only 5 foot tall. The horizon should be... And you ask yourself the questions.
I agree with everything you said, but except for that, people can only see a certain distance or can see a lot. Like everybody sees differently.
The reason we say that they only see a certain distance is that is based on the given radius of 3959 miles. Because if that number is true and correct, then due to the curvature, anything beyond the horizon you should not be able to see. Now, if I'm standing out there at 6 foot tall and I'm seeing 20 miles out, that's a bit of a problem for the so-called curvature.
But nobody can see that far, though.
So you're telling me you can't pick up a set of binoculars or a kick-ass camera or something like that and go, oh.
Yeah,
but you shouldn't be able to. Cameras and binoculars don't bend around the curvature that's supposed to be there, my friend.
I never did a straight, what I thought would be a straight line.
You can see islands from 20 and 30 miles away.
I've only looked into space. That's it. Like, I don't give a shit about other land. Like, I'm not going to see much. So I always look into space.
Other land, extraterrestrial, extra land.
You're not going to see anything with a telescope looking at, like, on the Earth. Like, could you possibly see?
You've trained yourself because of all the indoctrination stuff. You've been trained. Oh, well, you're not going to see anything looking across there. Well, actually, you can see the horizon, and you can establish the fact that, hang on a minute, at this elevation above that patch of water, I should, due to the curvature, only see a certain distance. And you can use Earth curve calculators. Jump online. Use one of the many calculators that are there. They're not designed by flat earthers. They're designed by globers, so they know how far they should be seeing. All we do is grab their tools and go, ha-ha, thanks very much, Charlie. We're using your shit. That's it. It's like the Black Swan. Punch the distance. We know his elevation was 1 foot. You can watch the video. He nearly drops his camera in the water. I think it was his phone in the water.
I'm saying is what I've seen. I don't really... What other people say, I mean, if I haven't seen it, I'm not going to really...
You'd be surprised.
My own fucking research,
When you start looking into it, you'll start thinking back of all of the times you've seen some long-distance thing, you've gone to the beach and you've seen some big cruise liner slowly sailing away or some shit like that. It'll be amazing the amount of times you'll think back now and go, you know what? I do want to know how far away that was. Or there'll be one of your mates will be in a boat. Oh, yeah, we went out 10 mile fishing and we could still see the land.
But if you've ever seen that, I mean, if you've ever seen that in real life, even with a telescope, it's not that far away. I mean, what is it? How many miles could that be? Like maybe 2? Where someone's on the ocean and it looks like really far away. It's really not.
Well, it's you'll be surprised. What you think is only 2 miles and it doesn't look that far away, when you actually start looking into it, you'll realise that they're probably 15, 20.
But I actually, it can't be that far away. It's not 10, 15 miles away and you can see them.
With binoculars and telescopes and high-powered cameras, you can quite
be a little tiny dot. I'm talking about like actually seeing, not a dot, but something like It's not.
I think instead of just saying we should not, how about you go and do or do not and see for yourself?
Oh, I have. That's why I'm telling you. I mean, I've seen that.
So you're telling me you've gone to the beach and you've gone, oh, look, there's a bloody great big oil tanker. I'm going to watch it sail away. That looks like it's 2 miles away. I need my binoculars.
No, nothing like that. Nothing what you said, but kind of close. So yeah, I mean, if I just saw any kind of anything, I would pick up my binoculars and look at it. So
how about
exactly,
so what long distance observation did you make? What long distance observation did you make?
Who's trying to yell over the top of me?
This is Sheepdog. I'm sorry, Matrix. I just wanted to know what kind of long distance observation Israel made, because it sounds like he's only made like a short long distance observation. Oh yeah, that looks kind of small. I'm just curious. I just wanted to see what kind of numbers you got to throw around, or did you even like try to determine how far away something was when you were looking at it horizontally?
But hasn't everybody here done that same thing?
Done what?
I mean, why are you saying like observing shit? I mean, why are you saying that I'm the only one that's doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I observe things, but sometimes I get curious and I want to know how far away it is. Have you ever done that?
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Right. So what thing did you look at and how far away was it?
Okay, I don't know how far away it would be, but I mean, just other boats.
Oh, so you saw boats going over the horizon?
I don't know if it was the horizon or not. All I'm saying is, once you look so far, you can't see them anymore.
Oh, so you saw a boats disappearing bottom up, and so therefore that's the geometric curve of the Earth.
And not just boats. I mean, I'm just like hills and shit like that. I mean, you can only look so far. I mean, even with binoculars, you can't look forever. I mean, even with a telescope, you can't, unless you're looking at
every single optic has its own limitations. So what I want you to do next time you get the privilege of going to the beach, you might live there, I don't know. Naked eye, stand there, watch a ship disappear, and then when you go, that's it, it's gone. That is what we were told was the distance that things disappear over the horizon due to our own optic limitations. Then grab your camera or your binoculars or your telescope and then have a look back where that ship should be and watch what happens. If it's already gone over the curve and you're now bringing it back into view just because you've changed the optic, that doesn't magically flatten a curve out. Remember, it's supposed to be a wall.
Hey, Israel, what if I can show you things disappearing bottom up over a flat surface?
It's probably something that I've seen before, but either way, it's just a picture. I mean, I don't know if it's real.
It's a video where you can see the things clearly, and then there's something that happens, and now you can no longer see the things clearly because they've disappeared bottom up.
Send it to me. Yeah, I'll watch anything, but still, I just.
It doesn't.
As I'm getting this video together, and there's several videos. I mean, I can pick any string of them.
But bro, unless I know where.
If.
Go ahead.
You're looking at something over a flat surface and you see it disappearing bottom up obstruction, which means there's no curvature causing the bottom up obstruction. Does that mean that things disappearing bottom up from view only happens over a globe?
No, he's saying that on a beach you can zoom back in on a ship that disappeared and it would be the whole thing. It won't be what you're talking about. It won't be disappear from bottom up.
Dude, you're literally like mixing both sides of the argument. You're mixing what Matrix said and Israel said. You're not even being coherent right now, dude. So just go back on mute. Chris, go back on mute.
So he was taking me and what I said and what somebody else said and mixing.
Yeah, he was mixing both arguments together and trying to make it a coherent thought.
Well, maybe it could have.
Go back on mute, Chris, or I'll mute you. Okay, cool. So anyway, I'm gonna go and find this video that I promised you I would find. Okay.
The thing is, I've seen a lot of videos, and I don't care. Like, I don't think any of them, like, nobody. I don't know if they're real or not.
If you don't care, may I ask why you're here?
No, I do care. I didn't mean to say. I didn't mean that. I meant to say, like,
you're saying that bottom up obstruction can only happen over the curved surface.
No, I'm saying I don't
you're saying that boats going over the curve and not being able to see a boat anymore is proof that the Earth could be a globe. It doesn't have. It couldn't happen on a flat surface.
I've always thought about that. I mean, because I have like this vision where I can't see anything up close, but I can see shit really far away. And so I've always, since I was a kid, I've always looked as far as I could, and I could see like I could never sit in one spot. Like if it's plains, like if it's a long without mountains, I couldn't ever just sit there and like see anything in the distance, unless there was like really close mountains and I could see those. But like if it's flat,
right, for the same reason that you can't see. If I held a penny up in front of you and then I walked a mile away holding the penny up, you'd still be able to see me, but you wouldn't be able to see the penny, right?
A mile away, yeah, I might be able to see you. Yeah. He'd be a little.
You'll be able to see me, but you won't be able to see the penny.
You'd be like a little ant.
Right. So I'll put the video in the side chat for you. Let me see how long it is. It's 7 minutes. I think you only need to watch maybe 5 or 6, but I mean, it's up to you if you want to watch the whole thing.
I'll check.
I would love for you to watch it and then come back and talk about it.
Oh, I'll watch anything, and I guarantee when I come back, I'm not gonna have any kind of different opinions. I've seen all of that shit.
Have you seen this video before?
I don't know which video. Still, I don't know. I'm when it comes to Discord, I'm stupid. I don't even know how to look at something while at the same time talking on here. So,
all right, that's cool, man. Sounds like you just don't know a whole lot of anything, and you're just really, really, really confused. But you see boats go over the horizon, so you think the Earth's globe.
Yeah, well, maybe we can get Crown Me or something to provide some evidence.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
This really doesn't seem up to the task. This is Raider. Maybe these guys have some potential.
Yeah, maybe these guys have some different than me.
I think my biggest hope right now is in Crown. What's his name? Crown Me.
I agree.
I haven't heard him speak yet, so that's what I have the highest confidence in.
Right.
Because as soon as I hear these guys speak, that just drops through the floor.
It just gets worse. Well, let's see who else. There's Crown Me. He's not muted. That Titty was pretty cool. I like him. We can hang out and have a beer.
Well, I mean, he's a flat earther, and that's no fun.
Sorry to disappoint.
It'd be so cool if we were just all hanging out like in a big ass room. We can just talk to each other, drink beers and shit, smoke some weed, whatever.
That's what we're doing.
We're doing
that. Yeah, me too.
There's a lion.
Hell yeah.
Shit, I'll crack a beer. Let's do it.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, Dandelion is here. Crown Me. It's safe now. You can talk to Dandelion.
Am I the place Crown Me?
We need a safe space, Dandelion. Can you create one?
Oh, yes, I will create one. Yes, I'm drawing a circle around myself. The circle is big enough for one glober to be in the safe space with me.
What have you done? Drawn a circle of salt.
Yeah.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. All right, that's my lunchtime over. Tag, you're it.
What have you guys been doing?
Well, I was bait actually to try to get him to talk, but it didn't work, so.
Too bad.
Like they want to talk about all these things that happen in the sky, and then when we say, okay, what about the curvature of the Earth? Oh yeah, it's definitely curving, and then we ask for a measurement, and then it goes, or they just spiral.
Sounds familiar. I think I've heard that story before.
So when do you think maybe they'll start writing some serious books about this shit? You know, because we need to get it out there if it's true.
Well, there's flat Earth books. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I don't have any. I didn't know they existed.
Oh yeah. There's quite a few. I mean, I can put some in the side chat if you want. I mean, some of them are old, some of them are new.
I'll read anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some that are on archive.org. I don't know if you like reading on the computer. I mean, I prefer reading an actual book myself, but
yeah, me too.
You can always look at it and then order it if you like it.
Hell yeah. I just hope it tells me something I haven't read already.
Did you watch my video, Israel? I bet it tells you something you don't already know.
I'm sorry, I haven't, man. I've only been on here. Sorry, dude. I can't watch that when I'm talking, you know.
Are you playing video games?
No, me? No, I'm just sitting here. I'm not doing shit. I'm just talking to you guys.
Go watch my video. Oh, it's not my video.
Okay, I don't. First of all, I hold on. I never get on. I haven't been on Discord in probably 6 months, or maybe I don't know how long it's been. So I don't.
If you click on the link, it'll take you straight to the browser or the app, depending on what you're using.
And it's hold on. So I can't see who it is talking. So what's the name? What's your name on the?
Keep going. Just look for the highlighted post because I tagged you in it, so that way you can find it real easily.
Yeah, I think I'm on the wrong thing. I'm trying to find it.
Side chat.
I clicked on that. I didn't see anything though. Hold on. I don't know. Sorry, man. I don't know. I don't know how to do it.
Well, anyway, Dandelion, he's got boats going on the curve and you can't zoom back in, so therefore the Earth's a ball.
Who?
Israel, the guy that you were just talking to.
Oh, okay.
Me? What did I say?
You think that boats on the horizon prove a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. I was saying that I didn't say I know or that I even think it. All I said was it seems like it is because I've seen it, you know, and I have this weird vision where I can see really far away, but I can't see shit up close. And I've always observed shit really far away since I was a little kid. And yeah, stuff starts to, like, you can't see. I mean, you can't see really far away.
Hold on, out of curiosity, how tall are those boats?
Even with like a fucking telescope or something, if you just look at the flat land, you can't see shit after a few miles, you know?
Yeah, because of the limitations of human vision, not because of Earth curve.
But I mean, even if you use a telescope, you still wouldn't be able to see anything.
The limitations of human vision just means that you can't see something that's that small, but it doesn't mean like, hey, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. If you can't see it at all, even with a telescope, that means that it's dropped off the horizon, not just it's small.
Oh, curvature, hey?
Yeah. Right.
All right, so the reason why I ask how tall are those boats, just like give me an estimate, is because with that number, I can tell you, hey, if it's this number of feet tall, you should be able to see it for this many miles out. I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't know the measurements or anything, but yeah,
Well, just give an estimate. Like, hey, if it's 20 feet tall, hey, you should be able to see it. I don't know, like
he doesn't
6
know.
miles out or something.
He said he saw the boat off in the distance go past the horizon and disappear.
Yeah, so if it's a 20 feet tall boat, you should be able to see it for 6 miles, which means he's roughly right.
Yeah, you should be able to see it for a really long way, and that's the thing I've always realized since I was a kid is that you can't see that like really, really fucking far away. Even though you can see the moon with the same telescope, you can see the moon's craters, but you can't.
You know where the moon is. You know what it is. You know how far it is. How far you're looking.
No, I don't
Let's stick to the ground. Stick to the earth. Let's keep it grounded here. All right. So something's dropping over a curve, a geometric horizon. Does anybody have evidence of that curve?
You can measure it.
Okay, tell us how.
Okay, so if an object is roughly 20 feet tall, if it goes 6 miles out, you should stop being able to see it after about 6 miles.
This sounds hypothetical because you're telling me what I should have happened for me. Has somebody actually physically measured this curve?
I don't know. Has anybody ever gone 6 miles out away from you over the ocean?
Well, you're asking me a question, so I'm just going to take that as a no. Next.
Nobody's ever done that. Okay.
No, I don't think so. Because every time we ask, we just get bullshit like this. So that's what it looks like. Yep.
Nobody has ever traveled 6 miles over the ocean.
Oh, nobody's measured the curve that you said you were about to provide a measurement for. And then
I just told you, if you go farther than about 6 miles over the ocean, you stop being able to see ships, roughly, yeah.
Yeah, I know that's your claim based on your presupposition of the curve that we asked you to measure, dude. Next.
Okay, that's a really easily testable hypothesis, but okay, go ahead.
Why would you even have that hypothesis? That would have been derived. That would have been derived from measurements of the thing in the first place. Before you would say hypothetically, here's what's going to happen. You'd have to have the measurements already. You have to have the metrics already because you got the metrics. You're telling me how far it's going to be before it disappears and vanishes. So you've already got the geometry. You have the dimensions of it. How?
Oh yeah.
How?
But how do you explain it even disappearing
No, don't ask him anything. I want him to answer that question. How?
No,
Where'd you get that? Yeah. Well, no. Don't.
Well, okay. So we have knowledge of how large the Earth is from satellites in orbit. We have estimates of how large the Earth is from the fucking Greeks walking across the planet and Eratosthenes.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide a measurement. Yeah, cite whatever you got, whatever you like the best. Go ahead. Let's cite it.
We have those estimates. Okay, so
something. Yeah, go ahead. Well, it's 24,901 miles allegedly. Now, how is that measured?
That can be measured by satellite. That can be measured on Earth itself.
Okay, well,
how did they measure it before they put the satellite in orbit?
So how they measured before they put the satellite in orbit is through shadows. You know, if you want the ancient Greeks, I don't know how they did it in the fucking 1950s.
Yeah, they used a horizontal baseline with 2 different elevation angles, so that would be a flat Earth.
I'd have to go and look into how they did it. I'm not going to trust your take on it because it's probably done.
Well, I mean, why do you trust your take on it? You don't have a clue what they did.
Just get pictures of it. I mean,
you trust your take and your conclusion, and you have no clue what they even did that you're basing that conclusion on. That's wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that you're so confident in your flat Earth, but you know, hey, you
because you're like this. Yeah, because you're like this. All you guys are like this. So yes, I am.
So okay, so how do you explain the pictures of the Earth? How do you explain the pictures from anybody else? You know,
how do you explain pictures of Bigfoot? How do you explain pictures of the Loch Ness monster? How do you explain pictures of unicorns?
It's conspiracy. So everybody's lying to you. I understand. You're smart.
I don't know. So what I would do is, if you posted a picture alleging it's a photograph of what we live on, I would say, "How did you verify that?" And then what would you say?
Okay, 1 sec. Let me do that.
All right.
Bro, can I ask you a question again?
Make sure you hold his hand while you do it, Heretic.
Here is a photo from the Chinese. Have fun.
So,
okay, how'd you verify that?
I can post you a picture from NASA, people who have absolutely no reason to agree with them.
Oh, okay. So you just cross-referenced it with another person making the claim. So no actual evidence was found.
Okay, no contradiction to the evidence was found.
Well, yeah, there was. You want to go China versus NASA? Yeah, there is a contradiction. Let's show you some pics from the Chinese space station.
Yeah, how come one of them shows a bubble above the Earth and the other one doesn't?
I like China space.
Bubble above the Earth. That's fucking called the atmosphere, dude.
How'd you verify that?
One of them is lower than the other. You know how high the atmosphere goes.
Well, those two images don't look the same. So how'd you verify that one was verifying the other?
What do you mean they don't look the same? One of them is higher than the other. One of them is lower than the other.
One of them got stars, and one of them doesn't.
How'd you verify those?
When you people say verify, you mean, did I go up to the space station and see it with my own eyes? That's the only thing that you people would believe. And even if I said that, you'd call me a liar. Because the people who have actually been up there, you call liars. So what am I supposed to do?
I didn't call them a liar. You're straw manning, dude. You know, the Chinese...
straw man. Okay.
Yeah, the Chinese have a space program. They allege to have been up there. The imagery they show us is flat. So what?
No, it isn't. Send me
the what Hell's Angles just posted, that's something from the Chinese space station, allegedly. That's what the Chinese give us. So how do we pick and choose what we're going with?
That's not flat.
What Hell's Angles posted, it's not flat?
No, it's not completely flat.
Okay, well, all right. Show the measure. Yeah, show the measure of the curve then.
So that's a GIF. You realize that there's several images in there.
Okay,
one of those
I just
images,
posted a video.
I can see a clear curve, and I can see a really definite curve in that one. That's a fucking sphere right there.
So is it optical, that curve? Is it some sort of optical distortion, like the result of a lens effect or something like that, barrel distortion, what have you, or is it a physical curve of the Earth?
I can actually see a curve in the video that you just sent.
Yeah, I know, and that can be imparted by lenses, as you know, obviously, because you're not a complete moron, right? Or it could also just be
you're going to say there's a fisheye
animation
lens?
effect.
Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm going to say, how do you know what it is, optical or physical?
It's physical.
Okay, based on what measurement?
I'm staring at the pieces of equipment on
That's
the satellite itself, or on the
It's not a
space
measurement
station,
because in the Chinese video I just posted, we have them showing the horizon completely horizontal.
Me. You aren't even
we have a bunch of Windows 95 animation of the Earth spinning.
Line on the arms from the space station, and they're straight. If it was an optical effect from the lens of the camera, then those would be curved. You see that on fisheye lenses all the time. Even straight lines are curved. It would have to be directly in the center of the image for a optical effect for it to be curved. But you don't want to say that.
It's wrong.
The horizon is curved, but nothing else is.
So if it were in the center of the image, it wouldn't distort. It's everything outside of that does. You got it all wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that I did. But yeah.
You did. Yeah, you did.
If it's just said, if it's the center of the image, it's not distorted. But is this a fisheye lens? No, it's not. The things that are not in the center of the image.
What lens did they use?
It's what kind of lens? I don't know the fucking name of it, but it's not fisheye.
Yeah, so you can't. Okay, how do you know that? What lens did they use?
It's not fisheye. It doesn't look like a fisheye.
What one is it? Give me a model number, dude. Not fisheye. That's not a model.
Okay, so you want me to go look up and this is exactly what I mean.
Telling me what they use. So what is it? You could just measure the surface. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like you eyeballed it, and to your judgment, it doesn't seem to be one. So to confirm the imagery that you're going with, that you say represents the physical world. Yeah, okay, all right, dude, stop spiraling. So what you can do is measure the ground to determine that the imagery is false or whatever.
Dude,
so
if it was a fisheye lens, it would curve away. It would curve into the lens.
You've already shown your ignorance of camera lenses. Okay, so why don't you provide measurements of the surface? Yes, you have, dude. Okay, I just posted one from the
lens. How do they work? Let me post
I'm not interested in listening to you meltdown, dude. I just posted one from the Chinese. It shows a completely flat, straight, horizontal horizon. Not what you're showing us at all. And in the imagery you show us, we got concave, convex, it bends all over the place, obvious lens effects. So the question then becomes, what do we take on board? What do we trust? We're going to use measurement to come to that conclusion. What do you have for measurement of the surface that you say is curving? Go ahead.
This is a fisheye lens. If the Earth was really curved...
Okay, dude. We know what a fisheye lens is. I just went through it. Measurement, please.
Measurement, please. I gave you a measurement. It's about 20 feet for every 6 miles it drops.
Okay, that's a claim. Yeah, okay, that's a claim. All right. What tool was used to measure that?
Mathematics. You don't like it? Go measure.
Is mathematics a measuring tool? So a carpenter comes by and he's going to measure something and he's going to use mathematics. Is that the tool he's going to whip out?
Yeah, he'll probably measure some things. He'll pull out a ruler and then he'll say, yeah.
A ruler. Okay, a ruler is a measuring instrument. Okay, so what instrument was actually used to get these measurements? Go ahead.
What measurements?
What, dude? Did you forget? What? Dude, no, I'm not going to let you talk through me to say something that stupid. What, the ones you just claimed? Did you forget already? It was not 1 minute ago even that you said that you had measurements, okay? I mean, are you this far into your dementia already, dude? Yeah, the ones you just claimed.
So you're the only guy who talks in this chat because...
No, dude. I want to know what measurements. With what instrument? Let's start with that. What tool was used to take the measurements that these values were derived from that you're rattling off? Go ahead.
The fucking shit. You don't care about lenses. You don't care about the...
Okay, you're melting down. This is not the time, I guess, because you're in a crisis right now. So maybe not now.
Yo, I've got a question for you guys.
Shoot.
So when are we going to convince people, like I was trying to say earlier, like that every...
We don't have to convince them.
Huh?
No, we don't have to convince them.
No, hold on. Let me finish what I was saying.
All right.
No, I was going to say, like, how could we do that? And you're right. How can we? But how could we change?
I don't care. I don't care.
I mean, how could you...
Did you ever see The Matrix, Israel?
I just don't care, dude. The fun runs out if they all come over here. Like, I prefer that they stay spiraling on the globe, personally.
But how did you get them?
Israel
was wrong. That's like 2,000 years.
Israel, because it's never been verified or duplicated, and sticks and shadows don't fucking verify anything.
Wait, what's never been duplicated?
Nobody's making those measurements anymore. Nobody ever does it.
I never brought up measurements or anything like that. You might be thinking of somebody else.
That's what a sticks and shadows are, right? Is measurements of angles. Shadow angles don't prove curvature.
Yeah, but that's not what
you would need to know the distance to the sun in order to know the angle of the shadow and why it's doing it.
You're thinking of somebody else. It's not me.
Well, I'm just explaining to you. You have to know the size of the sun and the distance to the sun in order to understand why the shadow is making the angle that it's making.
But I don't know shit about angles. I've never even talked about that.
That's what you were asking about. You were asking about Eratosthenes and the Greeks 2,000 years ago.
No. I wasn't doing that. I don't even know who that is. You're thinking of somebody else. It wasn't me.
Yeah, well, your boats thing, anyway, you can bring the boat back into view, like Sheepdog said, and water lies flat in its container. At no time is any water bending around an imaginary curve. There's no mechanism that would allow water to bend anyway. So there's your answer to that question. Things aren't disappearing out of view because of this imaginary curvature. It's because of limitation of vision, atmospheric conditions, and other natural phenomena. In terms of your idea about, trying to get the word out about flat Earth, I mean, getting the word out, I mean, it's important. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. That's why we're in here telling people about it. But it's not like there's a lot of factors involved with that where, I mean, that's not exclusive to flat Earth. That's just the nature of the current lockdown world of information, as well as the fact that any kind of true grassroots effort is always going to be thwarted almost before it even gets started, especially in the case of Flat Earth, where before it even began to leak out into the consciousness of just returning to the baseline of normalcy where we used to be, accepting the Earth as it actually is, they already had the counter campaign with the limited hangout, controlled opposition, Flat Earth Society rolled out way before any of that happened. So nothing's going to happen naturally. All you can do is just, talk to people right in front of you if you feel like it. And if somebody wants to find it, you can find it. I mean, I could just put 3 books. You asked for books. I put 3 books there in the side chat. If you scroll up, the first 2 are on archive.org. The third one just is a link where you could order it from the library if you want, or you could just, save your pennies and order it from a bookstore. Zetetic Astronomy, Kings Dethroned, and The Greatest Lie on Earth. So anyone could, order those books and read them. Highly recommended. I mean, there's information out there. Sure, there's propaganda, there's censorship. But anyone who's really looking for the information, who's willing to follow the trail of information where it leads, is going to find it. So I don't really know where you were going with that.
So do you think it would be a good book even for people to just try to debunk it, to buy?
How about just read it, just to read it and see what happens?
Yeah, either way.
Yeah, I mean, people have been trying to debunk this for a long time, and no one succeeded, because the point is that it's not the flat earth the flat earth doesn't need to be debunked. It's not even like, how can you debunk something that to start with is a falsification argument? I mean, we're debunking the globe. So, I mean, I guess you could debunk the debunking. I mean, people do that. I'm not saying that they don't, but to do that, the only way to do that would be to produce positive evidence of curvature, not the fisheye lenses that people have been putting in the chats, in the past 5 minutes or whatever, not claims that can't be backed up by evidence, not images that could easily be doctored, but an actual measurement of curvature where an object is obscured behind the curvature when it never actually happens in reality, and lasers hit the target when the target should be obscured behind 297 feet of drop at a distance of 25 miles, for example, just one example. So at no time has any of this ever been debunked, and it never will be, because the shape of the Earth isn't going to magically warp. It's already not a globe, so at no time is it going to become a globe.
So it's good for those people that are selling those books, because most people do think the Earth is a globe. So that's what's selling their books, because you have curious people out there.
Yeah, the books aren't selling. Yeah, you're not going to sell a flat Earth book. I mean, the information's free. Yeah. I mean, whatever. That's nobody's doing flat Earth to try to make money off selling books. I don't think. I mean, actually, somebody might be doing that, but I don't want to be, negative about what other people are doing. They can do whatever they want, but you're not going to have like a bestseller. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's going to happen. You can just have your little book and maybe sell some copies or whatever. It's cool.
It could be a bestseller for a certain group of people. If it's really good and you become really popular, then you can sell shit. It doesn't matter what the topic is.
Can I ask you a question, Israel?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question? Let me make a statement and just see if you agree with the logic. It's easier to convince somebody of a lie than to convince them that they've been lied to.
Probably, yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
It'd be easier to convince somebody that the Earth is a globe than to convince them that they've been lied to about the shape of the Earth.
Well, it could go either way.
People are very resistant. They're resistant to the information. They're resistant to the information. That's why, to actually go out and buy a book. I mean, a lot of times when somebody gets to that point, it's like they already understand the basic truth that there's no globe, and then they're just like trying to study up on the details or whatever. But because it's an emotional bridge. I mean, it sounds like you haven't gotten over it. Like, to let go of the globe. It's a thing you have to do. It's like a psychological thing. You just have to let it go. Let that globe go. Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess so. What if they're? I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. Like, I don't know how to make a good.
As far as convincing people, trying to make people wake up, You've seen The Matrix, right?
Yeah, when I was like, dude, I don't remember.
Do you remember that scene when Morpheus and Neo are standing at the door, and Morpheus tells Neo, "I can only show you the door. You have to walk through it."
I'm sorry, I don't, but I'm interested. Like, tell me the story.
Well, I mean, it's just when he wants to go, when Neo is being shown the truth and he's trying to wake up to what's going on in the world around him, in the reality around him. He is then brought to a door with Morpheus. Morpheus is helping him along the way. And Morpheus brings him to this door. But if Neo wants to know the truth, Neo has to open the door himself. He has to go and he can't have his hand held the entire step of the way. I'll give you an example. When my daughter was younger, I would point to a bird that was like maybe 100 feet away, 150 feet away. And I would say, "Look at that bird." And my daughter would look off into the distance and she wouldn't know what the hell she was looking at. She couldn't find a bird.
Right.
No matter, even if it's like so obvious and it's right there flying around, she can't see it as I'm pointing my finger at it. Like, she's not picturing what I'm picturing. So if I'm telling you all these things and your mind is conditioned to disagree with that, then you're never going to see it from my point of view. The only way that you're going to see it from my point of view is if you put the same shoes on that I put on and go walk the walk.
Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's, I mean, people don't give it credit when you say, like, I know what I'm talking about, like any subject. You could be like a high school dropout and you could be talking to someone with a master's degree, but you could know more about one thing than they do, but they're not going to fucking believe you, because they're higher or whatever. But dude, I guarantee you, like, most of us here know more shit than most people, I think. Do you guys agree with that?
No. I only know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know.
But I think that you guys know that you're smarter than most people.
I don't know who I'm smarter than or not. I think of myself as fairly intelligent. I'm more honest than I consider myself intelligent. So I like to think that I'm more of an honest person and willing to be honest and admit when I'm wrong or speak the truth when I'm looking for the truth.
And let me guess, this quality you have has got you lonely. Am I right about that?
Nope.
Really?
I'm married, got 3 kids.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Good. All right.
I've got some friends that are flat earthers. I've got some friends that aren't flat earthers. I practice jiu-jitsu.
Hell yeah.
Sales. I'm not lonely.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you why like is if your concern is your concern like becoming an outcast from society or something? Is that what your concern is, Israel? I don't even know where you're at here. Are you like on the fence about the globe? Or you still love the globe or what?
No, I've always been an outcast. That's the thing. Like, I've always been that way. I don't wish to become that way because I am. But I would like to maybe someday not be that way.
Yeah.
And just,
what is your position regarding the globe? Yeah, and the flat Earth.
I would go with what I hate to say it. I mean, it might hurt you guys' feelings, but I'm going to go with what I was taught. Since I was like born, since I was a little kid.
Yeah, you have you have a misconception about that would hurt our feelings is like so far off base, like it's not even in the ballpark. Like, let me explain. But I understand, like, because you are a person who's going to go along with the mainstream because it's more comfortable and easier and it's what you've been taught. Like, you actually think, yeah, well, that's kind of what you just said, but. Anyway, but you can tell me, but because I'm going to finish addressing. I'll make it short because you clearly just want to talk. That's fine. I can go on mute. I'll just finish my sentence. Yeah. Anyway, no, we don't care what other people think about the truth. We don't care what other people feel about the truth. Feelings aren't going to be hurt if you reject it. We see people reject the truth, the obvious fact, the very easily demonstrable mathematical certainty that there's no curvature measured on the earth. So, because we have proven this to ourselves and others who are willing to actually objectively analyze the truth in a logical fashion, if other people decide, nope, I'm not done with that because it's easier, I'm just going to go along with what the boob tube says, like, that has no bearing on the truth. That doesn't affect the truth. A majority of people agreeing with us means zero because it doesn't change the fact that there's no globe except in your imagination. So that's why I'm addressing your comment that you would think it would hurt our feelings that you're going to stay on the globe. No, that hurts you. I know it does. Has nothing to do with us. Only has to do with you. Only has to do with you. Nothing to do with us.
I'm not. I don't think at all that it hurt your feelings. I know it doesn't.
You just said it. You just said that. Yep. Now you're changing your mind already. You're like way too impressionable. I'm sorry. Don't say anything to please me because I don't care. I don't care.
Do you want me to tell you what I said?
Yeah, you just told me.
It was kind of funny though. This guy, all night he's been saying that he's got no evidence for a globe. It seems flat, and then he tops it all off with, "I'm just going to go with a globe."
No, I was only saying. Whatever I say, I hope it doesn't hurt your feelings. That's all I was saying.
Nobody gives a shit.
And I'm saying it's not gonna. Yeah, I'm saying it's not gonna because this is not about feelings. This is about objective measurements.
And I understand I know that. I know what you're telling me. And the only reason I'm saying that is because some places there are like sensitive people who, get their feelings hurt by anything you say. And that's all I'm saying is I hope you're not one of those people. I like that's all it was. I know
care less, dude.
I know everything you guys
over there. It's more fun. More fun you being a glober.
Yeah, I got a question for some of you guys.
Like it'd be boring if everybody thought the same way.
I don't think so because geometry is just one aspect of life. There's 17 trillion other things we can disagree on if we want. Yes, replay, go for it. Let's hear your question.
Okay, so I've got a buddy who he's been a big flat earther for probably the past 6 years, and he believes in something called the firmament. I'm not sure if you guys know what the firmament is, but I just want to know what your guys' opinion on that concept is. If you're not familiar, I can explain it.
Biblical cosmology is what it is.
What are your guys' take? My buddy, he's hardcore debates with me on the flat earth all the time. He's big on the firmament. I think the firmament is quite a reach to try to justify, but to him, that's fact. So I'm just curious what you guys think about the idea of the firmament.
Tell you what, why don't you tell me if it's possible to have gas pressure without a container? How about we start there? That'll be fun.
What was that?
How about we start with, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Can you give me some gas pressure? I want enough to put in one of my tires for my truck, but I don't have anything to put it in. I'll just hand it to me and I'll take the gas pressure. Can you give it to me?
Yeah, here's your space time, sir.
Yeah, dude, I'm not a scientist or anything. I assume the atmosphere would have something to do with that, if that's what you're saying. But if you do believe in the firmament, just give me a...
No, I specifically asked you if you can have gas pressure without a container. That's what I specifically asked you.
No, generally no.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the firmament then.
Therefore, the earth is flat. That's what he's trying to say. Therefore, the earth is flat.
That's not flat earth.
No,
that's not what he said. Don't be a dumbass.
I think a lot of that would have to do with the weight of different gases, the atmosphere. Like, for example, if you have like a geyser or something like that, you still have gas pressure underground, even though it's being released. It's not necessarily like a complete container, but you still have a degree of pressure. So
is a geyser liquid or gas?
I guess it depends.
Is a geyser liquid or gas?
Dude, again, I'm not a scientist. Probably liquid underground gas as it heats up and goes up. I'm just asking your guys' opinions on it and like a straightforward answer on like what you think.
So what he was saying, is a firmament is an example of a container, right?
Okay.
Right, because it's supposed to be a physical barrier based off of what the Bible describes it as.
Right. Okay.
It separates the waters from above from the waters below.
Yeah. Okay, so you're disagreeing with the firmament then. My bad, dude. I don't.
We're not agreeing or disagreeing with the firmament. A firmament is an example of containment, of some form of containment, right? That would put you inside of a box or whatever's going on up there. There's some kind of physical barrier that holds shit between us and whatever's above the firmament, right?
Right.
There's a barrier there.
Yep.
Yeah. We also have the problem on the other side. There's also the problem on the other side. We have gas pressure on Earth, and we're told that there's a vacuum of space. Try and create a vacuum without a container. You need a container for air pressure, and you need a container for a vacuum. You got a problem on either side. Try and figure that one out.
Yeah, like if I had a box, right, and I sucked all the air out of the box.
Yeah.
Replay?
Yeah.
If I have
I'm listening.
If I have a box and I suck all the air out of the box, right?
Yep.
Is the box a container?
If you sucked all the air out of the box, I mean, depending on how you define a container, I guess. I mean, I would still call the box a container. It's, I guess, if you pull all the air out, it just compresses into itself. So then, I guess, it's not containing anything. Still.
What if it doesn't compress into itself?
Container or not, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Container or not.
Israel, you're about to go on mute, bro, if you're just going to sit there and turn this into the Israel show.
I was just asking, man. I've never been in this Discord before, and I've got a buddy who talks about a lot of this sort of stuff, and I just wanted to see what you guys thought about it.
So you can't have a vacuum without a container, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. And if you put a vacuum next to gas pressure, the gases are, and there's no barrier in between the vacuum and the gas pressure, the gases are going to immediately fill the void in the vacuum. You understand that?
Yeah. Yep. That makes sense.
Right. So how do you have gas pressure on Earth at sea level, 14.7 psi, next to the infinite expanse of space that is a near perfect vacuum for God knows how long?
Yeah, I guess I couldn't tell you that. I don't really research or follow this all that often. I joined in because I got a buddy who's into this stuff, and I just was curious to ask a few things, but I don't know the science of any of this shit, so I was just getting your guys' opinion. I can't really debate based off of personal knowledge on it.
If you go by biblical cosmology and you look up what the firmament is, it's a barrier that separates the waters from above from the waters below.
Okay, so I got one more question, also relates to my buddy's beliefs. So this one kind of confuses me. He believes in the flat earth, he believes in the firmament, but he also believes that the earth is hollow and has some sort of interior that's hollowed out and that stuff could be living in. He kind of takes it to a biblical level where he thinks there's, angels.
Wow, you have a you have a wide variety of friends, don't you? Yeah.
No, this is one guy. This is one guy.
Yeah. Okay. So so the same dude.
Hey, I'm gonna hop in here real quick. I was just wondering, where do you guys lie on space?
Yeah. Well, we were just talking about that, weren't we? Were you here for the gas pressure without a container thing?
I muted him, Dandelion. We'll finish with replay. We'll finish with replay, and then when replay is done with his questions, we'll come to you, Snowcat. Okay?
Yeah. So replay. Yeah. These
so the hollow
people.
earth. Yeah.
Okay, so all I was going to say is the thing of it is here at the 24/7 Discord channels, here in our outposts, like the one in politics and in our home server, we try to focus on falsifying and destroying the fantasy globe model and demonstrating how there's no curvature, no rotation, no forward motion of the Earth, because it pretty much is a 24/7 job just doing that, because the delusion, the indoctrination, and the science fiction program that's taken over people's minds is very hard to get rid of. So if you start introducing other unverifiable factors, like the ones you're talking about, the Hollow Earth, whatever, that's cute and everything. Like, people can imagine about that if they want. You know what I mean? They can write little stories about it if they want, and so on and so forth. But it's not really useful to what we're doing here, because what we're trying to do is to get people to understand you need to abandon this idea that there's some kind of magical model and story that's going to explain every single thing on Earth, and that there's some great expert, out there who knows everything, who can explain everything. That's what the Globe claims to have, even though they don't, because their stories don't hold water. They aren't verifiable, testable, repeatable, or scientific. So, yeah, I don't care about your Hollow Earth friend. He can do what he wants. But we're not here to give people a new, unverifiable fairy tale for them to join in on. Because part of the thing is to break the addiction to the external locus of control, because the external locus of control is shown by many studies to be a way to lead to a less successful and less happy life. An internal locus of control, where you are self-motivated, where you trust your own lived experience, is a much happier and healthier way to live. But to just go from one wild model to another one is not healthy for anyone, because then you're still just living in a childlike delusional fantasy state and not dealing with the world at the really is level.
I ask one more question directly related to the flat Earth, not related to anything else with my buddy. So my question is, again, I've flown, I live in the United States. I've flown to Japan from the United States, and I've also flown to Europe from the United States. This to me is like the simplest reason why the globe would make sense. Obviously, there's a ton of other stuff you can debate. How can you fly from the United States to somewhere that would go over the ice barrier to Asia and also be able to fly to Europe if there is
you using the Mercator? Are you using the Mercator map?
Yes.
Bro, they have their own maps.
Gosh.
They have their own maps. It's bad.
Again, I'm not sure all the scientific. I just want simply like an explanation.
Are you asking the question if the Earth is
how can I fly from here to there, but also here to there?
Are you asking the question?
We do not live on a map. Maps are not what we live on. If you have a problem with the map, you have a problem with a map. Maps are a projection. These maps come from projections of the globe, okay? The globe that you think that you live on. These different maps come from that projection. Now, none of that is real. I can tell you where the globe comes from. The globe comes from measuring angles to celestial bodies in the sky, in the celestial sphere. Okay, not an actual sphere, but an arc in the sky. And we measure elevation angles to celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, Polaris, other stars. There's 58 different stars that are used for navigating the Earth. And all of the known land and waterways we have mapped into the stars above our head. That's where our globe exists. We don't live on a globe, we live in the globe. And the map is in the sky, and it's based on time and elevation angles. Time is very important because stars move. So to have a ground position underneath the star at a particular point in time, you need to have a specific time that you're going to do it at. You need your elevation angle, and then you'll have a ground position of a star. Okay, so the whole globe Earth is mapped in the sky above your head. It's not a real thing. So when you say that there's an ice wall and they're going this way and going that way, I don't think you know where they're actually going, because you're looking at a map that is just a projection of the globe. So what it sounds like to me is that you have a problem with the globe.
Can I refine my question a little bit then? Do you guys believe,
Sure.
again, I'm not an expert, I'm not sure exactly how you guys see this. Can you fly from, let's say, the United States directly to Asia or directly to
Yeah.
Europe? Or do
I'll
you
tell
guys...
you what.
Okay, yeah, explain that.
I live in northern British Columbia, okay? And I am on a flight path from the U.S. to points in Asia. I have planes that fly over my head that are going to Japan, they go to Beijing, they go to Russia, and they all fly over my head. And that's because you're looking at the wrong map. You're not looking at how the continents are actually laid out. You're looking at a map, which is a globe projection. You're looking at a map where east and west is a straight line. East and west are not straight lines. They're circles around the North Pole. So I can tell you right now, you're looking at the wrong map. And that's your problem. And you've got a problem with the globe projection map that doesn't deal with your reality.
So essentially, you can fly from anywhere in any direction to different locations, is what you're saying. You don't have to fly in one direction to get from the United States to Russia.
B, you don't think that you could go from point A to point B? Yeah, you just fly. All these flights, they fly waypoints. They don't fly in circles. They don't fly in
Nobody here is a pilot.
They fly from a point A to a point B. They'll make a turn. They'll take another vector, and that's how they fly. So I don't know. This
So
has
I'm
nothing
just
to
saying,
do
if
with
the Earth
fact
was
that
flat,
Earth
wouldn't there be a
measured flat,
theoretical
navigated
edge
flat,
that you
aviated
couldn't
flat.
that you theoretically couldn't fly over, and you'd have to go in a different direction to get from one location to the other because you would reach the edge rather than being able to
Who's
fly?
going to the edge? We have the known mapped land. I already told you about that. We have the known land and it's mapped, and we map it according to the stars in the sky. So nobody's going to fly somewhere where it hasn't been mapped yet because they won't know how to get there. So planes are only going to fly from destination A to destination B. That's what they do, and they will always do that. Nothing's going to change that.
Does somebody have a map of what you see as the Earth that you could post in voice chat so I could reference it and see exactly what we're looking at?
Well, all maps are flat. I can tell you that because they're all based on longitude and latitude lines that all comes from elevation angles to the stars. So all the maps are flat. So the thing is that you're just not sure in how you're interpreting them. You're interpreting them in a way that you think, but that's not what's actually happening. And again, I live in northern British Columbia. I have planes that fly over my head from all points in the US, from LA to New York. They fly over my destination and they head off into points in Asia, Japan, China, Thailand. I get
That
all
sounds
these
like
flights
Jordan
over my head.
Peterson. Are you Jordan Peterson?
Yeah. So what I'm saying, though, is if there were to be an edge to the Earth, wouldn't
Nobody's
there be
found
a
the
point?
edge. There's no edge. We just know the known land. Nobody's talking about an edge.
How
You
is the
want
Earth
an
flat
edge.
without an edge, without an end
Because
point?
nobody's been to the edge. Okay, we got an ocean, and there's a shoreline for the ocean. That's the known land. We all live on the known land, and we have an ocean around us. Nobody's been to an edge. If there is an edge, it has never been discovered. Okay, it's just like in the heliocentric model. The universe apparently is expanding all the time, expanding into nothing. How does something expand into nothing? Like, do you want me to go on about you and the edge of your universe? Just because we don't know where the edge of the earth is, we can't get there.
No, the one part I just don't understand is if the Earth were to be flat, how would you be able to fly in any direction and cross over and reach the same locations? Wouldn't there be some sort of point where you go?
What are you talking about? Having to cross over something? What are we crossing over? You're going to go from point A to point B.
You're not understanding what I'm saying with that? The way I've always seen. Okay, so the way I've always seen flat Earth models laid out is there's always been an edge, and if there
you're
were
asking, listen, buddy, you're asking for a projection from an outside perspective of reality. No man has ever been out there to tell you this is how the whole of the existence works and looks like.
No, I'm just saying, if it were to be flat, wouldn't you reach a certain point? Yes.
Replay. Listen to me. When you're thinking of a map, you're thinking of where Europe is in the middle, the United States is on the left, Asia is on the right. How the fuck do we get to Japan from California, right?
Right. Yep. Exactly.
That's fucking retarded, bro.
I can tell you that Asia is a straight line.
What I'm saying is, if it's China, how does it all connect? That's all I'm asking is, how does the Earth all connect to one another?
I'm trying to help you out here.
No, I'm trying to understand.
My position in northern British Columbia, it is a straight line from my destination to Alaska, to Russia, to Japan, to China, to Thailand, to Indonesia. It's a straight line from my house. All those places are on a straight line. So if a plane flies over my head on that vector, they could go to any of those places by following the straight line above my head.
I'm going to give somebody else a chance to talk. I've been hogging the mic for a minute. I'm going to mute myself and give somebody else a chance to talk.
Yeah, could I,
Snowcat had his question about space. Is that Snowcat? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just a little confused about the vacuum and how that works. Like, I guess, how does that work? How does it keep the gas in?
Vacuums don't keep gas in, dude. That's the whole problem.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, because when you can take like a tub and push it underwater, and it creates that pocket. I mean, is that not a vacuum? And how does that work?
A pocket, an area devoid of matter.
Yeah, it's devoid of matter.
Hey, Jamesy, you're hot.
Air? There's no air.
I don't think so. No, because
you're kidding
me. Because you're pushing it underwater.
But it's not a vacuum if you're pushing it underwater. It would actually be air pressure, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just going to be a space devoid of matter, separating the thing that you're pushing under the water and the water for what? What reason?
Well, no, because I think you hear me out. I don't think you get the question. You have to, when you push it down, I mean, there's nothing in there. So how does the space keep? No,
air's in there. Got air in there.
That's what bubbles are, dude.
What is air?
I'm not sure. Well, bubbles are. Well, yeah, bubbles are air. But I'm talking about when you push a tub underwater,
Why don't you go do this in your bathtub, dude? Go get yourself a bowl, flip it upside down, and then push down in the fucking bathtub. There's air in your fucking bowl, dude.
Separating the bowl and the water, there'll be a vacuum between them.
That's my thing, because that's what I've tried that, and that's what I was going to ask about. Because I've tried.
You have a vacuum.
Pushing
Is it a perfect vacuum? What Tor was the vacuum?
Yes, and then so I have a perfect vacuum here, and then how does that? Yeah. Because so I have a bowl right at the bottom of the tub, and I put red food coloring in there so I could see the water, and then so I have that at the bottom of the tub. How does
Okay, if you've got a vacuum in the bottom of your tub, what's going to happen is matter is going to rush in and fill it instantaneously, which is what we're saying would happen with the gas to the outer space vacuum.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because that's what happens with a space devoid of matter. Matter will rush in and fill it. You got to. Water does this. Gas does this.
How do you know that?
Second law of thermodynamics.
Entropy. Yeah.
Yeah. So you accept. Wait, hold on. So you accept science whenever you want it to work for you, but you don't accept science whenever it says the Earth.
No, we accept science. So that would be the scientific method. There's nothing that goes through the scientific method that has been validated that we just reject. So no, you're totally incorrect.
Can I finish my point?
But this isn't something that's even subject to the scientific method. It's just a natural law. It's just something that happens again and again and again. We don't need to determine a cause for it, which is what the scientific method is for. You just observe it happening over and over again. So, I mean, you scientific illiterates trying to get us on a gotcha with science is not going to work.
So you've observed.
You're conflating pseudoscience with science.
Yeah.
So we accept.
Theoretical astronomy and shit. Yeah, which is pseudoscience. Yeah.
Yeah, we accept demonstrable. We accept that which is demonstrable. So if you can demonstrate what you're talking about and prove it, right? Yeah.
So can you demonstrate a vacuum?
Yeah, I actually did. Right. I did the experiment myself.
I'm going to just take Neuralist out of the conversation because I've talked to him before, and PNR is a complete sea lining waste of time troll. So, Snowcat, if you want to demonstrate your vacuum in your bathtub for us, that's cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, basically, bring us back to the bowl analogy, which. The bowl kind of is basically a little mini atmosphere down there, except devoid of any anything because it's.
So it's an atmosphere which is full of air and particulate and water and other matter.
This one,
but other than that, it's devoid of matter, is what you just said.
Yeah, and then I had the red food coloring represent space around it, and that seems to work. I was down there. I could keep that down there. I just kind of held it down. And that seemed to work for like hours too. I could kind of hold it down there. How is that not like the Earth?
Does anybody know what the hell this guy is talking about?
No,
do you guys have a diagram I could use? Like, do you have a drawing app I could use?
Snowcat, can I talk to you so that we can figure this out? Because everybody's really confused. You have taken.
I know what he's saying, but he's not. He doesn't understand what a vacuum is.
Just hang on. You've taken a bowl. You've turned it upside down. You've put it on top of the water with air in it, and then you pushed it under the water. Is that what you did?
That is what I did, yes.
Okay. So not a vacuum. Thank you.
Well,
yeah.
No, but
it's not a space devoid of matter. You got food coloring, you got air, you got water, you got all sorts of materials in there, and you already said this. And I said, other than all that matter, you got no matter, and you went, yeah, this is just stupid, dude.
I mean, I think if you guys were there, you would understand.
I think we'd understand that you were actually really silly. This is not a vacuum. All you've done is you've taken air and pushed air underneath the water. If anything, you've created a pressure zone because the air will be pushed up because of the weight of the water around it and beneath it, pushing up on it, that you'll create a higher pressure inside there. Not a vacuum, not even close to a vacuum, even further away from a vacuum.
But it's also in a container, right? The bowl's a container.
Yeah, what? Sorry, it's hard to hear. What did you say?
Is the bowl a container?
Well, no, because the bottom's open, so it's not a complete container. I mean, I said bottom. I mean upside down. So
it's an open.
So you could eliminate the bowl and demonstrate this without the bowl.
No, because the bowl is the vacuum, and that's kind of what makes the whole thing work.
It's not a vacuum. Right? You're wrong, Snowcat. It's not a vacuum. It has air in it, and you've pressurized it. It's not a vacuum. Stop calling it a vacuum. You're just wrong.
I haven't pressurized it though because the top is still technically open.
You turned a bowl upside down with air in it, and you pushed it into the water. You pressurized it. You did not create a vacuum. Stop with your nonsense.
You're just demonstrating density and buoyancy, right? So you have buoyancy differential, and you're using containment. So what is your point?
I think it could have had to do. It could have had to do with the food coloring. I think that might have been messed up with the dependent variable. But
doesn't matter how much food coloring you get. You're not going to create a vacuum by doing that.
No, I don't think it was how much. I think it was the color, because they put red 40 in there.
Okay, so it's the wrong color. If you used the right color, it would have been a vacuum. Is that what you're saying? This is absolute nonsense. Why are you here wasting our time? Like, absolutely, this is just nonsense, dude.
Yeah, he can't be serious. He can't be serious.
I mean, you guys are free to talk. I can listen.
Yeah, I think you drank too much of the red 40, and your autism is not allowing you to understand the reality of the world we live in.
I'm okay, guys. I'm okay.
Sunsets prove the Earth isn't flat.
I'd say you're far from okay.
You have this proof, non-theist? Is that what you're claiming?
Well, sunsets prove that the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, that's your statement.
It's proof. Okay, put it in a syllogism.
I don't need to put it into a syllogism for you to observe.
Is the sunset when the sun is at 0 degree elevation? Is that the sunset that you're referring to?
No, the sunset is when the sun disappears below the horizon line.
Oh, you've seen the sun go below the Earth. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I've seen it disappear behind the horizon.
Behind the horizon.
Yep.
The horizon's a physical plane.
And then when I went up on top of the county building in my area, I could watch the sunset again because I elevated
we agree with you. We agree with you because you've increased your angle to the sun. Therefore, you can see further. Eventually, it will disappear from your view, though, again for a second time. And if you can't go higher, you won't be able to see it for a third time. But yeah, you can see it 2 times, but it's not going below no Earth. You haven't seen it go below no Earth. That's never happened in your life. You only think that. You just have a belief.
Okay, are you done?
You notice how he said that he had a proof. He had a proof claim. He couldn't put it in a syllogism, and then he just had a bare assertion after he gave up on the proof and said, "I don't need proof." Essentially, so you don't have any proof. So what are we even talking about at this point? Yeah.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, you forfeited your proof. You don't have that.
Are you done? Are you done? Calm down.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you were done because you said you had proof, and then that went out the window. Anyway, go ahead, Napalm.
Calm down.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is the horizon a physical or an apparent location?
So it matters on your elevation on the globe of the Earth. Your horizon level might be lower than your eye level if you're up higher. As you increase.
I didn't ask you where it was located in your field of view.
No,
I asked you if
you're not listening to what I said. I said in the beginning.
Excuse me. Chill.
Excuse me.
Chill.
Excuse me. You're not listening. You're not listening. Excuse me. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second, and you might learn something. Hello, somebody mute this guy. Somebody mute this guy.
We're going to mute you. Actually, you're going to have to listen to his question and answer it fairly, dude, or else you're the one getting muted.
Yeah, I didn't ask you where it's located in your field of view. I asked you if it's in a apparent location or a physical location.
He ran as soon as he couldn't just talk through you. He's gone.
All right. Sorry.
No, it's okay. He was the one filibustering and stuff, and he didn't want to actually deal with any questions.
Because that's the thing, they just want to assert that it's a physical location, but don't want to actually understand whether or not it's physical or apparent, right? It's weird.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with that. They're just going to run away from that question, even though they have their claim already in what they're saying. They're saying it's a physical obstruction. You try to nail them to that, and they suddenly get all squirrely. It's weird.
Yeah, and then they make up all the other nonsense about the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon and all sorts of the refracted horizon. There's all kinds of them. There's so many different horizons. They don't even know how many horizons they got anymore. But when you slice it out, the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land or the water.
That's it. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all we have.
It's an apparent location. It ain't a real place. It's just,
decent.
Just a place kind of thing. Sort of.
Oh, yeah. They're both good, man. Very good.
Exactly. So if it appears to me somewhere, then it's just apparent, right? It's not physical. Why don't they get that?
Hey, can I hop back in for a second, or somebody talking?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead. What do you got?
Okay, so I pulled back up. I was thinking of what you were saying with the Newfoundland to Japan and all that, and it's the same sort of idea, but I took a look at flat Earth maps so I could refine my idea here. So let me change the locations for a second. We're going to talk about flying from, let's say, Buenos Aires, Argentina, to
you're going to have to share the map. You're going to have to share the map with us, so we know what you're referring to. So post the map into the side chat, and then we'll see what you're looking at.
Well, dude, I mean, all of them are flat Earth maps. So
it's not letting me.
This flat Earth map versus this flat Earth map.
I mean, I know. I got to make sure. It's not letting me post images into voice chat. Here, let me see if I can post a link. Yeah, okay. I posted the link in the voice chat.
I hope it's a globe projection, because if it doesn't work on a globe projection, does that mean that the globe is not real?
No. We do not live on a flying disc in outer space. You need to stop right there. You're gaslighting us. That's not us. Nobody here claims that. Nobody here believes that.
Do you have a map you could post for me so I can take a look at it?
Okay, all maps are flat. That's what I can tell you. It's the interpretation of the map that's important for when you're going to use a map as to how it's going to help you out. But all maps that have longitude and latitude lines are all flat maps, every one of them, because they were all built the same way with elevation angles to celestial bodies using a flat, horizontal, topographical plane that we live on.
Okay, so
my the globe just use the globe. Don't need maps, just use the globe, right? Globe's correct. The globe's correct, right? Nobody ever should ever fucking need a map ever. You've got a globe. Use the globe. Globe's right?
So anyway,
take a globe with you. Put a globe on your dashboard. You'll never get lost.
The point that I'm trying to make is that, let's say, just theoretically, you fly from Argentina to Australia. That should only be a couple hours in the globe, because you fly over, on the globe idea, you fly over Antarctica, right? Versus if you had to fly directly.
Should only be a couple hours, dude.
Over Antarctica?
I don't know the exact.
Nobody flies over Antarctica. Nobody flies over Antarctica. Ever.
My point is just that if the Earth is a globe, some flights cross south below the globe, some would go over, whereas flights from other locations.
Do they show that?
I mean, yeah, you go from the quickest location. I can pull up some flight maps.
This guy is completely lost in what he's saying. He just said Argentina to Australia. That should only be a couple hours, right? On a globe.
I don't know the exact.
Okay, dude, it takes way longer than that. So you've already debunked your globe with the metrics you've given us. Thanks.
No, you get what I'm trying to argue, though, right?
No, you don't even have the numbers. How can you? There's no substance to what you're saying. You don't actually even have any of the information to carry the conclusion that you're trying to, dude. That's already been made obvious.
I mean, I don't need a ton of numbers for you to explain to me why I'm wrong if you can acknowledge
basically, in your head, it's like whatever numbers they are for this flight time, that equals globe, no matter what they are. That's pretty much where you're coming from.
The simple point I'm trying to make is if there's a globe...
confirmation bias for you.
No. Listen to me, man. All I'm saying is that if there were a globe, you could fly from Argentina to Australia either over the top of the world or under the bottom of the world. Whereas if there's a globe, a flat Earth, you could only fly in one direction. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Okay, explain it.
I don't have to take just one direction to the grocery store. I can go the long way.
No, but if the Earth is flat, you can only fly either north or south to get there. If it's a globe, you can fly under the world or over the world to get to the same.
All right,
location,
who does that?
Right?
Who does that?
It's just for
who does that?
It's just for conversation, man. I'm
does
not
what
saying
you're talking
anybody
about?
does it, but it's for conversation.
Then it's fucking pointless talking about it, bro.
No, it's not. The point is that if you can fly to the
point
same
is that you're talking about
location
hypotheticals. Well, if it was a globe, you could do this, and who'd do that? Oh, who did it? Oh, I don't know. Nobody. Nobody does it. I'm not saying anybody does it.
Well, obviously, commercial flights aren't doing this because you're going to take the quickest path to get to the destination.
No shit.
But
so
the
you're
point
just
is
saying
you can do it.
So you're just saying they on the globe they do what you would do on a flat Earth. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that.
I'm saying you can fly in either direction to get to the same location. That's what I'm saying.
Data. Hey, Replay, we got black box data from the NTSB, and we know what planes do when they fly. And you know what they don't do? They don't fly over a globe. They fly over a flat horizontal plane. That's what they do. So you got that to deal with. There's no globe to fly over. Never happened. No planes do it.
All right, give me a little bit. I'm going to mute myself again, and I'm going to come up with actual flight data, and then we'll bring this
We
back
already
up.
have flight data. I'll post it into the side chat.
No, I know. Just so I can explain what I'm trying to debate better, so you guys can understand what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing about black box. There's nothing about black box flight data that indicates anything about needing to fly over a curve or account for rotation of the Earth or anything like that.
No, the whole point I'm trying to make is simply that you can fly north or south and get to the same location. East or west, get to the same location.
Can you?
Yeah. I mean, you can. Yeah, you can fly from
Well, I asked
the
you
US.
who did, and you said no, but I'm not saying anybody did it.
So, new example. Let's say you fly from the US, you fly to Saudi Arabia, and then you fly back to the US. You've flown over the whole length of the Earth, but you're going east the entire time, or you're going west the entire time. At no point do you fly back in the direction you came from. You continue flying in the same direction, and you travel the length of the continents on Earth.
Airplanes don't work on a globe.
So
that's true.
So if you fly from the US, you fly to Japan, you fly to Saudi Arabia, you fly to the UK, and then you fly back to the US. How do you take the traveling of the whole Earth going east?
Why can't you do that on a flat Earth? Why can't you do that on a flat Earth?
Because you hit an endpoint. Because at some point you hit the edge of the Earth.
He doesn't know.
If you continue going east in the same direction and the Earth is flat, you're going to hit the edge of the Earth.
Put something coherent together. You don't know what we're saying. You don't know what you're trying to say. Earlier, you said Argentina and Australia was a couple hours. That's not true at all, ever, for anybody in any paradigm. Like, you don't have any of this information. You're spitballing stuff out of your imagination is what you're doing. It's not helping anybody.
Does he think he lives on a Mercator map? I mean, how are you going to get to all those countries without changing direction, bro?
Because if you fly from the US to Japan, you're flying west, then you fly to Saudi Arabia, you're still flying west, and then you fly to Africa or Europe, whichever, you're flying west.
Is that a straight line, is it?
No, it's not a straight line, but
you've gone in a circle,
you're flying west.
So you can't go in circles on a flat Earth?
You're not going east at any point. My whole point is you're generally going west.
So you can't go in circles on a flat Earth then?
I mean, I suppose if you flew in the center latitude,
you know that east and west are relative to north, right?
Right, yep.
Right, so yeah, you hold on to a pole that's the North Pole, and you walk around it in an east or west fashion and maintain east or west, you're going to go around in a circle, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you can't do that on a flat Earth?
Well, can you guys provide me a map? I just want to know what you guys. No, I'm not trying to be insulting or anything. I just genuinely want to see what you guys see as a map, so I can give a better argument to this. Because I just sent you guys the map that I thought you guys believed, and you guys said no. So I just want to know what you see as a map. I just want to be able to reference this so that I can formulate a better argument. I
posted about 200 of them for you. Just take your pick.
Where? Oh, in voice chat or where?
Yeah.
Voice chat? Okay, give me 1 sec. The Fizz World one? Who said that? Sorry. Who posted it?
Sheepdog.
Sheepdog. Okay, one sec. All right, I gotta scroll up for a minute. I'm not finding it.
Well, no, don't do that. We tagged you. Like, just click on the response or whatever.
Oh, see attachment. Okay.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Oh shit, that's really small. Let me see if I can zoom in on it.
Yeah, those are all the maps. So.
All right, I'm downloading it. I'm downloading it. Give me one sec. Maps of the world. Opening it. So there's a lot of different maps. Are these all? Can you explain why there's so many?
Different purposes for different projections.
Okay.
Some are for navigation. Some are for time zones.
Okay.
And yet none of them are what we live on. We don't live on any of them.
In the first Mercator map, I think he put 4 islands at the North Pole. I mean, information changes, like they like to say about science, etc.
So I'm still at my first question. Explain this to me like I'm a fucking 5-year-old. If the Earth was flat, how can you fly in a complete line west or east and just endlessly keep going without hitting an edge?
If that's the curved line, it's a circle, then you can do that. But Plumbbob is going to say something else, so go ahead, Plum.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you there. You can't fly in a straight line, east or west. East and west are circles because it's always in reference to the North Pole. So you got your compass in your hand, and you're going to take a few steps, and every once in a while, you're going to have to alter your course so that you keep the peg on the North Pole. Otherwise, you're going to get lost. You don't want to get lost. So you want to make sure that the peg of your compass, the needle, stays on the North Pole. And you're going to make a circle, either going west or you can go east. And if you continue to go east or west, you'll end up making a circle around the North Pole, and you'll end up right back where you started. And I hope that's not too difficult to handle for you.
No, I get that. So I guess my next question is the edge something you can run into? Why have we not
been to the edge?
Why
Nobody's
not?
been to the edge. Because nobody's been there. We only know the known land and the known waterways. It's maybe the edge is still left to be explored. Maybe it hasn't been found yet. Just like the edge of the universe hasn't been found, and yet we're expanding into it every second. We're expanding into nothingness. Doesn't that sound stupid?
So what about satellites? What's your thoughts on satellites?
Oh my God, we're doing just a bunch of bopping around to different stuff.
Satellites don't work on the globe.
Well, satellites orbit the Earth according to the globe.
With having electronics up in the sky.
Fantasy.
What's the problem with having electronics up in the sky? We can have electronics up in the sky. We can have planes up there that are capable of flying for months on end. Solar powered stuff.
Propulsion, but satellites use gravity to orbit around the idea of a globe
put up there. They've got little boxes that they put up there. They got solar panels on them, and they can stay up there for a long time. But they use like helium, and they use balloons, and they use powered air flight.
Plumb up.
But
there is a system. Shut up! That I'm trying to address Plumb up. There is a system called electromagnetic laser array, and they can charge the airplane from the ground with lasers from station to station.
Yes, and also by using electrical charges, they're able to change the altitude and elevation of them too. It's like the technology is pretty wild. So the whole concept of we don't believe in satellites is pretty stupid. Satellites are very real. It's technology that's up in the sky.
Simply that the idea of satellites is heavily based on gravity. You get it up into space and then you let it orbit.
Wrong.
So then I guess I'm going to move this to a new point. If we have such advanced technology, why have we not been to the edge of the Earth yet? Why is this such a big barrier?
You're probably not even allowed to leave your country, dude. What are you talking about?
I've been to Japan. I've been to Europe. I've left my country a ton of different times.
Have you headed towards the ends of the world? Do you know the pilot that's gonna take you there and take you back? Do you know him?
Have I been to the edge of the world? I mean, no, but
to the ends of the world.
To the ends, no, but I mean, there's lots of scientists in Antarctica. There's lots of scientists who've lived in the North Arctic. There's science boats that are continuously in the North Arctic. There's permanent installations.
So once you find it, let us know.
But what about the videos that you can see in the Arctic?
Yeah, that's the Arctic. That's what you see.
Yeah.
Isn't the Arctic supposed to be the edge of the world?
Arctic?
No. What is the edge of the world?
From your
it's whatever you imagine it to be in your head. Because
but he's confused with the Antarctic.
If we have satellites and we have such advanced technology, shouldn't we know this?
Dude, hold on. We're not making any of those claims about where the edge or the end of the world is. We're not doing that. So I think you confused Arctic with Antarctic, but we're not even saying that.
I mean, I'm talking about the Northern Arctic and Antarctic. I'm just saying that if we have satellites, we do have planes, obviously. We have all this stuff. Why do we not know what the edge of the world is? That's my question. Why have we not been to the edge of the Earth if we have such advanced technology?
Like you and me, because we have the information that we're spoon-fed, because we're not explorers. We don't know the limitations of this realm from first-hand experience. That's why we don't know.
Right. Edge of what? So get yourself an airplane, right?
I can't even claim if anybody actually does.
Airplanes exist. So get yourself an airplane, go fly it, dead reckoning south. And you tell me when you end up exactly where you started. Have you tried that?
I'm not a pilot, but there's lots of accounts of people having done it.
That's why we don't know.
So planes exist. So get in a plane, dead reckon south. I'm not saying use magnetic south. I'm not saying use GPS south. I'm saying start from where you're currently located, wherever you take off, dead reckon south, and then end up back where you started.
Hey, can I add something real quick, Replay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just so you know, there has never been a single flight in the history of humanity that has gone circumnavigation from north to south to north again.
What about east to west?
Ever. Okay, so you're just going around northern magnetic section.
East to west works on both conceptions, right? So that's why I said get in an airplane, dead reckon south, and come back to where you started. Dead reckon south, come back to where you started. It's 2025. Why has that never happened?
Is the map that I sent earlier similar to how you guys see it, or no?
Maps are projections
just so I can visualize. Just so I can visualize. So according to the map I sent, the North Arctic would be the center, and the Antarctic would be the edges.
No.
Okay.
Maps are a projection of the graticule based on an individual's location relative to the celestial sphere. That's all it is, bro. So when you get in a plane, you dead reckon south, and you come back to where you started, then you can come back and have a conversation. Because maps are merely projections based off an individual's current location relative to the graticule and the celestial sphere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm wrapping it all back to the same thing where you can fly north to south and you can get to different sides of the world from either direction. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So, I'm gonna mute myself again for a minute. I'm gonna dig up a little more flight data, and I'll come back to you guys in a bit. Let's let somebody else talk.
Did you see the flight data they posted for you? The black box data?
Who posted it? Let me pull it up.
Maybe Plum Bob. I'm not sure. Let me check.
I see flight pass from Snack. Is that it? I'm gonna open that one up. I see something posted by Snack flight data.
Plum Bob posted it.
Santiago to Australia. Okay, yeah. Let me look at this for a second.
It's something that Plum Bob posted.
Oh, Plum Bob did. Okay, let me look. Looking for it. Give me 1 second.
It's right at the bottom. I reposted it.
Oh, okay, that one. Yep. Okay.
That's pretty important. I mean, I think that kind of just shuts the conversation up.
All right. Again, I'm going to mute myself for a minute so I can go over this stuff. I can't just read it and instantly give you an opinion on it. So give me a minute.
Cool,
I'll mute
myself.
you
go ahead.
So pay attention to it. There's one line in the chart there that is labeled as pitch. It's the pitch of the aircraft. And the pitch of the aircraft maintains itself when it's flying at level flight at approximately 3 degrees above the horizon. That's the air cushion that it creates so that it's got lift so that it can keep flying. And you'll notice that the elevation, the ground, there's no curvature. And at no point did the plane have to dip down to go around a curve of supposed globe, which if it was a globe, it would most certainly have to do, especially at a plane flying at 500 to 600 miles an hour. That curve's going to be coming pretty fast, and you're going to have to keep pitching your nose down. So why does the pitch data say that the plane didn't do any of that? It just flew over a horizontal plane.
I will look at the pitch. I'm gonna read all this over, do a little bit of quick research, and I will get right back to you guys.
Yep, go ahead, put a spin on it, and try and make it turn out curved for you so that you feel better.
Yeah, do what you can to cope.
You know, we get questioned so much about this stuff, but as these people, they grew up like us with the heliocentric model. Not once did we ever question the heliocentric model when we grew up. Maybe some of us did, but for the most part, no, we just accepted it. We believed it, just like these people that come here, the Globers, and they just believe it. And yet they're defending it at every cost. It's got to be a globe. And they never questioned it back then, but they're questioning it now because it's just got to be a globe.
We got Snowcat still. Is he still going? What do we got now?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I guess you guys were talking about the flight logs and stuff like that. I was just curious, like, what are some great sources and stuff that you guys use to get some of this stuff? Because I'm curious and kind of learning more about that.
Okay, cool. Plum Bob, if you want to go ahead.
Well, it came from NTSB, National Transportation Board of Safety. Or Safety Board, I should say, NTSB. That's where that data came from. Is that National Transportation Safety Board? That's where I got that from.
Is that because I know there are several places that track flight. is that the best one to find the flight data? I was just curious because I was looking up some myself.
I don't think we need to find any more. I think we've seen enough. You know, we know now that the Earth is measured flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, and practically used as flat. We don't need any more. We just have to even just look at the simple principles of water, the physics of water. And apparently, 70% of the known surface area of the known land and waterways is water. And if water lays flat and level, how can you have a sphere with 70% flat? That doesn't make any sense. Where's the critical thinkers in here?
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Many try.
In other words, there's no debate. It's not a debate that we're going to have that somebody can win just because they've got more money or stupider arguments. It's just flat. The Earth is flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, practically used that way. And that's what we got. And that's where we are. And if you don't like it, that's your problem.
Yeah, the debate's definitely over. It's been over for a long time. It's just a matter of whether people are able to accept the very obvious truth that the globe is a complete failure.
That's where the critical thinking comes in. And we need more people to critically think. It seems like that's gone for jump out of an airplane somewhere and crash landed. Nobody does that anymore.
You understand where the globe was derived from, Glober?
Are you talking to me? I'm kind of on the fence right now.
Okay.
But I was curious about the ISS. Like how does that all work?
Well, there's things above us, right? There's things above us. There's things that can be above us, regardless of whether the shape is what it is, right? But do you understand where the globe was derived from? Angular measurements, curved visual space. Do you understand what that means?
No. Those kind of sound like Jewish words.
Sounds like what?
Sorry, go ahead.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
The Earth is not flat.
Well, tell us all about it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so it's all derived from angular measurements to curved visual space. So how do you think maps are created in the first place? Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Do they use measurements?
Measurements of what?
Usually like land. So they'll get in like an airplane and then they'll look down and they use rulers and I don't know, there's some math involved.
Wait, they get rulers out on airplanes and measure land below them? You think that's how maps were derived?
Because if you take the ruler and then you multiply based on how high you are, they can kind of, and then they get a very skilled artist up there. I think nowadays they use digital artists, and they can kind of create the map.
So you think navigation is based on rulers in airplanes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how they create the maps. I don't know if they navigate that way.
So you're telling me that maps that have been around since what? The predating Columbus, right? So pre-1400s, predating airplanes, were derived from rulers?
I don't think those were.
And airplanes?
Those were really shitty. I don't even think they invented rulers, and I'm pretty sure they didn't invent airplanes. So I think that came a lot later, but because those maps back then were really bad.
So if I can pull you up maps that were derived pre-airplanes that somewhat are close to what you think your conception of the world is, you think they're shitty?
Yeah, throw them at me.
Okay, well, just Google Maps pre. When was the first flight? When did we first have
Google
airplanes?
Maps uses planes, doesn't it? Or are you talking about maps before planes? Looking it up.
Maps before 1900, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a whole lot of navigation that took place pre-1900. There's a whole lot of maps that took place pre-1900. How were those derived?
Very poorly. I mean, I think they just kind of had to walk and use because they didn't have the planes back then, so they kind of had to walk and use tape measures.
Give me the methodology that you used. That you said that they just walked. So what are they walking and writing on pieces of paper? Like, give me the methodology. You said they
were walking,
walked.
Then they were measuring, and then they
Did you hear him?
Pieces of paper.
He said they were walking with a tape measure before airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just being silly. So, yeah, Snowcat, what I want to ask you is, you said you weren't sure about the globe, so what is your reason for doubting it?
Well, I saw the moon landing, and I thought that was obviously fake.
What made you think that?
Just the kind of the lighting was really off. Like it felt like it came kind of showed from multiple angles, and just kind of some of the, like, honestly, a lot of it just looked weird. Especially the reflections and the light.
Okay.
How'd you go from that to there not being curve on the Earth then? Because a lot of people think the moon land. I mean, no, we should say. I mean, they're obviously fake, but not all those people understand that the globe is also a lie. So how'd you go from that to that?
Well, I mean, if obviously once you kind of realize that the lie about that, I feel like it's pretty. You kind of start to go down, like, see what they start to lie about more, and that's when you kind of start to realize that they don't really tell you everything.
That's pretty vague. So what would you say was the one piece of information that really clinched it for you?
One piece of, well, I wouldn't say it was a piece of information as much as it was just kind of, yeah, I mean, realizing that it was not what they were saying. There wasn't one piece of information.
Yeah, okay, so you still believe in the globe. I mean, why is it you want us to...
Yeah.
Why do you want us to think that you don't? We don't care if you're a glober.
Well, I don't want you to think that I don't. I'm just well,
that's what you said. Yeah, you said you were on the fence, you weren't sure, but
yeah.
I don't hear any uncertainty in you. I haven't even heard one piece of information that makes you think you're seriously questioning it.
Hey, Snowcat, are you trying to pretend to see if this is how we became flat earthers?
But how did you?
We went out and looked.
Yeah, I mean, if you were serious, I mean, there would have been at least one, piece of objective information in your little fairy tale there. Mm-hmm.
I believe it was when Plumb Bob explained maps, how they make maps now. I'm talking about before. I completely.
Do we have any people with serious questions? I mean, go back to this troll if we want, but if there's anybody in here who has serious questions,
I got some new stuff.
Okay, let's hear your analysis of the flight data.
So back to the flight data. Somebody told me that there's never been a flight over the Antarctic. I just pulled up a flight in 2021. Somebody flew from Buenos Aires, Argentina to Darwin, Australia. You can look it up. It's verifiable. It happened. And then I have some other maps that I want to post. I've got the URLs all saved. I'm going to post them all in voice chat for you guys. And this is kind of where I've been trying to get at from the start. I don't know if I explained it poorly, but my point is just, why can you fly from, let's say, Tokyo to New York in 13 hours, or you can fly from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile in 13 hours, when, if the Earth was flat, Australia and Chile would be very far from each other, whereas New York to Tokyo...
Prove it.
Just look at these maps I posted. Look at the maps I posted in the voice chat.
Yeah, I don't respect this because not 20 minutes ago you said it would take 2 hours to fly between those places.
Dude, I was giving my point wasn't an exact amount of hours.
You haven't digested. You don't know anything about it. You've just Googled this on the fly. You don't know that it carries to the conclusion that you're trying to draw from it. And here you are acting like
You're some expert on this argument.
No. I'm not trying to be an expert, and this is on the fly. My point isn't that I have some exact number of data I can give you. My point isn't that. My point is simply that if the Earth was flat, the distances between either what I view as the southern and northern hemisphere, one would be further from the other, whereas the flight data shows that they are equally close to one another. That's my whole point. I'm not giving you exact numbers. My point is that one hemisphere should be farther from the other.
Yeah, prove what the actual distances would be. Go ahead.
Okay.
After your 20 seconds of Googling, just let us know.
Paris to Darwin. Distance.
Okay.
Nautical
we'll wait
miles.
for the proof. Yeah, we'll wait for you to Google it. Yeah.
Okay. Nautical miles. 7350 nautical miles. Now let's do Tokyo to New York nautical miles. Tokyo to New York.
Dude, you made a claim of what it would be if the water's not curving, like it doesn't. Prove that.
Are you using nautical miles? If you are, those are flat Earth. You know that nautical miles are flat Earth because you're going to make elevation angles to stars to get.
I mean, it's simply a measure of distance. At the end of the day, what measure of distance you use doesn't prove either idea of the Earth. At the end of the day,
not a measure of distance.
A nautical mile is a measure of distance. I'm not an expert on any of this. I am pulling shit up on the fly, but sorry, say that again.
I'm saying the flight distances you're going to claim, they're not measurements.
But has anyone looked at the links that I just sent yet? And can somebody? I'm not looking to switch the subject to this and that. I just want you guys.
Yeah, the first one's a straw man. The first one's a straw man, and I don't want FlatEarth.WS's flight path version of that flight. I want to see the actual flight path from the actual people who
I'll pull that up.
The data.
Go to the second one, and I'll work on fixing the first one.
And while you're at it, you can also tell us how you verified the distance between those two locations.
Dude, I wasn't there. I'm not a pro on any of this, but at the end of the day, you have to put a certain degree of trust into public flight data. You guys are using public information as well, and I can respect that.
I'll give you another example then.
Okay.
If you're flying 500 miles an hour on your plane, right? The plane is going 500 miles an hour. But you have a tailwind of 300 miles an hour. How fast are you flying?
I mean, if you're flying 500 miles per hour, you're flying 500 miles per hour. It's a matter of how much fuel you're using at that point.
What? If you're flying 500 miles an hour and you catch a tailwind of 300 miles an hour, how fast are you flying?
I suppose you would move towards 800, but obviously the pilot is going to slow the throttle on the jet so you match a certain level of speed and efficiency. It's like back in the 80s, they used to fly much faster to their destinations, but they started flying to conserve fuel. To conserve fuel. That's how commercial flights work. They conserve fuel to make it the most economic because we live in a capitalist society.
They call it wind.
Well,
they call it just when they save on fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, so when I flew to Japan, I got there in about 10 hours. I got back in about 8.5 or something because of the tailwind. They didn't have to, I guess, decelerate as much and use the amount of fuel that they were aiming towards. So yeah, you're gonna accelerate, but I mean, we're getting off of the point I'm trying to make.
By the way, your second link, it's also a straw man.
What is that? I'm sorry.
They're all straw man's, T-Dub.
It's a false representation of your opponent's argument. Actually, we didn't even make an argument about it, but one's been presented for us, apparently, according to this.
Well, I wasn't pulling them up as some sort of art, okay, sorry. My point was simply, how can you fly from two spots in the northern hemisphere, have them be the same distance from two spots in the southern hemisphere if there's only one hemisphere? Theoretically, one side of the Earth, either the north or the southern hemisphere, has to be the center.
Premise. I'm gonna argue with your premise. Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove the distances that you just claimed, and then went ahead and built a conclusion on.
Just argue my theoretical argument for a second. Is there not
Nah, no thanks.
So isn't one hemisphere the center and one the outside if the Earth is flat? No,
I'm not going to argue your imaginary stuff, dude. No thanks. That's not the purpose of
no,
this.
He's going to try to make a legitimate argument with you guys. I'm not trying to bullshit anything. If the Earth is flat, one hemisphere is the center and one is the outside. Am I wrong in that assertion?
No, you're trying to use nautical miles, which are derived from an alleged circumference of the Earth, which is merely derived from the celestial sphere, which is measurement of the stars above you.
But the measurement I'm using,
it's not an actual measurement.
I'm using hours as a measurement, flight hours based on commercial flight data.
Yes, you're using timing based on the stars. So you're using the graticule, which is literally the observed celestial sphere above you based on your current location as an observer. So you're measuring to curved visual space, and you're assuming that curved visual space is a curve below you.
So I can sit on a flight from these two locations with my phone, put a timer on.
Hold on, replay, because you're walking right past what he said. Do you understand what a graticule is?
No.
No? Okay. So when you're looking out at the horizon, and then you look up into the sky, and you take an angle from the horizon to the spot in the sky that you're looking at, that's called a graticule.
Okay.
It's a degree of.
I mean, half an hour ago, he thought it was 2 hours from Argentina to Australia.
I wasn't being exact, dude. I was trying to simply make a point from flying in two different directions and having it be different times.
That you just make up and don't understand and can't verify. Yeah,
I've been very honest from the start that I'm not trying to use exact measurements in this. I'm arguing the basic idea that if the Earth is flat, one hemisphere is center and one is on the outside. That is all
I know what you're doing. You're looking at the AE map. You're looking at this map that seems to be in a circle because you Googled flat Earth map, and then you're trying to straw man that map.
Can you suggest them a better map?
Yeah, I mean the maps you sent me were completely rectangle, and at some point you need a map that properly represents flight data for me to be able to debate this.
We do not need a map. We do not need a map in order to determine that the surface of the Earth is flat. No, we don't.
No, what I'm saying is I'm just trying to debate flight data. That's all I'm trying to debate.
Relax, dude. Relax. You're learning all this for the first time. So all real maps are local maps. They're not global maps. They're not maps of the entire Earth. They're just maps of the local region. And all of those maps display flat Earth topography on them. Everything's based off of sea level, which sea level is that water is level when at rest. It's level at the ocean, and then all elevation is based off of that level at the ocean. Do you understand
if we have satellite, what you're saying, I understand. But what I'm saying is, if we have satellites, how can we not map the entire planet together?
But if we
should be able to have a map of the whole Earth. If we have satellites where we can see the whole Earth, how can we not put together how it connects to one another? How can we not connect?
Do you have access to all the satellites?
I mean, you can get certain levels of public satellite data, but at the end of the day, I get what you're saying. The government lies. I'm not disagreeing with you. But my point is, the amount of public satellite data that exists at this era in time is so expansive that you can no longer say that if we have satellite data coming from 50 different countries. Sorry, say that again?
You say the data that's available is so expansive at this point, but you don't know that to be true.
I mean, how many countries have satellites? I couldn't give you an exact number, but I would say 40 to 50 countries probably have satellite data. A lot of it's public, obviously not military satellite, but there is certain satellite data that is public. Yeah.
Do you remember the satellite that supposedly China flew over the United States?
The hot air balloon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the president at that time?
Biden.
Okay, and what did he do? What did he do to that satellite?
Oh, we shot it down.
Shot it down with a missile.
Shot it down. Right. So when you say, well, what about the satellites? That's what I think of when you say satellites, that they're all on balloons at really high altitudes. This one was just low. They got busted and they had to dispose of it over water because if it fell on land, a bunch of conspiracy theorists might actually go there and try to figure out what the components are.
Wait, no, they weren't worried about
I missed your point.
Why? The motherfucking government was on that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess. So with a balloon satellite, I think the reason why you shoot down a balloon satellite is it's much closer to the ground. It's able to gather much more data through electronics, not just through imagery, but you're so close to the actual ground that you're able to wirelessly probably connect to a lot of different devices, download data, get much higher resolution pictures. I mean, a balloon satellite, when it's close to a potential, like, let's say, military asset, is much more valuable than a space satellite is. So that's why I would say
another fucking baseless claim replay.
Dude, I'm just trying to debate. You guys don't have to come at me like that. Just explain why I'm wrong.
You haven't proven the Earth curve yet.
No, I mean, Sheepdog, I'm liking talking to you. You're being really good about this, but a lot of people are just kind of shitting on me.
I'm giving you an alternative to your explanation. So really,
you're good.
What I want from you is measured Earth curve. Drop over distance.
Do you know how to do surveying? They got that shit, bro.
Do I know? I'm gonna be honest. I joined this Discord like a day ago, and I just thought it'd be fun to hop in and talk to you guys. I haven't done a ton of research on this. I haven't talked to my buddy Brian, who I used to debate this shit with, in years, and I just thought it'd be fun to hop in. I don't have all the data or the numbers. I just thought it'd be fun to talk about the flight data thing because that's always been my biggest thing that me and
if that's your argument, then you go for it.
I mean that's what I can actually argue.
How your flight data or whatever it is you're appealing to proves the Earth's surface is curving.
Okay, so back to my point. Those links I just sent. All I'm asking is an explanation. Let me pull a few up.
No. What you think about them should stand alone and represent the globe with no need for a comparison to anything else that we think. Just show how it proves the Earth's surface is curving into a ball shape.
Yeah. No, they do. Give me one sec. I'm just pulling them up so I can look at it while I talk. Okay, so we have flights from New York to Tokyo. Takes 12 hours and 40 minutes. And we have flights from Australia to Chile, and they take 12 hours and 40 minutes. So back to my point. If we have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, the globe, it makes sense that both would take 12 hours and 40 minutes because you're flying from two equidistances just from different hemispheres. But if the Earth is flat, one hemisphere, which it would be the south, I would guess, would be further from one another because it would be on the outside. So that distance should be much greater than two distances from the northern hemisphere.
You're comparing what you think how a flat Earth should look and be distributed, right?
I swear to God. The way that
you're just using a straw man again.
Sheepdog sent me a map
without saying the word flat Earth. Show how your flight data represents a globe.
Oh man! I swear to God, if I meet one of you motherfuckers, I'm gonna hurt you physically.
So you won't be able to do this, right? So your argument is reliant upon your opponent having some sort of alternative that you can compare with, right? So it's not a standalone proof for the globe, bro. And we're not using it, and we're not using it as any kind of. We're not using flight paths as any kind of proof, right? We've got flight data that shows that the way that aircraft operates absolutely does not involve flying over a ball, especially one that's spinning. Right?
Oh wow! The Earth doesn't spin. No, it's the whole galaxy that's turning around us.
No, I get what you're saying, but to me, obviously, I'm not deep diving into the science of all this. You guys could probably just trash on me with all that, but what I can simply argue is flight data. So if you guys could give me some better maps, I saw the maps Sheepdog sent me earlier. Those are kind of hard to see what your
we're not doing that. It's not our aim. It's not our purpose. We don't. That's not our argument.
But that gives me an angle to see where you're coming from.
No, it doesn't. The angle we're coming from is the measurements of the Earth's surface directly on the surface, not speculation about the way the flight paths or anything like that. All right, it's just direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. The surface of liquid being horizontal when it's at rest.
So, okay, question then. So, based on your measurements, is Argentina and Australia's distance from another further than the United States' distance from
We're not
Japan?
talking about distances, bro. Like, at the moment, like, we're just talking about the quality of the surface of the Earth, right? It's either has curvature rate to it, or it's just planar in nature, right? Particularly over water. Water's going to have the least amount of topography. Land masses are a bit harder to, like... But you know what? Do you know what? Even today, they use sea level as a horizontal standard, a horizontal plane of reference, a datum by which they can then gauge the elevation changes across land.
Yeah, that's
so. You know how they say this place, and that place is so far or so far high or so far below sea level. That's a horizontal plane that they're describing, and they do this for the entire mapped Earth.
So if I explain to you guys that the Earth's surface is flat and curved at the same time because gravity warps space-time, are you familiar with that concept?
Yeah, don't red herring, bro.
That ain't a red herring, motherfucker. That's legit physics.
Yeah, it is. We weren't even talking about that. So you just expect us to move on to this different topic with you. Right, just disregard this other guy that we're in the middle of conversing with.
Oh, you guys are good. Give him a minute. I'm gonna mute myself. Go over shit. Give him a minute. I'm gonna mute myself. You guys talk that for a minute.
He's not making any sense. So,
who, me?
Yeah, we'll probably find out in about 5 minutes.
You don't understand how something could be flat and curved because gravity warps space-time?
Because it's warped by space-time?
No, by gravity.
Give me a demonstration.
Orbit. When you go in orbit, even flying a plane, it's not show me an orbit. Show you one? You can watch the ISS fly overhead if you want. Or the Starlink.
How do you know that's an orbit?
What?
How do you know that's an orbit?
Why don't you get in a fucking rocket and go up there and look? I'm not doing that, but you want to so bad. Why don't you?
It's your evidence.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What? I know what I'm talking about. You motherfuckers think that you can trick a motherfucker into thinking something ain't real when it is. I don't like that at all.
Oh.
So
where's your evidence?
Put your real name on that motherfucker and say it.
Oh.
Yeah. What is going on here? We opened up the complaint department, or what's happening?
Yeah. They put on my fucking shirt before. Anyways, hey, look.
I'm playing the Dandelion. Ooh. What?
So you guys don't want to discuss pi or like orbit?
You guys ever see a bird fly over your house, motherfuckers? That's an orbit, motherfucker.
Hello, team. I do have something light to say. I have something light to say. Well, a long time ago, I heard that if the Earth is actually flat,
oh my God, right?
Cats would have pushed everything over the edges. Have you guys heard that one before?
Yeah, and what would it fall off into?
I don't know. Maybe some abyss somewhere. I don't know. Well, you guys don't believe in space, do you?
What would pull it down?
It's fall on all the yarn balls.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The reason why we can't get to the edge is because there's cats guarding it.
Yeah. Cats push everything over, right?
Yeah.
They beat us.
Nathan, you've been here a long time and you're still on the edge.
I'm on the edge. I just talked to you like 3 days ago today.
No, not me.
You guys are fascinating.
Are you actually Steven Tyler, Raiden?
No, I don't have any alt accounts or anything. I'm the same guy.
It was a living on the edge joke. No,
I got you. Okay, I see.
He's the same.
I'm thinking about doing what Scott Mackey talked about doing. I may write a book about you guys one day. I've never done that before. Mind of a flat earther. Does that sound like
so? I kind of derailed the whole conversation. You guys don't want to talk about gravity or space time, dude.
It better be a big book, Raiden.
Ryden's the one that's wanting to talk to us now, man. You didn't want to talk to us before. Now nobody wants to talk.
Yeah, but Raiden doesn't want to talk about the topic. He wants to talk about the people and their minds.
I'm done. I just had a joke about cats. I'm done. I don't want to take.
Yeah, okay, shut up then.
Yeah, so what's up with that whole like gravity shit and how it warps like the physical reality of matter and all that thing? Like,
yeah, what is up with that?
Yeah,
hey, do you know the calculations that they got for the GPS satellites that circle the Earth all the time? They have to like coincide with relativity and all that shit. Are you aware with that kind of math, or are you guys just a bunch of fucking wannabe fortune tellers or some shit? What are you?
Do you have the calculations that they use?
No, because my math ain't that advanced, but I know of them.
Oh, okay. So then how do you know that their math is talking about
Buddy, you can get in a fucking rocket and go up there if you want to.
Can you?
Oh, you could? You can.
Now it's
for the money they spend on that on Earth, I reckon you could.
Maybe.
Oh, it ain't no maybe, buddy. At the very least, you could pay SpaceX.
Yeah, how much is
money? How much did they spend on that trip? About $1 million or $250,000, $500,000? What was that?
Oh, damn, dude. Maybe you should go do it and prove it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm not the one questioning reality. You guys are.
You're the one who came in here.
Yeah, because I like talking shit.
To prove? You got something to prove, though?
I don't know. I kind of like certain shit, especially with people that are just like trying to like warp the fabric of reality by telling lies, thinking they can create their own delusions and make them real.
Projection noted.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're going to beat people up.
If only you knew how deep your own delusion was, man.
Okay, God.
Anyways, what were you talking about?
You were projecting.
The curvature of the Earth.
Yep. What about
it? Or the lack of it.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about space-time...
That's space-time. Tell us about space-time, man.
How big is the Earth?
It's like around 40,000 kilometers is the circumference? Yeah, it's 40,000 kilometers around, just about, like 42, something like that.
What does that mean to you?
Not a whole lot. I don't plan on going around that motherfucker anytime soon, so the fuck back there. What's it mean to you?
Well, that means that there's a number there, and that number can be tested using observations of measurements.
Right. So
right.
You know, it's not exactly the same measurement. Damn! Well, hey, they like the fucking soundboard over there, huh? Hey, you know that you could measure different, what would you call them? Longitude. Yeah, that's funny. See, lines of longitude. Is stuck in the dust. Latitude is different, though, because the latitudes, they're not all the same. They're, they're shorter when you get north or south, but the equator is the longest one, of course. You guys are, you're not really adding to the conversation.
Who says anything about latitude and longitude being shorter or longer?
Well, you said something about the circumference of the Earth. I told you it's around 42,000. But it depends on where you're measuring from and where you're measuring around.
It's 40,000 kilometers. Now it's 42,000 kilometers.
Something like that. It's around 40.
Oh, okay. You don't know?
It was exactly. It's different depending on where you are. So
Okay. How much drop over distance would you observe when you're looking out over a flat surface, or what would be a flat surface?
I don't know. You guys always talk about that inch every 8 miles or some shit, or 8 inches a mile. What's the number again you always talk about?
I don't know. You're the one with the claim, so.
I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, you are. You're saying the Earth is a ball and it has a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
Reiterating what is modern accepted science. It's not making.
Okay. Did you ever go out and test that?
I don't have to, because like millions of people have done it before me.
You made the claim we were under that we just believed.
So you just taking their word for it?
Right. So now I'm going to take
that
your
sounds
word.
religious. That sounds religious, not science.
Yeah.
What you're talking is religious.
Like
you just
what?
that shit,
For example.
I don't question everything. Some things can be verified.
Okay. Sounds like you're naive. Thank you for sharing your naivety with us.
You think I'm naive because I believe?
I know for a fact you are. You just told us that you just believe what other people say.
Yeah, but education, I guess they call it these days. So where I can like parse
indoctrination, education,
indoctrination,
psychological operation.
Yeah, you've been sold a bill of goods, bro, and now you're here defending it, saying motherfucker every third sentence.
Getting destroyed. They just mopped the floor with you, buddy.
I don't think so, dude. You can question everything until the fucking cows come home and you're blue in the face, but it don't get you nowhere. Unless you're actually like.
According to you, don't go test nothing. According to you, don't go test nothing. Nope. Yeah, that's smart.
I haven't turned blue yet.
I have lasers and all that craziness, man. I ain't got the equipment to test that shit. And plus, I don't need to.
Now you don't need to. Now you don't got the equipment. Yeah, okay.
Dude, I'm fucking you on a fucking cell phone, through a headset, through a satellite, through a tower, through all that shit. Like you're still denying.
You can do it with a mirror flash. You're just lazy. So
I was just about to say. I was say the word mirror. How serendipitous. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I bet you guys would look right in the fucking mirror and be like, "That ain't me." That's funny, but hey, man, whatever.
You drunk, bro?
Yeah, no doubt.
No, which I was.
I hope you are.
Oh, you hope I am. Why? Why do you hope I'm drunk? You trying to take advantage of me?
Well, then you'd have an excuse.
To what? To try to school you fuckers out of reality? Now, I don't know why you guys get off on this shit. Maybe you don't have girlfriends or something. I don't know what it is.
Do you have a question, Erical? Do you have a question about the flat Earth?
Yeah, so do you guys know anything about motherfucking orbital mechanics at all?
Orbital mechanics. What would you like us? Yeah, what would you like us to know about that?
I'm asking you what you know about it. You speak.
Well, I know nothing. I know nothing's orbiting any globe because there's no globe. So
I know
what else
nobody's
is there
ever.
To know?
I know nobody has ever seen a full orbit of anything ever. Did he disappear?
That's a fact.
He left.
Yeah, I was calling him a troll, but he's just coming in here to.
What's up, Professor Flat Earth, dude?
Hey, what's up, Jizzbo? Nobody knows your old name, man. Only a few.
You y'all remember me. But...
Yeah, I remember.
I heard you.
I was driving. I heard.
Happened.
This was my first name ever on social media. My first official handle where I didn't use my real name, and it was always Sheepdog, but it was like different variations of Sheepdog. And then after I got my account back on Twitter, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be a legend.
Just do it. Love it. Anyway, Speculation Sunday, man. I think we started it. You and I, baby.
We did.
Let's do it.
We did.
That was
it's a good break from the
the monotony, and then when there's low traffic or whatever, it's cool to have a little bit of.
Sunday's good for that,
But it's just speculation. It's not like it's actually what's really going on because you can't prove any of it.
Exactly. It's like I heard Australia tried to launch a rocket into space and it failed. Is that speculation? I don't know. That's what I heard. Anyway.
That's funny.
That was yesterday. I heard that.
Hey, did you see what just happened in politics? In the politics server? Donald Trump tweeted out that this server is the #1 server on Discord. You wouldn't by any chance happen to know what the #1 room is in the server, do you?
I could guess.
Oh my God.
I could guess. Can I speculate? Can I speculate on that and answer that?
It's not us anymore. It was for like a year. It's the main room right now, though. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's okay. That's okay. We've kind of spread out and split ourselves up a bit. There's other servers, and I mean, you can't be #1 for fucking ever. We had like a year, and the main VC should be the main attraction of the politics server. And we overtook them for well over a year. So I mean, it's good. It's all good.
We're just guests here, man, riding on their
exactly.
coattails.
I know. Like, why are we the dominant thing in their play? Yeah, I know.
I appreciate them letting us in here. It's been great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll probably get up there again, but right now, it's there's other topics that people are more focused on.
Summertime, a lot of people are outside. They're roaming around. They're doing things. Back in the winter, we'll probably be #1 again.
Yeah, we're 2 right now. This is the worst we ever do is 2. So
that's not bad. I'll take it.
Even Rocky lost the fight.
What was that rocket launch? What? I didn't hear it. Okay. So you guys.
Hey, there's a southern part of the world too, you know.
Oh, I heard you failed your rocket launch upside down.
Yeah,
it's because you're upside down.
Sorry about that.
Are you sad?
Yeah, I was hoping, one day I might get in one of those things.
I was hoping. You got to hope harder next time, man. You got to hope harder. All right. Anybody think they're living on a stationary plane, not shooting through outer space, millions of miles an hour?
Yes, we are not.
Okay. I appreciate the confirmation. Checking out. Just doing a little survey. Just checking.
That's fascinating, Claire. You said the numbers will go back up during the wintertime, right?
Yeah, numbers always go up in wintertime because people are locked in. It's freezing cold. They don't want to go outside.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It happens all the time. Every year. I've watched it year after year. Like the numbers go through the roof during like January, February. It's like, where all these people come from? Oh, shit.
Catch me later with that. This year I'm going tropical for the weather.
There is a damn south.
Heretic's going to go south? That sounds good.
Yeah, that's it. I've had it.
Why are you tripping all this traffic to the northern regions? Oh, yeah, it's when they're outside. That's when Discord goes quiet, right? Forget about us in the south, right?
Hey, there's like 10% of you. You're a minority.
I think Canada and Australia are the same place.
You got Africa and South America.
Did you guys catch Bong in here the other night? Was he in?
Bong was in here. Mr. Bruce Lee.
Dude,
he was a big hit.
That guy's a legend, OG, man. Anyway, it's good to hear his voice. I was like, damn. He brought up a good point, man. He goes like, do you think that God created this place to make it a big giant illusion? Like big curvature, and there's no curvature, but it really does curve, and and then the motion, and God really just wanted to play a big trick on everybody. Say it's nothing like you feel or sense or see. It's nothing like that. It's totally opposite of that.
Indio said that. That was what Indio said. If Bong said it, he was just copying what Indio's been saying for a few weeks now.
Indio might have said
it was.
I kind of feel like that's a version of the same sort of thing they do, though, where they place their faith in governments and institutions. Like, would they lie? I kind of feel like it's that. I don't know. I mean, maybe that sounds like sacrilege, but I don't know who made this place.
What if God is the trick?
The whole place is a big, giant magic trick, to fool you on where you think you live. I mean, that seems a bit ridiculous, Seems a bit.
Men created God. All the books were written by men.
Exactly. So I go outside. I watch the sunrise. I watch it set. I watch the seasons change. I don't feel like I'm moving. I look at the ocean. It's totally flat. And
look, if I made a world, I would probably troll the people in it a little bit. Be honest.
You might.
Yeah, Heretic's world would be harsh. I don't know if I'd want to live there, Heretic. I don't know. I need more information before I decide.
Yeah, I mean, I would be benevolent overall, but I would probably fuck with them a bit, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you would.
I think I'd join you with that, Heretic.
Nah, man, I'm the opposite. I ain't fucking with anybody. I ain't trying to fool anybody. I ain't trying to lie, like deceive, cheat.
I think you get to a point where you can't help it, dude.
Maybe. I don't know.
You just kind of look down and you're like, these people are dumb as fuck. I can't even try to tell them the truth. They're too stupid to fucking understand it.
Yeah, I did that during 2020. I was messing with people, man. I was trolling hard, man. But
Jesus is standing next to his dad going, just do it, dude. Just do it. I can't. No, just do it, dude.
What was that thing back in 2020 everyone was in our communities were joking about? It was like waiting for them to tell people to get down on their hands and knees walking out in the street.
Yeah.
We were just waiting for it. It was coming any day,
I thought at some point everybody was going to get underneath their desks.
I was telling people, man.
I'll do it.
I was like telling people, like, just do whatever they say, man. They're right. They got to be right, man. I mean, everybody's doing it, so they got to be right. So just do what they say. And I was trolling, obviously. I was trying to be funny and, make them think a little bit. For goodness sake, come on. Snap out of it, people. Yeah, I was trying, but same thing.
It was just at a point where it was like, how much more ridiculous can this get?
I think
we've got. Oh no, not anymore. I was going to say we had 000, but 000 left. Ambitious is here.
Ambitious? Are you ambitious, man? Where are you going to go, man? Are you going to make $1 billion, or you want to save humanity? How ambitious are you? I'm curious.
He's ambitiously going to prove the curvature.
Oh, ambitiously prove the curvature. That would be interesting. I've seen a lot of people try to do that and fail miserably. So,
I was going to say,
do you live on a globe? Do you live on a globe, Ambitious? Maybe he doesn't want to talk to us.
Shy.
His ambition's kind of fizzling.
Bad.
As quick as it came,
That was pretty good.
Mikhail's here. Do you live on a globe, Mikhail?
Oh, of course. Wait, is this
of course. Of course. You bet. Yeah, the Flat Earth Channel. Welcome. Yeah, tell us all about your globe. Yeah, tell us about your globe. Tell us.
No, I'm not entertaining.
You sound so happy about it. You sound so happy.
Yeah, don't entertain it. Just ignore it.
What's your favorite part? What's your favorite part of the globe?
That's insane. What do you mean? What's my favorite? The fact that we live on it? Yeah, sure.
What makes you think that?
Which part of the story is your favorite?
Is it squishy? Is it soft?
Yeah, it's very soft, isn't it?
Your toy globe? Is your toy globe? You got a plushie? Got a plushie globe you go to bed with at night?
Yeah, I guess I suppose I do. I can go buy another one if I want to. What are these questions, guys?
Yeah, that's the only place you're going to find a globe is in your toy store because it doesn't actually exist in reality, Mikhail.
Okay, sure. All right, guys.
This is like an isolated universe right here.
I bet.
You made ambitious talk. Are you guys buddies?
Globers are dumb, and flat people are smart. It's like the exact opposite of the real world.
Ambitious. I live in the real world. Yeah, you don't live in the real world, Ambitious? Are we in the real world
I just
right
entered.
now?
Well, you got to look. I think we're actually from two separate like universes. So you're
That's
from a
true.
universe
You live
where,
in
like, the Earth is flat.
imaginary. Yeah, you live in an imaginary sci-fi
And I come
universe
from the
where you
world
live
that's
on a
round.
globe.
When I come on this,
Yeah,
when I come to this
okay.
chat,
Yeah,
it's a flat Earth.
Why doesn't the new guy, you so and so, just shut up for a minute, and the new guy can give us his number one best proof of the globe.
Get on a building. Get on a skyscraper, from top to bottom. That's the easiest example.
What? You want me to go high and look?
Climb a fucking tree, bro. Is that
Probably
it?
not going to accept that explanation.
Literally, get in the tallest skyscraper you can. Line all of you guys from top to bottom. Whoever wants to be at the top floor to the bottom. From each one of you will see the sunrise or the sunset before the other. It's simple. It's really, really straightforward.
Holy
You guys make it far more complicated. You guys
that's
are using a bunch of assumptions.
That's excellent flat Earth proof, actually.
No, it's not actually. No, it's not. If it wasn't for the curvature, you would.
The further you see.
Yes, but the simple fact is that the simple fact that the person in the tallest will see the sun disappear first, or will see the sunrise first, and as it continues to rise, more and more people will begin to see
the person who's the tallest is not going to see it disappear first.
If it's setting, yes.
No.
Sorry, if it's setting. If it's setting first, it's the people at the bottom that will see it first.
Oh, oops! Get your shit straight.
It's not oops. No, it's not.
No, we should have like a
correcting it.
They're all tongue-tied.
This is it, Mikhail. Your entire worldview is built on climbing a tree.
Yeah, and your entire worldview is based on, guys, look at your eyes. Use your eyes. It's like you guys don't use anything past your eyes.
You're fucking example.
Use their eyes.
You guys
Can you imagine somebody using their eyes in the real world? Like somebody shooting at me, like, well, don't use your eyes. Like, don't take cover.
Your eyes.
Isn't that what you're asking us to do?
Just use your eyes.
Hang on,
using your eyes. It's not the only.
Hang on, everyone. Hang on a second. Didn't you just ask us to climb a building and use our eyes?
I said this is one of the easiest metrics because you guys won't use past any other reasoning.
Am I going to have to use my eyes? Am I going to have to use my eyes?
Guys, can I ask you tomorrow?
For this example, yes.
Climb
that's what I thought,
bro. Climb up the tower and then look over the horizon. It's your homework for tomorrow.
Ambition, you're making less sense than the other guy.
Right?
Literally nobody in here makes any sense.
And he made no sense.
Look at each other. Have a good one, guys. Be safe.
Cheers.
The only time you guys see a globe is when you turn on the TV or your phone or open a magazine.
Why do you want to hate on everybody that comes in here and just insult them? I didn't come in here.
Yeah, because they come in here with the
I'm not
10 fucking reasons we know the Earth's a globe article. Excuses, it's ridiculous.
Bro, so you guys are so traumatized. You want to hate on everybody else that comes in here.
Projection. Yep.
Ooh.
Projections.
You want Baba? What are we talking about?
Curvature.
Well, Rob's about to tell us how he ties grains of sand from his ceiling of his garage with a string.
When do you experience a globe, other than turning on the TV or opening a magazine? Do you experience a globe outside?
Yeah, it's a globe.
Is that question for Ambitious, or who are we asking, Larry?
Yeah,
Ambitious. Whoever the glober is. I'm not asking you guys.
Oh, yeah, Ambitious. That question is for you.
I came here to listen. Guys. I didn't come in here. Daniel,
you guys
want to just go and harass everybody, dude. You want to go out and
harassment.
You don't listen to people's points, dude. You don't listen to
So
let's insult everybody.
Uh-oh.
All right.
How you gonna walk up to somebody's room?
Oh shit, he got muted. He came
You
here.
guys do know, and with all due respect, I'm just saying, if you go to an ocean and it has electrical poles, you can actually see the curvature, right?
Where?
Can you guys imagine me going up to a basketball court where a bunch of young men are playing basketball, and I interrupt their basketball game by standing in the middle of their court and accuse them of harassing me? That's what this guy just did, and then he's complaining about being treated poorly. But he's just here to
weird.
listen.
Yeah, I haven't heard him be treated poorly. So now we've got Tristan, Larry. Maybe he wants to answer your question. Tristan is a new candidate here. Tristan, welcome.
Tristan, what did you say? Electrical pools?
Yeah, basically, if you just go to an ocean with electrical poles, you can actually see the curvature of the wires if they go far enough. So, I mean, this is just one tiny little clue.
Soundly.
Are you talking about pylons?
Hmm? I'm just talking about electrical wires. You can see them curve.
It's a soundly argument is what he's going for.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just, if you could explain it.
Can you show us it?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get a picture.
You guys have seen the picture. Come on, man. We don't need to see the picture, do we? Really?
No, it's the way he's worded it, dude. It's weird.
Yeah, hold on.
Weird wording, but electrical wires over water, basically, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah, it's a Pontchartrain, right?
Lake Pontchartrain. Soundly like Pontchartrain.
Oh, and I got a picture of it. I'll send
you got a picture. So how if you were to take that radius that you see in that picture and complete a circle, like a complete, globe, how small would your globe be, bro? It's going to be pretty teeny. I'll give you that.
He's a tiny earther.
It's not even that. It's just you can see the curve. It's a visual thing, I feel like.
How far is it to the horizon in that image?
Yeah, complete the curve.
I'm not a scientist. I couldn't tell you. I'm just trying to ask for an explanation.
Gotta get a scientist out here, guys.
Just explain the curve. I mean, you don't have to ask how far it is.
I'm going to use the same excuse that you guys use every time we show an observation where it doesn't match the globe and it just looks flat. Oh, refraction. It's a mirage.
Well, no, you could just say you're far away from the curve.
Yeah, that's it. It's refraction. It's a mirage.
I'm not saying it's a mirage. I'm just saying.
Oh, I am. I'm saying that. I'm going to use the same excuse that you guys, all you globers, use every time we show an observation that doesn't match your expectations and just shows that it's flat. How's that for? How you like them apples?
So good.
Yeah.
Well, if you could give me an observation.
Who is that? Put
that in your pipe and smoke it.
Right now? Who are you talking?
That's me.
What's your name?
Tristan.
All right, Tristan. So I'm going to put a video here. I'm going to have you watch. It's about 7 minutes long. All right. And I just put it in the side chat for you so that way you can go watch it. And this is an observation that was taken over a flat floor. The floor is flat because they level homes, and they make sure that the floor is flat when they build a home. And you're going to see things disappearing from the bottom up in this video. So when you come back, we'll talk about it, okay?
Yeah.
Flat floor. A flat floor video. I like that. I love a good flat floor video.
Yeah, Tristan, I also sent you a few other observations of these pylons you can go over.
Oh, yes, Dan.
Yeah, but I feel like these don't really explain why it curves to the ocean.
What, that horizontal line over the ocean that you showed us, the horizon? Yeah, I don't know what you mean, curve.
Yeah, it's a curve.
Yeah, horizontal is a curve.
Well, you get what I'm saying. You see the bend.
You see the bend?
What I'm saying is you don't.
Man.
You could see it goes around. It's not flat. Otherwise, it wouldn't bend. It would just look flat. What I'm saying is
you don't see that.
Yeah.
You don't see
You don't see... Well, you do see the curve, but...
I think he's saying it looks like the power lines start to arch as they meet the horizon, but you can clearly see the horizon line.
He's got it.
But the horizon line is still flat.
Yeah, the water is completely flat, dude. The horizon line where the sky meets the water, it's totally flat. It's horizontal, it's straight. There's no curve to that.
It's like 20 miles something.
Well, you could see the arch. You could see it drop.
Well, you can see an apparent effect of the power lines, but the water, where the surface appears to meet the sky, that's just a straight line across.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a big problem.
Hey, here's the same exact location, but in a GIF.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but it's you can kind of see the curvature on that, but B, it's like if you're using a shitty camera, you're not going to be able to see all the way down. You know, if I pull out my microphone, my microwave camera, I might not be able to see that far. But if I had like a one of the good ones.
It looks like it's curving up at some point and then down. It's all fucking wonky.
But it's just like even if you go with eye, you can kind of see it. Like
Did you say microwave camera?
What do you mean screenshot? I sent a picture.
Screenshot where you kind of see the curve in that GIF.
Well, not in that GIF, because once again,
that's what you just said. You said you can kind of see it.
No. I said in my picture you can kind of see it.
Hey guys, I'm from another universe.
Yeah, we don't care. We're talking about curvature.
No, I legit will.
We're talking on curvature.
Shut up.
Yeah, get that bozo from the other universe out of here. We're having a conversation about curvature.
Exactly.
See, it just doesn't make sense. It bends all the way down. It can't be flat. That's impossible.
What? Water's level is impossible? What are you talking about?
No, it's not that. It's just you could see them dropping down where the Earth's curve would be.
Wouldn't the water be dropping down too?
Do you see that GIF right under your image?
Yeah.
You see, like right on the last frame, the railings look to be curving downwards.
It's an optical illusion, my friend.
Because the floor is going away, so it is curving.
The floor is going away. No, that's a flat.
Okay, is that it?
Flat street bridge.
So now the street's curved.
What do you got there? Like 200 yards?
Get the fuck. It's not even. Did you watch that video? Did you watch that video that I sent you, Tristan?
I can't watch a 7-minute video, dog.
It's got to be.
We can't really have a conversation with you any longer then.
What's your maximum attention span?
TikTok limit.
Say about 45 seconds. If you can get that, I'll believe you.
TikTok break. TikTok break. TikTok break.
Did he say microwave camera, or was I just hearing things?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Nah, it is a microwave camera. Shit's like 360p, bro. You can't see what's going on in that.
Okay, he's spiraling.
Yeah, he's trolling. He's done. All right, we can move on. Who's that other universe monitor?
Pontchartrain didn't do it, man.
Pontchartrain is a fucking shit show for the fucking globe, and they know it. They've
been trying to sell us a curved bridge, for almost 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yep. I don't want to buy a curved bridge. They definitely don't take the Earth curve into account when they build bridges. I would be worried if they did. I wouldn't want to go on any of those bridges.
What's that China one? It's like 110 miles long. And it's totally flat.
That's the
that China one. Yeah, where it's 110 miles. Yeah, that one.
Like so flat, bro. I got a picture of a GIF somewhere, man. But yeah, that's pretty flat. 110 miles. There should be like a 7,000 foot hump in the middle, but there's not.
It's not even straight, that bridge, is it? It's windy.
No, kind of zigzaggy kind of thing. Yeah.
Where's the curvature?
Where's the curvature? Where?
We're dating ourselves.
I know. You got to do it, Larry. Come on, bro. We're OGers at this point, man. We go way back to the really fun days. They were the Wild West of flat Earth, in my opinion, man. It was crazy.
It was a free-for-all, man.
Free-for-all, man. I mean, we got told to drink bleach 175 times a month. Okay. It was crazy. I mean, there was no filters, no censoring, there was no monitoring. It was a free for all. That was it. Yeah.
They got pissed off when they found out I had children. They were like, "Don't breed." I was like, "Too late." They were like, "Oh no!"
Like, yeah, don't breed. These people should not breed. They need to be taken away, institutionalized. Yeah, we got.
They want to put us on train cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, I feel like that's kind of an improvement now. Maybe it's because, like, society in general has just become so insane. Like, I don't even feel like that's even a thing anymore where people are literally, like, worried about being institutionalized for flat Earth. Even if it ever was a real concern, I don't think it was, right? That never actually happened to anybody, right? It was just a thing that people talked about.
There was a few people that I know they got fired for it because they had a high level like pilot job or they were airline pilot. They actually got fired for talking about flat Earth.
I'm sure there's
yeah, I'd have to see some. I'd have to see some verification of that. The only one I know about is the Dutch KLM pilot, where she was not fired. She decided to, speak up about it to the two male pilots she was working with, and then they just started like relentlessly harassing her, teasing her, making fun of her, like ridiculing her every single day. So then they did. It's been a while since I heard that interview. It's probably been 5 years. I think it's on Mark Sargent's channel. But anyway, I think they did have her go to see a psychiatrist, possibly through the work, but they did not fire her. She chose to take a desk job because she didn't want to keep being harassed by the dudes. And instead of like punishing the dudes like they should have, they were kind of like harassing her and making her do all this extra stuff. But, that lady wasn't actually fired. I don't know if anybody actually was, but I know that lady wasn't.
I know about it as well.
Yeah, and she chose the desk job because of the way she was being treated. I mean, you could say they pushed her out, but she could have kept flying if she wanted to. She was not grounded. I know people keep saying that. I think it was even in the headline in one of the videos, which really made me mad. I think it was the Mark Sargent interview where right in the interview, it says she says in her own words that she chose it. But the headline, because that's more exciting, attention-grabbing title says, Dutch pilot grounded. No, she picked it. The other choice was to be harassed and ridiculed constantly, but you know what I mean? She wasn't actually grounded. It was her choice.
Yeah, but we do know what happens with that, don't we? Besides that instance.
But, so, I want to ask,
well, that's why I asked for verification. I've never seen any verified, I know like Jose was harassed. He's talked about it on the live stream. They called his work and told him he was a flat earther, and they said, who cares? Like and then there's the other dude, Brian Mullen. He was harassed too, but I don't know that he actually lost his job. I mean, I'm not saying any of these things are wonderful. I'm just saying I've never seen any documented incident or heard any documented incident that's actually happening in reality.
What wasn't her question though? It was like she was asking about the gyroscope in her plane, because the gyroscope is meant to maintain rigidity in space regardless of external factors. So she was wondering why, when she flew halfway around the globe, why her gyroscope wasn't upside down.
Could be, don't know.
I'll see if I can find the interview. That rings a bell. That sounds familiar.
Does sound familiar. I mean, I've talked to a lot of pilots over the last 10 years. Yeah, the gyroscope is definitely something we're going to talk about for sure. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying that people are blackballed for, thinking outside the box. I mean, a more common, for example, in the movie, the documentary Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed, there's many documented instances there of professors being blackballed for questioning the evolution dogma, which I think is a similar kind of thing. But
for sure.
I mean, I'm not sure that it's possible. We had a lady in here. That's her story. I kind of was questioning Angie. She was in here saying that in her school there were several flat earth teachers, and that in the science department meetings they were arguing about it. Like, And those teachers weren't getting fired. I mean, according to her story, I'm not, I don't know this lady, but that's what she was saying. Like, I think once you get tenure, once you get tenure, that was about flat Earth. Yeah, they were flat earthers. I think once you get tenure, it's hard for them to get rid of you, especially like, Zen Garcia won his court case. Like, if anyone actually tried to fire someone in certain, like, for example, definitely in education, if they tried to fire you for explaining geometry issues, I don't know how they could get away with that. I mean, I'd like to see them.
Yeah, I mean, imagine legally there's no grounds to fire people on such a basis,
In America, we have this thing called, freedom of speech, and we have also freedom of religion. Whatever you want to believe. And you guys will agree that those are two things that you would, love to just cherish and do whatever you want, right? Whether you want to believe in a rock or a mountain or ocean or a God or whatever, you should be able to do that, right?
Yeah. No, I think like the idea of people getting fired over this, talking about this is sensationalized to some degree, but most likely what most people fear far more than being fired is just the harassment and ostracization that would come, even if they maintained their job,
Yeah, I think that's why I wanted to point out. Yeah, definitely. I mean, people should not be harassed, and if that gets to that level, then it's going to be a problem for most people in there just for the day-to-day operation in their job. Yeah.
If you were to turn that into a religion argument, the company would be like, "Oh shit, we can't discriminate against those." Oh my, their lawyers would be all over that, saying, "Stop it, man! You cannot." I mean,
it depends. Like we had a guy, we had a public, for sure. We had a public school teacher here recently. It was a news article that around here that he had that. That rainbow poster, I'm sure you guys have seen it, that says like Black Lives Matter. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't speak. Black Lives Matter, science is real, love is love. It's like a leftist,
Right. Oh, yeah, it's a t-shirt, isn't it?
Yeah, it has like 7 different things on it, like all their little favorite beliefs. Anyway, that guy had it in his class.
The globe is one of them, isn't it?
I think the science is real thing is kind of, it's like pseudoscience is real. That's what they're saying in code, aren't they? Yeah. So anyway, a guy had that in his public school classroom, and they told him he had to take it down, because it was agitating people, because it was clearly a political statement, even though it coaches itself in things that sound innocuous. But he refused to take it down, and he said he had to leave. Yeah, I mean, he did leave the job. I can't remember if they just kind of forced him to resign, but he just started, so he didn't have tenure. But I mean, because they can tell people not to make political statements. I don't see how they could tell people not to make mathematical statements, because that's what the flat Earth argument is.
That's right. Well, geometry, right?
Yeah, you betcha.
I mean, we're just here to discuss.
I was going to say, like, could you imagine just how quickly the globe would collapse if all them people in all the relevant academic fields and whatnot that had their suspicions and doubts and questions really spoke up about it and an open discussion happened?
Kind of like
because the only thing that props the globe up, the whole story, the whole religion, is the fear of that stigma, Yep.
Wasn't there like 100 scientists that said Einstein's freaking crazy or something?
Yeah, I just saw that recently. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, if you got 100 scientists, top scientists, PhD guys, going, "Hey man, that dude's crazy," but they ignore those 100 guys and they go, "We're going with Einstein. We're going to go with him."
But that was early 1900s, wasn't it, dude?
Yeah,
there's a difference, though.
I mean, I think like genuine scientific inquiry still had life in it back then, and that was the last decades of it being truly stamped out, and
really like stamped out. Like we are down to the
because I think on that book, they've got the image that about that book and them 100 scientists, but it says like they all agreed that Einstein was leading science into like, mysticism and all that nonsense, which is not science.
Theoretical stuff, Come on, we can't verify any of this. Come on, dude. What do you got? Bendy warp space.
So yeah, that was probably the last dying breaths, like fucking.
That was it.
Between like 1900 and 1950.
Would you guys agree with that?
Real scientific inquiry.
Maybe not.
So, yeah, it's funny how academia, if they were to get together and say, "Hey, man, yeah, we were looked at it." Honesty, but the problem is, man, their fear is like they're going to get fired, man, and they're going to lose their income, and they're not going to be able to send their kids to school and whatever. And it's just like there's no escape from the money machine, that you got to keep bringing money in, and if I go against the system, well, they're going to like harass me, and I'm not going to quit, or I'm going to get fired, one or the other. It's just a horrible position.
Yeah, but we just went over, dude, that like most likely they wouldn't lose their jobs. It would just become really uncomfortable to work it.
Yeah.
Imagine having these like the Globers we deal, like the worst type of Globers we deal with in here, like just as your direct colleague,
Exactly.
Multiple of them just nipping in your ear all day, every day with their fucking nonsense, And we know that like flat earthers are like a demographic that you can abuse essentially in society openly, and nobody bats an eyelid.
That's a great you bring up. You can abuse flat earthers because they, have some deposing ideas of what you believe. And you can make them just marginalized and completely irrelevant. That's what they love to do, man.
Yeah, you know how any workplace operates. They would slowly force you out without using the books.
Yep. You get just forced.
It's all tribal. Everywhere's tribal.
I got forced out of a situation. It was pretty cool. It just, they just harass the fuck out of you until you're like, fuck it, I'm out of here. Fuck it, I'm done.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, fuck you guys. I'll figure something else out. Yeah, I
think they're ostracizing themselves, right? Because when you got people like Vanek, who's been around for a really long time, and he's arguing that the hypothesis and the experiment are not the same thing. I'm like, wait a minute, you're telling me that like you don't use the same variables in the hypothesis that you use in the hypothesis, which is like the bait and switch, right? They're like changing what they're saying. So I'm like listening to that, and I'm like, dude, like how does that make sense to you? Like you're just gonna like test some other variable altogether, and then the results are what was the original hypothesis. That was the cause. It's the Earth spinning that causes the object to weigh more or less depending if you're flying east or west. And I'm like, dude, you're off. Like, how are you saying this with a straight face? Like, you want to divorce the hypothesis from the hypothesis test.
Right.
Yeah, it's just batshit.
It's batshit crazy, bro. But we're on it.
That's the lens of weirdness he'd have to go to being here for so long and being adamant to continue being a Glober.
Well, either you're getting paid or you're just, I don't know, a Mongo. I don't know what else to say, bro.
You're getting paid to be a Mongo.
I hope Xanix's getting paid, bro. Him and Kosho, both.
Yeah, but how are you going to separate the hypothesis test from the hypothesis? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like, they're like dehumanizing themselves.
Yeah,
like, bro, you're a human. You're a man, right? Like you're just a regular guy like me, right?
That's a good point, Larry.
Yeah, it's like intellectually sucking on your thumb or something, isn't it? Like,
exactly. You're like, I'm just gonna take this position no matter what, and you come up with the craziest ideas to take it. You know, they would say the same thing about us.
Goddamn business.
They'd say the same thing about us and say, "Hey, man, you flat earthers just take your position. You guys don't know." No, man, we're just observing our reality, and we're just like saying, "Hey, man, where's this curvature? Where's this spin? Come on, let's go." How do airplanes fly on a globe?
You know, there's like one thing I think about is if the paradigm in the world did shift and people understood, you know, what's more true about reality. Don't make claims to absolutes, but you kind of know how, like, when a conspiracy, not saying this is one, but when a conspiracy gets proven true, you always get them bunch of people that act like they always knew it. You know?
Yeah.
And they just kind of blend into the new paradigm, you know?
Yeah.
The new normal. And it's like,
there's
if
3 stages.
Shift, you know for sure that like 95% of humanity couldn't do that. You know what I mean? They couldn't just be like, oh, fuck, I always knew it was flat. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure you did.
There's 3 stages to people accepting the truth. The first stage is ridicule. The second is acceptance, and the third stage is pretending like they always knew.
Dude, that's how they are with the fucking with the cloud seeding, bro. I was talking about cloud seeding like 5-6 years ago, and people were like, "That's crazy." Now everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
Hey, I was talking about cloud seeding back in 1999, bro. I was like, dude, they're up to some fucking shit show. I was listening to Art Bell. They were talking about it. And I was like,
Art Bell, I remember him.
Shout out to Art Bell. Love you, brother.
From the kingdom of Nye.
I found the video. I put it up there. I don't think it's on Mark Sargent's site anymore, but I found someone that had a copy of it on as I don't know why it's a picture of pizza there. That pizza looks pretty good. But anyway, that's the original. That's the original interview with the pilot. Usually, you can't find it. I looked for it a long time before, but
I think
just
her
found
name.
it.
I don't know. She was. She had I think a channel on YouTube called Lady Copilot. Was that the same one?
I don't know. There's another video people share a lot of her that's subtitled, I think. I mean, I found that one easily, but this one was a lot harder to find.
Yeah, it's not out there, but I remember when that was going down, Mark Sargent had her on her channel, and then she really caught some fucking heat for that, but she caught some major heat. That's when they really started coming down on her, like after that one. That's how I remember it. Talked to her on a couple of different platforms back then. We were using Google Hangouts, and yeah, she was on a couple of calls with me, and she was telling everybody what's up. But yeah, they sent her to a psychologist. They sent her to they sent her down the shit show road of we're gonna just kind of we're gonna marginalize you, basically. And that maybe she took the job. I don't remember. I thought she was going to quit or got fired. I didn't remember that exactly, but yeah, she was being harassed by the company big time to figure out her mental state, because she thought the Earth was flat because she flew on an airplane that totally flies on a flat stationary plane. Otherwise, the plane wouldn't work at all. By the way, I got proof.
Yeah, so it's cool that she was willing to speak out. Like, I don't judge anybody that doesn't want to. It's kind of like you're David and Goliath out there. I mean, it worked out okay in David's situation, but everybody's got their own path.
That's fucked. Had to go for psychiatric help. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she did.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yep. She had to talk to psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist, was one of those, whatever. They're all different. Psychologists, psychiatrists,
that they told her she had to do that's beyond wild.
No, that seems pretty normal. I mean, if you work for like UPS or I don't know, the post office, I don't know, and you walked in and started talking to all your people you work with, man, hey man, there's flat, bro. Check it out. The supervisors hear that, and people are starting to complain. Like
they have to re-educate you.
They got to re-educate you. Exactly.
More indoctrination, bro.
You're going to get called out and called into some, hey, you can't be talking about that flat earth stuff, man.
She was probably under the impression that pilots are intelligent. When at the end of the day, they're just like the same old religious zealots as the rest of them. It's like, oh, right, must be educated people. I can have this type of conversation with them, but nope.
It's so sad. We're such slaves. We gotta freaking work for a paycheck that she has to go through that crap. They got us by the balls.
I mean, back in the day, Larry will testify to this, man, is that we knew flat earthers and they would kind of dox themselves a little bit. And literally they would get calls to their bosses, going, hey man, so-and-so is a flat earther. And it's like, oh shit, that's how desperate these Mongos are. They're going to willing to call your work and call you out as a flat earther, man. That is so...
Yeah, A4 or Adam Dwyer, he would like dox flat earthers, and then you had like other flat earthers saying that he was like a real flat earther. It's like, wait a minute, like you guys think that he's one of us, but he's doxing us and threatening to take our heads off and threatening, little ones, baby goats and stuff, right? What was that one real cool mellow chick from Michigan? I forget her name.
Oh shit, I remember her. I loved her. She would talk about upside down trees. Oh, good. She was great. Dude, give me a second, man. I'll remember. Felix? Oh, I love Felix, man. Felix is...
Yeah, she was like you, like super chill, probably a pothead.
She drank a little too much. She would get
But she was smart. She was so smart.
Man, she still is as smart as fuck all. Yeah, she's great. Yep. I'm in some back chats with her occasionally. She'll drop a...
Well, tell her I said hi.
All right.
Tell her I said hi.
Fuck yeah, Hank. Come on. I'll use your maiden name.
Okay.
All right. Love you.
We've got some new people in here. We've got Kostya, Midnight. If anybody's got any questions about the flat earth. Chris.
About the globe. We got the answers for that shit too, by the way.
Oh yeah, we know all about your globe more than you do.
Globe. Don't you be hiding no globe.
Wasn't that the girl from like the other night or something?
Pardon?
Hey, you said the name Kostya, and I was like, was that the girl from the other night? I think India was speaking to.
Maybe.
Oh.
Could be.
Is she here now?
Oh, no. I was looking for the name. It's right at the bottom. When I see it now, it's not the same person.
Oh, Kostya's the one down here. Oh, yeah, there was a girl. Yeah, was that last night? Yeah, I don't know what her name was. To remember.
Yeah, she didn't leave very happy.
She was unhappy. She was an unsatisfied customer.
So tell me more. Tell me more. How did it go? What were you guys talking about?
Oh, that didn't go well.
Was it like satellites?
I wasn't here. I was listening on stream, dude. But India just cooked her basically.
Oh, cooked.
She came in with her, squad as they usually do, and India just shut all of them down. Went directly for her, and didn't go well.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go well for her. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. I get it. I totally get it.
She just wanted to speak the lore, Tell us the lore.
We've heard this 1,000 times. At least I have. Larry has. I think most of you have. Yeah, 1,000 times, Larry. We've heard the rhetoric, right?
Yeah, it's like a mantra when they start talking about the globe. They start talking about the moon and the sun, and they're telling us how it works. Like, we never heard this fucking story. They're like, oh, maybe they're just ignorant, Like, everybody's going to accept the Messiah once they hear about it, and they just haven't heard yet.
It's so funny, man. That's why I, still listen, hang out, talk to you guys, and occasionally I'll get a great conversation with somebody who really wants to think about it, which is, maybe 1 out of 10. It's like 10% of the people that come in here are like really looking for what the heck's going on with the Earth. I'm curious. But the rest of them, man, 90% of them are like, fucking, yeah, it's not going to go well. I just promise you.
Why can't black people swim?
There you go. That's a great
question. I've seen some of them win Olympic medals.
If you go to a pool party with them, they'll all be outside of the pool.
Tristan.
What's up, man?
We were talking to you earlier. You went away.
He's a moron,
how far? Yeah. So, Tristan. Yeah. So, do you got any proof of your globe there?
Oh, yeah. Why does it curve?
Oh,
it doesn't. That's an easy question.
You see it with your eyes.
I do not see it. Yes, if you're seeing it, you need to get your eyes checked.
Here, I'll send a picture of it again so you can see it, because I can. Yeah.
Did you already? Did he already send us a picture? I don't.
Yeah, I just sent it again.
This is the Soundly guy. How could I have forgotten? I guess I blocked it out of my mind.
Yeah, just look at the curve right there. Kind of just shows
there's no curve. Yeah, there's no curve.
Just saying it in a different voice doesn't mean.
You want to print this picture off for you so you can cuddle up with it?
What?
You want us to print it off for you so you can cuddle up with it?
Well, no, I'm just saying if you could explain the curve, why would it curve? It just.
We already went over this. We're not going over it again, man.
I didn't bring it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought you'd have something new. Yeah, but you got muted. So, yeah, you don't have anything new. Then we've already covered that. Midnight's here. Hello, Midnight.
Good night.
Welcome.
Good night.
What's that?
It's 10:50.
Flat Earth.
11 here. 11 in my time.
Yeah.
Dandelion, you're central.
I'm in Eastern time. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Yeah, I should be going to bed, but I don't have to get up early, so I'll be all right.
All right. You're East. All right, okay.
Yeah, I'm Eastern time zone. You betcha. I'm in the Western, boundary of it. Yeah, Midnight, did you have any questions about the flat Earth?
No.
Or the globe. We got both answers.
Oh, yeah, flat Earth dude wants to talk about the globe. Do you have any questions about the globe?
Did he prove it yet?
What? The globe?
Yeah. Somebody prove it?
I don't think nobody's ever proven the globe. That's never happened in all of human history.
Oh.
Well, their glober Jesus Eratosthenes, who existed like 2000.
Where is
Jesus
Eratosthenes' book, man? I got to get a copy of his book, man. You got a copy of Eratosthenes' book? Anybody? I don't think so.
No.
He dropped it down the well, man.
Mm.
But yeah, he thought that he proved the globe by measuring angles of shadows. But a lot of people believe to this day.
But Larry, he never published anything ever. He never published not even like one word. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Nada.
Well, I guess the papyrus didn't exist until after Christ, I guess.
Wait, so Snopes hasn't fact-checked Eratosthenes yet?
You do know Snopes
is two people who live with a bunch of cats.
Just so you guys know, it's Eratosthenes. I'm pretty sure.
Like aerodynamics.
Aerototh. Like TOTH. I think it's actually in the middle of it.
You're like one of those guys that pronounces like the Mexican people's names like with a Mexican accent, aren't you?
Yeah.
It just sounds more like a Battlestar Galactica character when you guys say it the way you guys say it. Which maybe is fitting. I don't know.
Hey, I had lunch with Richard Hatch one time. He was one of the Battlestar Galactica guys, I guess. I don't know.
I never watched that show.
Yeah, me either. But
looked too corny.
Perry was in it. My wife was doing some marketing for something and met this guy. And anyway, he was supposedly in that show. I never watched it once, not even once.
Wait, did they make Battlestar Galactica movies?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Never mind. I thought I saw like a Mystery Science Theater making fun of Battlestar Galactica. I guess it was in another movie.
TV show.
Didn't they make a Travolta was in something Battlestar? I'll look it up.
Yeah, that was a different movie.
That's Battlefield Earth. That's that Scientology guy.
Yeah.
Battlefield Earth was written by L. Ron.
No shit. I did not know that.
Shout out to Gizbo. Shout out. Good one.
I heard that John Travolta's a Cuckoo Kong, whatever that means. Please continue.
He's a pilot.
Yeah, he's got his own airport, man, and house where he flies his plane to his house, dude. That's crazy, right? I mean, yeah.
Hey, why not?
Yeah, I believe in freedom of religion and everything, but maybe Scientologists shouldn't be given a license to fly. You know what I'm
saying? I got to think about that one for a minute, Larry.
Yeah, they might get funny ideas.
That's just a fucking troll religion. And they all know that.
Well, we all know that. It's a cuck religion, bro. They got some dude named L. Ron Hubbard started that shit, right? Is that the guy?
Yeah.
And then he was like, hey, man, when I die, I'm going to come back as like some space alien, outer space dude.
You know, Kenny, I don't think Globers realized that Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard were like hanging out and stuff with Aleister Crowley. So what if the globe is just like the fulfillment of like scientism and Scientology?
The globe is Scientology. You said it first. I give you credit, 100%. And I don't know if that's a fact, dude, without a doubt, man, the globe is a Scientology religion. What do you guys think of that? Damn, you nailed it, Larry.
The globe is a form of Luciferian stuff where they flip everything around all the way from the Hellenistic Greeks.
No.
I was talking about flipping it, man. Like when God created Earth, man, he's like, hey, man, I'm going to fake everybody out. I'm going to fake them all out, man. They're going to think they're flat and stationary. But, you know, I got the globe in my back pocket over here.
Or the Mesopotamians technology was a flat Earth.
Hey, Larry, it's good to see you, man. Flat Earth, dude. It's a pleasure, man. I got to go to bed.
Hey, thanks. Hey, Gizbo. Love you, brother.
Yeah. Love you too, man. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
If you talk about history like Eratosthenes, you got to know all the history, like all the Mesopotamian, all the Greek, Egyptian, all that.
I mean, that's some deep dive stuff, man. You got to take your time with that. It's going to take you a few years to get through all that shit show. But when it comes back to reality, man, they just, flipped everything. And they say, hey, man, oh, you think you're on a ball? It looks flat. I get it. But you think you're spinning? Oh, shit. You feel stationary. Oh, okay. And then, they just flipped everything, man. Those fucking cocks flipped everything. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, but I'm pissed. I'm still pissed. Been pissed for 10 years, man. Anyway,
it makes your mind malleable up for further mind control with everything else, because that's how the few control millions.
That's right.
With their mind,
exactly. It's all through manipulation of your mind, through music, movies, media, all that, man. Media came from the word. I think it was some goddess they used to worship called Media. Something like that.
I think it could be the Medes too.
I was like, what? Some media. The word media comes from some weird, cultural religion stuff.
They say it's for the Greek word. It means middle.
Yeah, it's an interesting word, media. Anyway, what'd you say, Larry?
What about Ishtar or Easter?
Oh, there you go. There's another cuck shit show.
What about Columbia or Liberty?
What do you mean by that?
Columbia's a goddess. Remember the Columbia Studios? Got the goddess statue of Liberty?
There's also one of the space shuttles.
Oh, all the space shuttles are straight up.
Oh, the space shuttles. Yeah, the Enterprise, the Columbia, the Challenger.
The word Adam comes from the Egyptian deity Adam.
Yeah.
Or Amen. Amen comes from the Greek or the Egyptian deity Amen.
There you go, man. This is all gematria, and we can go back and look at these words and where they came from. When the computer first came out, when I was a home user, I was like 29 years old, and my buddy had a copy of this thing called the Oxford English Dictionary, right? And we used to play this game at my friends' parties, man, that was called Guess the True American Word. What was a true American word that's only been since America was founded? And it was in the Oxford English Dictionary. And we went around for like months, dude, and nobody could come up with an actual word that was actually American. And I thought that was interesting. I don't know if you guys do too, but
jazz.
No, jazz came from like fuck all, like somewhere in France and shit. And yeah, it was Greek, but the word that actually won the prize was the word dildo. That's a true American word, bro. And I just thought that was so funny. I was like, oh my goodness, we played this shit for months and nobody could come up with fuck all American word. And dildo was the one that won the prize. And I just had to share that with you guys.
Have you further research?
Anyway.
What is a dish that you can think of that's a distinctly American invented and American served dish, not from a foreign country?
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter?
Pretty good one. I haven't even thought of that one. I think that might fall into that category, but I wasn't thinking of that one. But that's not really a dish, though.
It's not a dish. I'm gonna
bad jelly.
Although what I'm thinking of isn't really a dish either. It's almost just like a category of food, like that is.
Right.
But it's like both. I think it's both.
No.
It's like fried food or corn dogs.
American. No, it's a brisket. Brisket is distinctly American.
Oh,
well, hold on, time out. I did the research.
Love me some brisket.
It started off in Eastern Europe. These poor bastards, they were slaves basically, and they had to eat the part of the cow that nobody wanted to eat, which is the two pieces of meat that make up the brisket. So they couldn't eat it because it was such a tough meat. So they figured out if you smoke it low for a really long time at 200 degrees, it breaks down all the connective tissues to where you can eat it. So brisket's not American, it's Eastern European.
But do they still serve it there today?
I don't know.
Nah, that wouldn't come anywhere, Ryan.
Hey, man. Anybody that doesn't like a really great brisket,
right?
I got a problem with you, man. I'm sorry.
I think it's probably like democracy is probably reinvented, and then destroyed.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think you're right. Right? I think you're right. It was just like the word American, an American word, American dish. It seems like the hot dog, the hamburger, all this stuff came from some German or Italian guy that just came to America and brought his ideas to hear.
I mean, isn't that the whole point of America at the end of the day?
Yes,
it was never any one culture.
There's no one culture in America. It's complete fucking hillbilly to, all the way to Asia. You got Polynesian, we got, Filipinos. It's an absolute melting pot of the world. And you're right. And I live here because I've been to, every German place and Chinese and it's all here, man. It's all in America. Yep. Tacos. You guys like tacos? Man, I love tacos, man. Good tacos. Got to be good. Do you guys like
learning Mexicans though? No.
Do you guys like soft shell or more like hard shell gal?
Corn. Soft shell corn.
You like a street taco, right?
Yeah.
I'm more of a lettuce leaf shell guy.
Lettuce leaf. Wait, hard shell or soft lettuce leaf? I like a crunchy shell myself, man. I like a hard taco. Deep fried taco shell.
Some chalupa.
What's that one they call birria? What's that? I don't know how to say it.
I think
it's like a beef taco. Birria.
That's the one you dip in the they give it sauce, man. Right?
Yeah.
You have to dip the taco in the birria sauce.
That's good, man.
It's like it's not a hard shell, but it's not a soft shell either. No, it's like a in between shell.
I think they sear like a corn tortilla.
Dude, it's pure fucking grease and fat. Is what your birria fucking tacos are like. Just if you like grease and fat, go there. You go.
Yeah, but keep in mind, a lot of nutrients are fat soluble, and if you're talking about beef that is coming from a cow that was fed a lot of nutrients and well taken care of, then that grease and that fat might be exactly what you need.
Hey, guess what, man? I heard that in your brain is it's made 90% of cholesterol. Did you know that? That's what I heard.
Yeah, and also testosterone is 95% by weight cholesterol.
Oh, there you go. See, that's the problem we have in the world right now. We need to fix the diet and get back to reality. I think, man, in my opinion.
Yeah, stop eating that vegan cheese.
Yeah, fuck that stuff, man. You get
we're kind of going off into the medical stuff a little bit, so
a little bit, yeah. But
let's round us back up to the just eat lots of carbs and don't ask any questions. Do what your doctor tells you to. The food pyramid is not to control you.
Vegan cheese sounds American.
Just drink empty carbs.
Why have they not made it the food sphere?
We need a food sphere. Did you just say food sphere?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Food sphere. Yeah.
Oh, you nailed it, dude. We are crushing tonight, man. You guys are killing. Food sphere. Yeah, we need to fuck that food pyramid. Fuck off, man. We need a food sphere, bro. I mean, it sounds better even. Food pyramid sounds gay, But food.
We need a measurement of your surface curvature and your food sphere.
Dude, nobody in all of human history has ever said a food sphere until you did.
So I got one.
I don't know, man. It's a shame I'm not American, man. That could have been the American word or phrase.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an epic thing that you're English, man.
Scottish, man. Scottish.
Oh, my bad. Close enough. You
close enough. Yeah, it's okay.
The Scottish, they do that Chinese thing. Do I look at Chinese to you?
Mass.
Yeah.
The meliocentric model?
Prove it.
Oh, who said meliocentric model? Who was that?
That's scripted.
Very good. Very good.
He's a flyer. He's just baiting us back on the topic.
Meliocentric model is what? McDonald's? Where are we going with that meliocentric, bro. Think about it. And what is meliocentric? What is a
billions and billions?
A meal sphere. A meal sphere? Oh God! You guys can mute me anytime. I'm gonna leave here in like 14 minutes. I gotta go, but you know, cut me off. Whatever.
I gotta put fucking Happy Meals in spheres so you can roll it to your children.
You're diabolical. Oh my goodness. Oh.
You're gonna see it. It's gonna pop up. You know, you get an idea, you put it out there, and then it shows up.
I love it.
Next McDonald's market
happens. So don't ever stop doing it. Keep throwing out those ideas, and they're all going to pop up. They're all going to pop up. And
I remember when I came up with India, we were like, why have they not made a blow up globe map that you can put in your glove box, you know? And we're like, oh, fuck, that's a $1 million idea. You know, because the Globers always like, oh, we use, Google Earth. That's the map of the Earth. That's how we navigate. It's like, well, why don't you have like a blow up globe Earth balloon map in your glove box in case you get lost?
I just got to tell you, man, that's a really bad idea. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's a good idea.
No,
because we know we live on a sphere.
Of course. I mean, belief is the enemy of knowing. Shout out to Crow 777. Yeah, one of the greatest terms I've ever used in my life, man, is to say, hey, man, you want to believe something or know something? Oh, I want to know how to fucking lay concrete. I want to know how to fucking set an action on a fucking 57 Gibson Les Paul. I mean, I want to know stuff, man. I don't want to fucking believe shit. Fuck off. You know what I mean?
You guys ever see that interview where the musician thought she was being called a magician, and she was like, "I don't think that's ghetto. I know."
Yeah,
I've never seen that, Larry.
Yeah, type that in. I don't think that's ghetto.
It is ghetto. I mean, just like believe.
That's the
same one that's
I think it's Sexy Red.
No, it's not.
I have a question.
It's the same one that was like.
Hold on. Time out.
Not a musician.
Hey, somebody's got a question. What's up, Goose? Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing?
Have you ever drinking a Goose Ale IPA?
No, I don't drink IPAs.
Oh, damn! You should.
I drink those on the plane.
What's the question?
What's a Goose? Goose, go ahead.
We know like density, like denser things fall, less dense things rise.
Correct.
So why is there a preferred direction?
I don't know. It just is. Like it's one of those things where it's just naturally occurring, right? So basically what you're asking is why doesn't it fall sideways? And I would answer your question because you didn't spin it, right? If you spin something and let go, it falls sideways, but then it finds a rest, right? So basically when you pick up a rock, you're taking it out of its state of rest, and then you move it and then let it go, and it always finds its state of rest. Now, the rock isn't trying to find something. It just appears that way, right? So why do things, when they go up, why must they come down? It's like asking that. Like it just does.
Right.
There's a lot of forces that you got to factor in, like the atmospheric voltage. There's magnetism that's perpendicular to that. There's tons of forces going on.
Well, do you think it's
that dictate it,
pulling it down, like denser objects down?
Hey, Larry, go into specific gravity. I think that's where we need to go right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's
gravity is just one term that they use that they're not factoring in all these other forces going on in the world.
Right, but like magnetism, right? What happens if you have like a non-conducting material? How would the magnetism affect it?
What?
How would you know it's non-conducting? I mean, for sure. I mean, like a piece of granite is not the same as like a piece of copper, right? Or right?
Everything is conductive if you apply enough voltage. But what I mean by
Everything is electrical. Even things that are dielectric can still contain static charges.
Right. The static charges accumulate on the surface of an insulator.
I think
due to friction.
I think static electricity is like 128 times stronger than gravity. Is that right, Larry? Am I off?
A lot. I don't remember exactly how much, but it's orders of magnitude.
Yeah, I think it's a big number. It's what I recall. It's been a few years.
Right, so like an object passing through the atmosphere would accumulate a static charge naturally.
Yeah.
But I don't think this charge would be sufficient enough to accelerate the object at such a speed that we observe, being 9.8 meters per second squared.
But you got to remember that you added, when you pick up the object, you have to calculate in what you added to the energy, right?
Right.
And then you let it go, and it goes back to where it came from, right?
But the only reason you're adding the potential energy is because the object prefers to be at rest, right?
Absolutely. It totally wants to be back home where it belongs.
Right. Yep. So when the ball is in my hand, it's at rest, but it has a higher potential energy because there was
But you gave it that energy. You added that energy to it.
Like the energy I add from picking up the object is the same energy that the object will have when it's falling back down.
That sounds mythological.
Conservation of energy.
Sounds like conservation of momentum, energy. Yeah, we've looked into those things, man, and it just doesn't add up. I'm sorry.
There are so many puzzle pieces that you need to put together before you can see the actual picture. Like science, they'll take the picture, they'll give a picture first, and then they'll force puzzle pieces that don't fit.
Right. Exactly.
But is it the case that, because you mentioned, Chris, you mentioned the magnetism of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah. No. There's an electrical, vertically an electrical gradient. It's about 150 volts per meter vertically increased. The magnetism is perpendicular.
That's true. 120 volts per meter.
Yeah, and it increases all the way up to the ionosphere, basically the Kármán line, which to me is a conductive plasma field going on up there, and then the magnetism here on the ground I see is some kind of.
What's the source for this? I will look it up to 120 volts per meter. Hold on.
On the ground here, the magnetism I see is some kind of ring magnet. That's why they have a hard time getting the North Pole, because the field is weaker at the north than it is on the outer ring. And there's several different there's more puzzle pieces to this Earth system, flat Earth, than any other puzzle combined. Like there's so many pieces to put together.
As one goes upward from the surface of the ground, the electric potential increases by about 100 volts per meter. Thus, there is a vertical. I'm just reading something. Electric field E of 100 volts per meter in the air. So you're saying 10 meters off the ground, right? There is a 1,000 volt charge. There's a potential difference between the ground and 10 meters in the air of 1,000 volts.
Yes. Yeah, so like the Lorentz force, which I was talking about, that's the electrical direction. The magnetic is perpendicular, and the force would be the spin of the sky the Lorentz force. But I see it as the electrical field being on the outside ring, kind of like a Hallback array, but a more complicated version, maybe like claw magnets or something, because it's so cold on the outside that you can get Meissner effect type superconductivity and things that increases the magnetic field. And that's why towards the North Pole, it's weaker and they can't identify an exact spot because it's a ring magnet on the outside. That's
I'm fucking lost. There was a guy that used to come in here and his name MacGyver. You guys may remember him. He specialized in voltages above the surface of Earth, how far up we could get, how many volts. The guy is, but you know, verifying those measurements, man, it's kind of difficult. It takes a lot of specialized equipment to check that stuff out, man. That's all I'm saying. And that's what he told me, you know, and that, you know, there is definitely an electrical charge going up, but, you know, what it actually, you know, at 1,000 feet or 1,000 miles, you know, it's a lot of guessing going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, and there's also telluric currents too. There's currents going through the Earth itself.
Yeah. So, you know, speculate about it, talk about it. That's cool. Can we verify it? That was the point that MacGyver made to me. Is like, dude, it's really hard to verify this stuff for sure. So, you know, I love talking about it.
There is thermoelectric, that when you have a heated plate with and then a cold plate on the side, that you can make electrical.
Absolutely.
Just based off of that.
Yep. So yeah, it's based off of, you know, some lab experiments that they could do, and then that, you know, do some calculations, and it could stretch out, you know, 1,000 miles or 100 miles or 10 miles or whatever. Yeah, but it's really, really hard to prove that. And I'm not the guy that would say, hey man, we can totally prove that, you know, if you go up 1,000 meters, you got X amount of volts, you know, of electricity. But yeah, you can go up and get some electricity, but, you know, verifying it, you know, all the way, you know, to the stratosphere is really, yeah, it's going to take some time.
Basically what I've realized is how vast and thin it is, because, I mean, through each layer, like the thermosphere is only like 20 miles, then he goes to mesosphere, which brings you about to 40, 50 miles, and then you get up to like 60 miles, you hit the ionosphere. You're only 60 miles up and hit plasma.
62 miles.
Which the sunlight is ionizing all these gases rising up there and turning it into plasma. So that's why it's a conductive area up there. So the sunlight's actually throwing electromagnetic fields back down to Earth. So it ain't just the voltage is going straight up. The sun, it's such a complicated thing, and that shows how smart the creator actually is, where we couldn't recreate a working scale model ourselves if we tried, with all the land, the waters, the gases, the biodiversity, everything that's going on, all these different forces. We can't do that ourselves.
We can't do it in the lab. And I'm always asking people to like bring me gas pressure without a container in the lab, and I've been asking that for 8 years, and they're like, hey man, I can't do it. Well, of course you can, because that's not possible, you know. And that's, yeah, the what we know and what we can prove scenario. And the great thing about Earth is that it treats everything on it, treats flat and stationary, man. Airplanes work incredibly well on a flat stationary plane, by the way. They just do. In our atmosphere, in the atmo, up there with the gases that they're pushing through the engines and it's beautiful stuff, man. I saw today, man. I saw probably like 15 planes fly over my head, and just like amazing, bro. Every time I see one, I'm like, damn, that is such a cool phenomenon to see a plane fly over your head, jet cutting through the clouds. Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I think a lot of people take it for granted. If you were born in the 1900s or after, you just take an airplane for granted. But those dudes are flying. Those dudes are soaring like eagles up there, like higher than the birds.
Yes, eagles, bro. Fucking eagles with fucking big ass jet engines on there that are just precision to the freaking tits. They are the most amazing engines I've ever seen in my life. Airplane engines. They're just amazing the way they work and how
it's basically like a freaking flying building when you think about it.
Flying building. There you go. That's the kind of thinking. That's
Magic carpets.
That's it. Most people aren't taught that. They're in school, man. Like, you're going to get in an airplane. It's basically a flying building. What? What do you mean by that?
Like where I live right by the airport, and there's this bridge, right? And the fucking jets come so low on this bridge. It's insane.
You got to get some video. You got to get me some video, bro. Get out there next weekend, whatever.
I'm going maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
All right. Go stand there for like an hour and just see what happens, man. Let's see how it goes. I love those low flying landings, man. I love those. I've seen it where like they're on the beach and the plane comes right over their head at the beach. They're just sitting there and like fucking plane comes right over their heads. Love it. So yeah, man, airplanes definitely fly on Earth. We can check it out. Don't believe me. And they fly on a flat stationary Earth. I found out through the diagrams of the plane that was built and the pilots themselves. Damn, it's kind of damning to the globe, in my opinion, that every single airplane pilot in the world treats the Earth flat and stationary. That's it. Every one of them. And there's got to be a lot of them. It's got to be a whole shitload of them. Maybe, I don't know, how many pilots do you think there are in the world? Maybe 2 million? I don't know. Take a guess. I don't know. But every one of them treats the Earth flat and stationary. Otherwise, they wouldn't get there and land. It would be a disaster. They would have the most incredible time trying to make up different rotational speeds. Old Haas, I love you, brother. That is fire. I got to give you some fire on that one. Love you, man. Yeah. Anyway, that's one of my favorite subjects on Earth is airplanes flying on a spinning globe. If you've got evidence that they do, that'd be great. Come on in here. Let me know what's up. Set me straight, man. Keep it real. Don't bullshit me. I want to know that planes fly on a spinning globe. And how do we account for that? That'd be cool. Well, that's never going to happen. I know that because I looked into it for like years. I've tried to debunk this thing every which way from Sunday. And yeah, no planes fly on a globe. It's not going to happen. Ever.
Do you have some opinions on the SR-71 Blackbird?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that doesn't work on a globe either.
The top speed on the Blackbird is like, I'm going to say like 2,500 miles an hour. something like that.
I googled it a minute ago. It said 22, but that's Google.
All right, 2,000 miles.
Plane technology, so who knows?
All right. Well, I'll give it 2,500. Whatever. So at 2,500 miles an hour, you're gonna have to like dip around the old ball. You know, you gotta dip. You gotta drop over distance. I mean, that's the physicality of a ball, right? You have to drop over distance. Nobody's going to deny that. I mean, unless you're delusional. Yeah. Or maybe you're incompetent of understanding the facts of a ball. The fact is, man, 2,500 miles an hour or 1,500 miles an hour, you have to adjust around a ball. You got to adjust. But there's no instrumentation on a plane ever that's been invented to adjust for the ball. Nobody has a name for it. Nobody calculates for it. Nobody figures out, hey man, we gotta dip around this bitch. Come on. No, never happened in all of human history. And it's not going to happen ever in all of the future human history. It's not going to happen. There's nobody flying around a ball, period. That's it. Take that. Smoke that in your pipe, because it ain't happening. Anyway, tits up, Mongos. Larry.
Yep.
How's the high altitude treating you? Are you adjusted well? Or?
You know, I did so much training when I was younger. I think my lungs are just in really good shape. I used to swim underwater, like as far as I could. So think Olympic-sized pool. Yeah. I could swim the width and back underwater without diving in, without.
Dude, that's 50 meters, bro. That's 100 meters, bro. 100 meters.
I probably can't do that today, but that's how I used to train.
Really? Why is there so much support for modern day niggers?
Well, because you got muted and you've been completely erased from the conversation. But so 100, that's 100 meters, 50 meters by 50 meters. So you go up and back underwater. Yeah, I could do that 27 years ago. Maybe 30 years ago.
The altitude doesn't really bother me that much.
All right. Good, man. Well, welcome to high altitude, Maha City, baby. You're up there with the snow, the cold. A lot different in Texas, man. A lot different in Dallas, bro.
Oh yeah, it's definitely different.
Yeah. We're talking like, is it a 180 or is it only like a 92? What do you think?
What do you mean?
Like, compare your weather to Dallas to Denver. I mean,
dude, it's crazy. Like in East Texas, this time of year, if you're outside at night, just sitting on the curb, drinking a cold beer, you're sweating. Yeah.
You're sweating.
It's fucking August. Yeah.
Sweat ass off, right? It's August for
exactly.
You're sweating. You can't breathe. It's fucking. Let's say it's like 3 a.m, right? And you're still sweating. It doesn't cool off, right?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I lived in Vegas. I know what it's like, bro. It's just like it doesn't cool off. It's like 86 degrees out at like 3 a.m. You're like, what? That's come on. I need, but up in the Rockies, man, what? It dips down to like 70, 69, 68, 65. Where are you at?
It's really cool right now. It's surprising how freaking cold it is.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, we had
know the temperature.
Hey, we're talking Fahrenheit here.
Yeah, this is Celsius, but -1.
I'm gonna forget you Mongo Celsius Mongos. But no, we're talking Fahrenheit here. And what do you guys think about the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius? I mean, I think Celsius is such a great, it's like millimeters, man. You really can't go wrong, man. There's 0 is 0, and 1 is 1. Yeah. But in Fahrenheit, man, it's like this weird.
What's freezing?
Yeah, in Celsius, though, nothing ever sounds hot.
Right.
If it's 101 degrees, it's hot.
40 Celsius. It's 42 Fahrenheit. Celsius, man. I'm dying at 42 Celsius. That doesn't sound hot at all compared to our Fahrenheit Mongos that would say 42, we're freezing our balls off, man. What the fuck are you talking about, right?
I mean, if Fahrenheit 451 was in Celsius, no one would have ever read it.
What's the free point?
Yeah, those two is political. The other is Kelvin, and it comes to conspiracy.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy, man. I'm calling out the conspiracy here. A little bit of speculation Sunday dropping in, but I mean, to say 42 versus like 100 and, fuck off. Yeah, it's
definitely a psyop.
It's a psyop. Do you guys know the first thing, if you were actually to do a psyop, is to confuse everyone? That's the first thing in the handbook of psyops, is to confuse everyone. Let's make it confusing. Well, we'll give them Celsius and we'll give them Fahrenheit. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, let's go. That will confuse everyone. Okay, and let's give them millimeters and English inches. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. I mean, if you guys anything about psyops, the first thing that you're going to do is confuse everyone, and then you can
kilometers and miles per hour.
Yeah, there you go. Kilometers and miles per hour. There's another fucking shit show.
No, what's two? Like fuck.
Everything's backwards, man. They always it's a globe. No, it's flat. Yeah,
I have to watch F1 and constantly be converting kilometers to miles just to see exactly what's going on. I mean, it is a little it's kilometers and miles per hour at least isn't as bad as the Celsius Fahrenheit gap.
Yeah,
it's just too strange, too much.
There is a big discrepancy of Fahrenheit versus Celsius. You're right. Yep. Yeah, that's a big one. Kilometers and miles per hour, not so much. It's kind of, we're kind of close, but if you're doing 100 kilometers,
still, it's a little ridiculous. So, the fact why they even put that on the kilometer, I don't get that.
Sucks, man.
I mean, a 5K race is 3.1 miles. So,
right. Yeah, but again, it's the confusion. Come join us for a 5K. It sounds really big, Like
then you get the 26.2 sticker next to the 10K, 5K sticker. It's like, what is going on? Identity crisis.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, man, it's just to confuse everybody, man. And then that's what I'm saying, man. Is they always flip it to confuse everybody. I mean, I think you can, English pound versus a dollar. Yeah,
it's like electron flow. The standard way, like what Benjamin Franklin would say, is positive. Electrons go from positive to negative, but then the other way of saying it is they go from the negative to the positive, and that just confuses everything when you deal with electromagnetic fields.
That's another really good point, man. Yep. But
you do it in chemistry, they tell you fuck Kelvin or fuck Celsius and Fahrenheit. Now you got to use Kelvin.
Oh, there's a whole nother shit show, Kelvin. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Isn't the sun the heat from the sun measured in Kelvin.
I'm Kelvin inclined.
Wait, T-Dub.
Is it a better measurement?
Oh, get out.
Get Mongo. Fuck.
I thought that was a great dad joke.
Oh, shit. Got a Mongo.
That guy liked it.
Your soul is stuck in the dust.
I love that. Hey, I'm an old punk rocker from the 80s, and I can punk rock with the best of them, man. Let's go. Fucking Mongos. Let's go. Reality will present itself, and you have to decipher it, the best you can with the manipulation that's been presented to you through the schooling system. That's it, man. You have to decipher that, what they said and what you actually observe in reality. That's it. If I have to explain it more than that, I mean, good luck to you, bro. Good luck.
Yo, Flat Earth dude, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
You said you're a 80s punk rocker, so you've been around. How long have you been into Flat Earth? Because I'm only 25, and in my mind, this has kind of only been a thing for the last decade.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right? I don't know how. When did people start catching on to this?
I mean, we'll call it the resurgence of Flat Earth. There was guys in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, even. That were talking about Flat Earth, but it wasn't popular as the internet.
It died down in the 70s because of the moon landing. People believed it because they've seen it on the radio.
Well, Flat Earth stuff's always been esoteric, and they released this information because they needed the TFE in their back pocket, so the alien invasion would go without smoothly.
Hey, save that shit for Sunday, bro. We have a speculation Sunday. You can bring it, alien invasion, that kind of stuff. But being here on reality situations of Earth, we can look at what we observe, and if God's telling us the Earth looks flat and stationary, and everybody else is like, no, man, you're spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. It's really, really hard to differentiate. Oh, no, it's not that hard at all, actually, to differentiate reality from speculation, bro. The spinning, shooting through outer space is complete speculation, man. 100%. There's no evidence for us spinning. There's no parallax. There's no stellar parallax, to be more specific, that would indicate that we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, because there would be a shitload of parallax. There's none, zero, zip, nada, nothing. And that's the problem for the globe.
They've been able to control the information from the start.
Exactly. They control the information. They teach it in schools. They tell you what's up. And then, real short. Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the hierarchy enslaving you. Ghislaine Maxwell, which is Jeffrey Epstein's friend, her father, Mark Maxwell, he controlled Pergamon Press. He owned Pergamon Press. So they were the people who, put all the school books in the schools, medical journals, science journals. So when you say they control the information, you have no idea.
Yeah, well, this is the age of the internet, so hard copy books are worth holding on to, the old ones. But now with the internet, everybody refers to it for their information, and they can control what websites you're able to see through search engines, as well as being able to change the Wayback Time Machine. So you can't even refer back without them being able to change that as well. So it's like the Mandela effect is a real thing on the internet.
Think about what AI is doing. Like, ask AI something that you know about really well that's borderline controversial, but you've done over 20 hours worth of research on, and see what AI says about it. And a lot of people are like trusting the AI. They're like, oh, AI is right. You know, like the old Google. People were like, oh, Google. You know, like Metabunk or Rational Wiki. Go ahead.
Wiki. Wiki's right. I checked it out. You guys are stupid.
The number one comment on fucking Twitter is Grok, is this true? Because people don't think for themselves.
Well, people don't think for themselves, for the majority. I would agree with that statement. 100%. They don't think. They're like looking at things, and they don't really look at it.
They don't think. That's ghetto.
They don't even think, man. They're busy, like worrying about my girlfriend's cheating on me, or I got to pay my rent. Most people are like that, man. They don't know, man, because they're just not even looking at it at all. Just not even looking at it. They're too busy worried about, did Spider-Man eat, Superman? What? That's all they care about. Or did my football team win today? It's such a great. They won. I'm so happy. Yeah, it's not. They don't think about it, man. They're not thinking about, the spin of the Earth, dude. No. They have no physical concept of the patterns that airplanes would need to take to fly around a globe. None. They got no concept of it. But yet, a lot of us in here tonight or we think about those things. And
give them bread and circus, and they will never revolt.
That's a Roman kind of thing. I think that was Roman, bread and circus. Yeah, it was 2,000 years ago. Bread and circus.
Yeah.
So that's how long they've been pulling this shit show, man. A couple of thousand years minimum.
The Hegelian dialectic was young when Babylon was. The Hegelian dialectic was old when Babylon was young. They've been doing this stuff.
Yep. So to convince a bunch of people that you're spinning and shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, it's got to go back a long time, man. A couple thousand years, would suffice, in my opinion. Yeah. 2,000 years ago, they thought it was flat, and then all of a sudden they introduced this like Mongo, the Eratosthenes or whatever. Oh, imagine did that guy write a book and publish it? I don't think so, bro. Last time I checked.
It dates back before then, probably. Well, the Assyrians had their own cosmological and astronomical things. Like they came up with base 60, which they were very smart people. And the Greeks got a lot of their influence through them.
There you go.
The difference was that the Assyrians believed in a flat realm, even though they had mythological creation stories. But the difference, the major competitor was the Hellenistic Greeks. That was about 300 BC.
Yep.
Where
I think you're right, man. I think you're right. Yeah,
the Hellenistics are the one that wanted to push the globe thing, and we're still under the same system today. This Greco-Roman Egyptian kind of
exactly
cosmological thing going on.
Yep. But I always ask anybody that ever brings up Eratosthenes, heretic. I don't know, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I always say, hey man, do you got his book? Where's his book, bro? You got a book? You got a video? You got some pictures? No. That guy's a mythological fucking nobody that they just made up out of nowhere.
Yeah, you ever heard like an atheist glober, like the communist type, go, how do we know Eratosthenes actually existed? never going to question that.
That's never going to happen, Larry. You know that, and I know that. But most
I think
people don't know that, bro.
It was probably something made up because, I mean, his experiment needed parallel rays and they're divergent anyway, so it's got to be something made up.
Yep, exactly. It's a made up mythological story. I don't know if I'm American Indian, part American Indian, not 100%, but I remember, ancestors telling me stories, right? And they say there's this story, but none of it was written down. And the thing about the American Indian situation was they never had a written language ever. They didn't write fuck all down. It was all done through, hey man, I met this guy. I knew that my relative. It was just stories. And that, that's kind of what we're stuck with now is this globe story from Eratosthenes, bro. 300 BC, bro. I mean, this guy figured it all out. 300 BC, bro. He's the man. He's the legend. Did he write anything down? No. Did the American Indians write anything down? No. And I just find that interesting. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, 300 BC, that was like Alexander the Great. Before that, 500 BC was like Cyrus, the whole Mesopotamian thing. And they were really smart back then. Like they had the lunar calendar, and they came up with the Metonic cycle. Every 19 years, the sun and moon resets. And versus the solar calendar where we do it based off of seasons. But even that, the calendar has been changed 3 different times. The solar calendar. The most recent, I went from Julian to Gregorian calendar because they were off by a quarter of a day.
Hey, guess what? And that's still being studied today by very, very intelligent people are trying to figure out those calendars, man.
By top men.
So yeah, I mean the Mesopotamians were flat earthers too, so you don't need the globe to figure out when eclipses and all that happens. It's all based on a Metonic cycle. We already had that figured out based on a flat stationary Earth.
Isn't that great? I love it. I love that. I feel better just thinking about it, man. It's like, yeah, we got it. Yeah, man. There's a bunch of great people out here looking at where we live and saying, hey, man, this kind of, figures out here, then that figures out there. But in academia, man, nah, you got to have this shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour kind of thing, bro.
Then there's where that confusion where they do this sidereal things. Like you can't just tell me how many moon cycles there are in a year. You got to give me 3 different explanations with 3 different days. Like one.
Yep. That's a bit cock. I'm going to call it cock. You got to have, a bunch of explanations for the Selenian eclipse. You gotta, yeah. Love it. So yeah, we keep looking at these things, just calling them out and saying, hey man, what's up with this? What's up with that? And I think that's what we do really well here is we're very honest about what we know and what we can, observe, what we can test. I think we're really great at that. And
also at what we don't know.
Yes, exactly. What we don't know.
Like they always ask, what's the preferred? Why is there a preferred direction? Why is the preferred direction for helium usually up? It just is. I mean, we don't know. It just is.
But the balloon is in a container, Larry, and the gases are contained, and the balloon goes up. I mean, that's weird. I mean, do not all gases need to be contained or not? Or am I misinformed?
It's weird that a container of helium, a compressed container, you can put 10 pounds in it, and it weighs 10 pounds more than an empty container if you condense and compress it. But if you let it out of that pressurized container, it's less dense than the air, and then it goes up. But I'm saying you can actually have weight of helium.
Yes, you can have weight of oxygen. You can have weight of helium. You can have weight of, I don't know.
You get it down to that absolute zero, and it turns into a liquid too, which there's a lot of properties of these guys.
I mean, I've filled a scuba tank and it weighs more than when it was empty, right? Is that?
That's not weight. It's not pressure. Weight? No, it's the pressure hitting the bottom of the container when you put it on the scale. So the scale is reading pressure, not weight. So when the tank is empty, there's nothing pressing on the bottom of the container that the scales are going to register.
Interesting. I like it.
It's not weight. It's pressure. It's reading.
Oh, I love it.
And the globals will use that as an excuse to say, if I weigh a gas canister, it's heavier when I fill it.
Right.
So gas has weight. No, it's just the pressure pressing on the container.
It's like water. There's so many properties of water. You can freeze it. It could be liquid. It could be a gas. It's adhesive, cohesive.
La concha de su madre, culiao, weón, concha de tu madre.
Hey,
for me, fuck off.
Oh, don't be shit, guys. He was ordering dinner and I wanted some.
Oh, I want some chicken.
Sure, got Fargo.
Water and liquid is denser than air. Water is vapor is less dense. So the same kind of concept.
Hey, let me ask you guys this, man. If I compress air, does it turn? When I compress my propane tank, it turns to fucking liquid down in the tank. I can lift that fucking bitch up. My fucking heavy as fuck. All right, I put the thing on. I put my barbecue. Boom. But when it's empty, man, I can just wing it around. It doesn't weigh anything.
That's weight. If it compresses so much that you got liquid, then that is weight. If it's just gas, then it's not weight. It's just pressure.
But I mean, we will all agree that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, or gas weight without a container, right?
Propane is done by weight, isn't it?
I think it is, man. I'm pretty sure.
They weigh it on the scale.
They weigh it on the scale. They call it weight, but it's not actually weight. Gas doesn't have weight.
Yeah, but it weighs more. The propane.
They weigh the liquid. It's compressed in liquid form, and they weigh the liquid, so you'll have 5 kilos of liquid.
Right. That's right, T.
And when it turns to gas, then it doesn't weigh anything. Is that the idea?
That's right.
Well,
depends in all directions.
What's got a 30-to-1 expansion or 1-to-30 expansion rate? So, yeah, whatever.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, my point was like gas pressure. You must have a container to have gas pressure. I think everybody here will agree with that. And then, from there we can take it to, hydrogen, helium, propane, whatever. Yeah, we can differentiate between all these different gases, right? What, inside of a compressor container, you have to have whether helium or hydrogen or oxygen. It's going to compress that shit, and you're going to see a weight differential due to the pressure, not due to the weight. But when I pick up my propane tank, man, that fucking thing's heavy when it's full. Fucker, it's not light. But when I take it back after it's empty, exchange it for a new one, I see the lifting capacity of my arm change. You know what I mean?
It's the same thing with like a butane lighter. You fill it up with butane, you see the liquid in there, but when you release it, it comes out in a gas.
Yeah, I mean, but in my little butane lighter, I don't feel a weight differential with that little amount there.
25 pounds of
right. It's nothing. It's negligible, right? Completely. Hey, I appreciate you guys putting up with my shit. Just kicking some ideas around, talking about gas pressure or Earth rotation or airplanes, whatever. I mean, but the reality of this world that we're presented with, it shows trees and air pressure and gas pressure and clouds and all kinds of cool stuff, man. We can all check out, man. It's a great place we live. Don't take it for granted. That's all I'm saying. Explore it. Check it out. Don't be afraid, man. We're going to figure out exactly how this place works at some point. I think we're really close, man.
I wish we could explore it fully.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, I'm a sailor. I would sail the earth in a minute, man. If I had the right boat and equipment and whatever, I'd be gone, dude. Let's go.
Me too. That's why they locked us here on a ball.
Yep.
If we all knew we could leave all the pedophiles and taxes and food shortages and all the corruption, we would all be gone. Start a new life on a new land.
Well, I think we live on great lands. Don't know where you live, but Earth is... Every place I've been on Earth, man, looks amazing, man. Looks so cool. It doesn't matter if it's like Death Valley to Sierra Nevada, Rocky Mountains, East Coast, like Florida. Florida is flat as fuck all, man. I've been there a couple of times. I drove the fuck all over Florida. That shit is flat, bro. Florida is a fucking... I think they named it... They should have called it Florida. Because it's so flat, dude. It's so flat. It's ridiculous, man.
Awesome. Florida. That's awesome.
Yeah. They call it... We got to change the name to Florida, to Florida, because the whole thing is flat, dude. This is fucking like marshlands with, a little bit of inland. It's just flat, man. Water's everywhere. It's flat. I don't think there's anything over like 300-foot elevation in Florida. I don't even. I'm being generous. Yeah, it's flat. The whole thing's flat. Yeah, I've seen a picture of Florida from space, man, and it looks pretty flat, man. It looks pretty flat.
Shitting up.
Define space right fucking now.
Well, it's outer space. You know what I'm saying? Come on. And it's way out there, That's what it means. Outer is like way out. Am I wrong about that? Anyway. I thank you guys for putting up with me.
We're not putting up with you, bro. We're entertained. Sorry for busting your avocados.
Hey, I live in avocado country, man. I don't like avocados necessarily, but I do like guacamole, man. A good guac. It's got to be good.
You take some avocados and you crush them up, put some pico de gallo in there, salt and pepper, maybe a little lemon juice.
Lemon. Yeah, it's got to be
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Hate
you
avocado.
Just handed me an avocado and said, "Eat the avocado." I'd be like, "Okay, nope. I don't really want to eat that, but give me some guac." Oh yeah, I'm down. Anyway, Florida's flat. Guacamole's good. Avocados, whatever. I don't know.
You're fucking hilarious, dude. You cracked me up.
Hey, I'm just a real guy like Larry, trying to like talk to people about where the heck we live, man. Where do we live, man? And if God was so deceptive, man, he made a flat stationary plane into a globe through it. It doesn't matter what you see or what you feel. I want you guys to know that, you guys are being fooled.
Yeah, it's the one hiding God that's turning it into a globe. What a better way to hide him.
Right? Isn't that the best way? That would be the greatest way. That's what I would do if I was a diabolical fucking Mongo. Yeah, I'd be like, hey, man, let's just flip it on these Mongos. Let's go. All right. They think they're like, they see a stationary plane. They see, okay, let's flip it. Let's go. That's what I would do. And that, any good con artist would do that. I've seen enough shows on, Discovery Channel to see a bunch of con artists okay, here's a pet peeve of mine, man. I've watched shows where guys were like running a company and making like $2 million a year running a company, and they decided to take the whole company for like $100 million. And they thought they could get away with it. They thought they could pull it off and get away with stealing $100 million from a company because they had the opportunity to do it. They had the know-how, the codes, the passwords, whatever.
You talking about corporations buying companies and then like cannibalizing them and selling off all this?
Just some like CEO of like HealthNet. I'll use that as an example. And this guy was making like $2 million a year running the company, and that wasn't enough for him. And the company was worth like, $500 million. And he just started siphoning like $100 million off the company. And he used that, to fly his family in private jets. But dude, Larry, this is like one of 1,000 cases I could give you. 1,000.
Yeah, Ian Carroll did a show on Candace Owens while she was out having her baby, talking about that very same thing that you're talking about. Yeah. How corporations will buy up like little companies and cannibalize them and just completely ruin them and make so much freaking money off of it and just ruin everything but their pocketbook.
No, this is even worse than that, Larry. This is a guy that could cannibalize the company, other companies, but he cannibalized his own company and took $100 million from his own company, not somebody else's. That's how deep the greed can go, bro. It's so deep to see the greed of once you're in a position to, like, you know, you're making $2 million a year running the company, but that's not enough, bro. The company's worth like $500 million. I'm going to take $100 million of that shit and just go do whatever I want with that 100 million. And these are there. I got a fucking 1,000 situations like this.
Yeah, it's a mad world we live in.
How do you know about all of these?
He's a business owner in California. I bet he's seen some shit over the years.
Hey, I got a dip, but thank you, Larry. Love you, brother. Hey, I got a dip, but hey, man.
See you, man.
Greed is greed's a motherfucker, man. And when somebody gets in power, greed can take over, man. That's all I'm gonna say, man. And it doesn't matter, you know, whether you're a CEO or a president or whatever. It can get crazy, man. The mental gymnastics that they go through to steal $100 million from your own company. Think about that, man. But that's I got 1,000 cases of that. 1,000, bro. I mean, it's not a big number, but it's a decent number. But we got millions of people that believe in the globe. So be careful out there. There's a lot of people that are misguided, I'll say. They're just misguided. That's it.
Guided miscreants.
But don't be greedy and guide people to the truth, man. We'll check it out. We'll verify it. Hey, man, the earth is flat and stationary and level. I checked it out, man. So carry on, my good friends. Carry on.
That was Words of Wisdom, brought to you by Kenny, a.k.a. Flat Earth Dude. So I recommend everybody get some pumpkin seeds. Apparently the little critters don't like them, but they're good for you.
Hey, pumpkin seeds?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Little critters don't like.
I got diagnosed with cancer. It was like a little lump on my back, and I just rubbed that cream on it, and in like 3 weeks it was gone.
What kind of cream was it?
I don't know if I can say it on here, but it's like the one that everyone talks about, you know. Starts with an I.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're doing okay, bro. Trust your doctor.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh my! I've got Professor Phil in my DMs again. Let's see what he's got to say. He says, WTF does atomic weight mean on the periodic table of the elements if gas particles don't have weight? What the heck, bro? What did I say about anything about this? I think you're addressing the wrong person. Hang on a sec. Yeah, so I don't know why he's written this to me because I didn't say anything about gas pressure. You guys were talking about gas pressure, not me.
Probably the one that has really high security under DMs.
Yeah, he says, what the fuck does atomic weight mean on the periodic table of the elements if gas particles don't have weight? Why do you flat earthers say such dumb things so everyone laughs at you? Oh, you mean like how you thought it was ridiculous that flat earthers were saying that water vapor is a gas, and you thought it was the most ridiculous thing you ever heard, and then had to chew your fucking words, bro, Professor Phil? Oh, and people didn't laugh at you? Huh? That wasn't dumb? Yeah. What about gravity falls to the ground? Yeah, what about that? Gravity falls to the ground. Gravity falls to the ground. That was Professor Phil, one of his famous quotes as well. Bloody hell. It would not bother me in the least if flat earthers want to believe nonsense. The problem is they teach children and pass off this nonsense to children as fact. This completely ruins their chance of participating in science. This is a reply. Oh, he's finally answered my question. I said, why does this bother you so much? You worried? What are you scared of to spend stalking us? If we're wrong and flat earth is inconsequential, then go live your life and forget about it, weirdo. And he's replied, it would not bother me in the least if flat earthers want to believe nonsense. The problem is they teach children and pass off this nonsense to children as fact. This completely ruins their chance of participating in science and turns them into a laughingstock, completely destroying their happiness at school. Hopefully you don't do that, but you probably know flat earthers who do. Is there any evidence that you will accept to prove that the earth is a globe and cannot be flat? Professor Phil, I'm sorry, but if you think that I'm lying to children, right, when I say gas pressure is the gas particles applying a force to the walls of the container, right, then you go right ahead. You laugh at me for that and for telling children that that's true, right? Oh, also, you want me to stop telling children that elevation profiles are with respect to sea level and that sea level is treated as a horizontal plane, and we extend horizontal planes out from sea level to gauge change in elevation of land masses? You want me to stop telling children that? Because that's not a lie. That's true. What is it that I'm saying that I tell children, Phil, or that any of us tell children that is not a fact? Why don't you come in here and tell me? Come in here and tell us what it is that flat earthers are telling children that isn't a fact.
Regardless, parents have legal custody over their children to teach them whatever education they feel is fit for them. But I mean, that comes up to their personal opinion.
No, Phil, don't reply in my DMs.
I want them to know both. I want them to know everything scientific. And then when they get older, then I can teach them, more esoteric things they could compare logically. But even so, science teaches a lot of nonsense stuff like the layers of the earth as fact when they have never verified it themselves.
How about all the stuff?
The worst is abiogenesis, right? They teach that spontaneous generation happened out of the rocks, out of the elements, out of the crust of the earth And that people are made of star stuff.
Absolutely. The education system is full of, things that they call fact that they can't even demonstrate, Phil. And Phil, no, not in my DMs. Come in here. Get in here now. He says, I want you to stop telling children that Earth is flat and space is fake. Oh, well, too bad, Phil. Too bad.
It is fake and gay.
You're ruining children's lives. Did you know that?
Don't care.
Yeah, Earth is observably and demonstrably flat, Phil. Go ask Simon Dan. He'll tell you that Earth measures flat.
Wasn't it Red Hot Chili Peppers that said space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement? Like, who has more reach? The Red Hot Chili Peppers or some guy named Larry in Colorado? You're worried about us?
That's good one, Larry.
And isn't it the Red Hot Chili Peppers that go all around the world, rumping in the stump because he's in his prime? Isn't that how it goes? I mean, we're not going all around the world, but the newspapers say that we do, right?
Right.
When I was a teenager, learning to play the bass, I was playing Red Hot Chili Pepper stuff, and the stuff is so complex. It's like he's playing lead bass. But anyway, I just remember thinking, like, this dude's on drugs. Like, why is this so hard to play?
Maybe you didn't have enough LSD or something.
I went out with Tiger once, and she goes, I was singing on the bus, and everyone was looking at me. And I said, what were you singing? She goes, Californication. I went, oh. She goes, what that mean? I went, well,
Should bring up that quote that space might be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement from that song.
yeah, it's from the song Californication.
Yeah.
I could play that on the bass, by the way.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to block you, Phil. So if you want to have anything else to say to me, you're going to have to come in here and say it directly. I'll notice when you come in, and I'll unblock you and we can talk. How's that? No more of this DM bullshit. I want you to stop lying to children. I want you to stop telling children that you have verifiable evidence for any of your heliocentric garbage. That's what I want. You prove outer space to those children. Prove it beyond a doubt. And you prove the Earth is spinning and curving beyond a doubt to those children. Meanwhile, their natural experience of reality is of a flat and motionless plane. And they'll soon learn that the only way you can restrict the area within which an amount of gas can occupy is through a physical freaking container, a barrier. You show them how you can contain it without one. You show them, you get an amount of gas, and you show them how you're going to release that gas from its container, and you're not going to let it go out into the available volume. You're going to restrict the area that it's going to contain, right? That's going to be contained within, without a physical barrier. You show them that. Get into my DMs and tell me to stop telling children that the earth is flat, space is fake. You idiot.
I like how he said, "You're ruining children's happiness at school." What kid is happy to go to school? I mean, if there was anything that ruined my childhood, it was fucking school.
Yeah, I'll second that, Daz. Fucking oath, I'm with you.
My
was the Smoko bell.
We were talking about the sun
and the fuck off home bell. That was the best part of school.
My 5-year-old told me we were talking about the sun. I'm like, where is the sun? And he's like, it's here on Earth. And then he reiterated what Earth was. He's like, Earth, like where we live, where we're at. I was like, yeah, you're right. It is close. Because he hasn't been corrupted yet in school. That once he starts doing a couple of years, that's where they began the appealing to authority and making them, teach them globe things just to make their mind more malleable to control throughout their whole life, the rest of their life. That's where they start the mind control. Or that's how a few people can control millions is through their mind and not physically controlling them.
I wonder if he goes into people's DMs and says, "I want you to stop telling children that they're allowed to think that they're a cat." I wonder, man, no, for fuck's sake, bro, this guy, I'll tell you what, he's just grinding my gears. Something shocking.
And Phil, just because T-Dub blocked you, it's not an open invitation to send me shit either.
In a few years, my son, though, he's going to say, it's way in outer space, 90 million miles away.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be surprised just how many kids, go to school and do stand up and challenge, stuff that teachers say regarding the Earth and outer space and all that. He'd be surprised.
My teachers all the time. One day there was a definition of what a caravan was. And I looked it up, and the teacher was telling me it was wrong. And in front of the whole class, I debunked her ass. She was telling me that it wasn't when wagons circled together to form defensive positions and travel together. And I was like, yes, it is. Yeah, look in the book. Go look right now. And, of course, I got in trouble for being right.
The education system's not about learning stuff. It's about them exercising their authority and you getting it through your head. Sit down, shut up, and do what you're told. If you can understand that basic command line, you'll survive the rest of your life.
You'll get straight A's. But how come she didn't get in trouble for teaching the wrong thing after I corrected her? How come she didn't get in trouble?
Because
the school curriculum is top down.
Don't tell the adults what to do. Sit down, shut up, and do what you're told. You must have missed that bit. You made noise. You failed.
You can't really challenge the education system as one individual. Like they have a curriculum, like a syllabus that they got to go by. Like they can't deviate from that and do their own teachings in schools. They have to do what is instructed to them to teach. So my kids, like, I tried doing that with my oldest daughter, and I'm like, well, keep it a secret, because if you try bringing it up in school, it'll, you can be made fun of or whatever. So I haven't done that with my other two. I don't want to interfere with their schooling, but teach them in my own way that they are significant, they're important. They could be anything and do anything in the world type things without it's showing them esoteric things while they're still so young, because they need to focus on being kids.
Yeah, that's right. I don't teach them any. I don't teach them lies. I don't teach children lies. I teach them things that may even be useful in the future. But how is it a bad thing? Like, because I haven't ever said to a child, none of the children in my life, but maybe like some minors that come in here, some over 13s that come in here, under 18s, under 21s, or they come in here if you want to classify them as children, right? They come in here and we talk about this topic, right? And we'll tell them that the earth is flat, measurably, observably, practically used as, right? Sure, but no children in my life, family, friends, anything, have I said to them that the earth is flat and that space is fake. So I don't know where Phil's getting that from. But I have told them that the surface of liquid at rest lies horizontal and is level. I have told them that gas pressure requires a container. Yeah, told them that. Told them things like that. And let them make up their own minds and think about those things. Encourage them to apply those things to the natural world that they experience. See if it doesn't hold up to anything else that they're told that they can't demonstrate and that they have to imagine. Phil, everything you tell children about the reality they experience, you tell them that that's an illusion and that they have to imagine it being something else that they don't experience. That's more atrocious in my mind and my books than anything I've ever told a child. Fucking idiot.
Dude, my teacher gave me zeros because I didn't show my work on math. And I didn't understand at the time, as a second or third grader, that it's a law of mathematics that you have to show your work. But basically what I was doing was like Common Core math in my head. So Common Core math kind of works like this. If you got 10 plus 1 plus 9, 1, make it 10, add 10 and 10, that makes 20. That's what I was doing in my head, right? So I got zeros on math paper, perfect scores on. Like literally got every one of them right, but got a 0. And you want to talk about you want to talk about destroying my morale. I was like, oh, I guess it's okay to get zeros. Well, shit, if I can do this same thing and get a 0, or make it to where I just put, goose eggs on every single answer and still get a 0, well, fuck, I'm not going to waste my time doing the math. And the teacher was like, it's not like you're going to calculator in your pocket everywhere you go. Guess what, bitch? You were wrong. I got a calculator everywhere I fucking go on my cell phone.
Yeah, that was similar to me in high school. I used to do the same thing. Just write the answers down. Anyways, you know how a lot of classes do it in maths? At the end of the week, you get like a little 20-question quiz type thing. Every week we used to do this little quiz to see how we survived the week. Sat down there, did it. First one finished. You copied off someone. You must have cheated. No, how can I copy off someone if I'm the first one finished? Well, you must have copied off someone. You're a cheat. Well, I can't have copied it off someone. I'm the first one finished. There you go. I'm handing it in. Well, where's the working out? You can't have done it. You must have cheated. There's no working out. Well, if the answers are wrong, I get 0 points. If the answers are right, I get full points. That's not how it works. You're a liar. You're a cheat. Go and sit down. Next week when we do the test, you can sit up in the back corner and face the other way by yourself. Not a problem. She marked it. I got 20 out of 20. Fuck you, miss. The next week.
Wait, how did you cheat? How did you cheat off someone else if you finished first?
I don't fucking know. I'll never work that out. Anyways, how's this? The evil witch, the next round, sat me up in the back corner, facing the wrong way. So I'm up the back corner. The next kid is probably 3 meters from me. And I'm facing backwards in the back corner. Fucking may as well have put a dunce cap on me. Anyways, little maths quiz comes out. Fill it all in, finished it, take it down the front. There you go, miss. You must have cheated. There's no way you could have done that. Well, miss, I'm up the back, facing the wrong way. There's no one to copy off up there. You're a liar. Next time you do it, you can sit out in the corridor by yourself. All right. Marked it. I got one wrong. 19 out of 20. Fuck you, miss. I still got first in the class. Anyways, the next week comes along. The bitch sat me out in the corridor by me fucking self. There ain't no one else there. Shithouse day. I'm out there. Done me little test. Walk back in. Dragged me table back in. Me chair back in. Still finished first. Handed it to her. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. Someone has to help you. You're nothing but a liar. That's it. Get out of my class. You can go down to, what is it? Maths in Society. I was doing 2 unit. You can get down to Maths in Society. All right. I go down to Maths in Society. Afternoon, sir. What are you down here for? Other teacher kicked me out. Apparently I'm a liar and I'm a cheat. Oh, grab a seat up the back there, mate. Not a problem. Thank you, sir. Go up the back. Sit down. Grab my little maths book back out. See what's going on. Next thing, one of the other boys turns up. Out of the class that I was in. Comes in. Hey, sir, what's happening? Oh, I got kicked out of the other class. Oh, grab a seat up the back next door, mate. So he comes and sits next to me. What the fuck are you doing in here? He goes, I'll tell you at smoko time. All right, this will be good. So smoko time comes around. All right, what happened? He goes, you know how you got kicked out by her? And it's like, yeah, well, everyone knows I got kicked out by her, except me parents. And he laughs. He goes, well, in your defence, we a few of us actually stood up for you. Miss, he's just really good at that shit, and you've kicked him out. And she said something smart back to him, and me mates turned around and gone, Miss, that's bullshit. You're nothing but a flat-chested bitch. And that's why he got expunged.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So the boys were actually standing up for me. I used to be really freaky good at maths. Like in they used to do those competitions like the Commonwealth Bank maths competition and all the banks used to run them. When I was in 4th class, I actually got a high distinction and in the top 5% of the state for doing the year 6 level one. I cleaned up in that shit. I was having a great old time. So, yeah, I got some achievement award, high distinctions. I used to be a fucking wizard at that stuff. But yeah, just because of one teacher, pissed it all up the wall, that's it, fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah, I remember the kids telling the teacher to get off my sack. And she was like, what did you say? He was like, get off his back. So yeah, the kids were sticking up for me too. But yeah, the whole Common Core math, a lot of people hate it, but that's literally what I was doing in my head. And now they actually try to teach that shit in school, the Common Core math thing that I was talking about. So I was just like 10 years, 20 years, whatever ahead of them. And the government finally caught up with me. And it's like, oh, this is how we teach our kids now. But most people hate that shit. Most people hate the Common Core math, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? There's more than one way to get a woman to sleep with you. So
what annoyed me the most about it was, like you, doing this stuff in my head. And a lot of the other kids in the class just sucked balls at it. They were hopeless. But as soon as we were allowed to use calculators, I was still doing this stuff in my head because I could. I didn't need the calculator. And they actually got faster because they could do it on the calculator and not in their head. So for a lot of the guys who were just absolutely shithouse, they actually picked up a lot of pace as soon as they were allowed to use calculators. For us, which is like it was really weird. We started using them in year 6, then in year 7 we didn't. Halfway through year 8 we started using them again, which is really odd. So yeah, once they all started using the electronic brain, then a few of them actually got reasonably good. But yeah, I just, after I had me run in with her, I just really had a low care factor, I suppose. And I was actually telling my cousin about it. She's a maths teacher. And that's what she said. Well, technically, you're supposed to do your working out. And I said, I don't give a shit if you're supposed to have working out or not. If the answer is correct, it's correct. If it's wrong, it's wrong. It's very straightforward. You don't have to be an expert to get that through your head. And she goes, oh, yeah, I suppose. And she goes, actually, in all seriousness, what should have happened was, instead of her just ragging you out and booting you out, she should have at least asked how you were doing the calculations. Just because she doesn't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong. Exactly.
I hated maths. High school. Except for algebra. Loved my first year of algebra.
You liked algebra. My teacher, everybody, her first year that she taught failed the class except for one person, which was like our genius awkward kid that didn't really talk very much. She was the only one that passed. But everyone else failed. And she stole my hacky sack because another kid stole it out of my bag, so I got punished for it. So I flipped over my desk and stuck my pencil in the ceiling and demanded her give me my hacky sack back. I got in trouble for that.
Wow.
But how am I going to get in trouble for
him.
someone stealing my hacky sack out of my backpack?
Well, you should have taken more care of it. This will teach you for letting people steal from you. Yeah, but unlike Matrix, I actually had a good teacher. I think it was year 7, year 8. Might have been year 8. I think it was year 9. No, it wasn't year 9. It was year 7 or year 8. I was just doing awesome at algebra. I can't remember an ounce of it now. It's all gone. But yeah, I remember I'd go home and I'd do 2 weeks worth of work. Just I wouldn't check the answers until I was done, because I'd do all this work like it was like they were puzzles in some sort of kids puzzle book or something, and I'd go to school and they'd tell me to get out. You know, they'd say, get out your textbooks, go to such and such, do this, and I'd just sit there, read some book from the library or something. They'd be like, what are you doing? I'm like, I've done it. And they're like, when? I say, I did it at home because I was bored or something. You know? And but then this algebra test came around, and I'd missed it. Right, I was away the day they'd done the test, so I got to sit in the classroom by myself, and the teacher took all the kids out to the oval to, I don't know, to play, I guess, and let me do the test. And when she came back, she marked it, and I got 99%. And not like Matrix story, like the kids were the ones telling me that I'd cheated, right? Because I've been left alone. Obviously, I cheated, all this, right? Teacher believed me. She didn't accuse me of cheating. She gave me. She was happy with the score. Yeah, I didn't cheat. It was all just out of my head. But I don't remember any of it now. If she sat me down to do algebra, I'd probably fail big time.
I was always in the veggie math class. Did you ever have the regular maths and you had the... Yeah. That was veggie math.
Or it was also branded maths in Spice.
My bachelor degree, I only had to take 6 credit hours of math courses. I did algebra, college algebra, and statistics, and I got an A in statistics, and I got like a C in algebra. I don't like algebra.
I just don't ever remember going to maths and, you know, handling beakers and filling them up with chemicals and performing experiments, you know. But we should have, according to a lot of Globers that come in that tell us math is science.
Well, you know the answer to that one. If math is science, does math prove things? Yes. Oh, does science prove things? No. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're definitely two different things. Just like technology and science are two different things.
How dumb do you got to be to think that math is science?
Yeah. STEM should just be called TEM or STEM. They got to remove one of them because, you know, it's redundant to have, you know, science and math in there both. You know, like, if they're both the same, right? Just pick one, guys.
I mean, math is just numbers. Like there's gematria where you can turn the Bible into numerical and interpret it based off of numbers. I mean, what the hell is that? Like numbers are its own thing. Like, I consider myself as a TEDic because I find puzzle pieces to a problem, and then once I get all the puzzle pieces, then I can see the picture. But science is the opposite. They start out with a picture, and then they have puzzle pieces that don't fit, and they'll force them in, and it makes it look ugly. Because the science, you start out with the theory, which is basically the picture that you want it to be. And then when you start putting it together, the puzzle pieces, the ones that don't fit, you force in anyway, and you can use math or any other tools to make it, you know, fit in there. I would say math is just a tool.
Yeah, but a beaker is also a tool, right? So for the Globers, does that mean that a beaker is science?
Well, they also try to say technology is science, and by saying computer science, like computers or technology, and science is something totally different.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Gravity is the cheap way out by people who's supposed to be smart with calculus and everything. They took the easier route in explaining everything, all these other forces that are actually happening in the world. Like, he sounds so smart, but approaches you with the stupidest, easiest answer.
Buzzword earthers, mate. That's what we call them.
Yes, yeah, what you're saying, like about like computer science, right? So technology and all that, right? Yeah, but yeah, that's fine. Like, so you want to call it computer science, right? Because basically you're saying you're going to do this and get this certain result, right? When you type in blah blah blah, this happens, right? It's whatever. They call it computer science, right? But is that the science that you're going to be using to determine the shape of the Earth or any object? No. What about social science? Use social science to figure out the shape of the Earth or any other object? Don't think so. And I like it when Matrix there one day said, "Well, what field of science? What field of study are we going to be using to figure it?" Oh yeah, the geometry. They said. Oh, geometry. Huh. Last time I checked, that's a branch of math. Like I just don't know. Occasionally we get
that unsticks
Sorry,
them.
go
I love it. It's amazing how often such a simple question can unstick them. What field of science deals with shapes?
Yeah, and you hear them, the cogs turn for a few seconds, and there's this pause, and they're thinking about it, and they're like, I don't want to answer wrong. You can hear their thought going through their head. I don't want to get this wrong. Yeah, and occasionally you get a couple of Muppets say something like earth sciences or geology, right? Or geography.
Man, you should have heard it the other day. They were saying that everything is natural, nothing is synthetic. Because you know how the labels in America will say made from natural ingredients, right? So to them, like, everything is natural. So weapons grade plutonium, totally natural. According to the guys I was arguing with, I couldn't believe it. Like, they didn't believe in anything being synthetic because it's all natural. It's like, what about the shit that we make from like nothing but elements, and we make like new things, new chemical compounds? I just couldn't believe it. Couldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, yes, we're part of the natural world, right? And there's things that happen regarding humans that you could consider as being natural, right? But when you're questioning the world around you, or you're inquisitive and you're starting to, you know, construct things, you know, and that there has to be that line drawn between natural and synthetic, because you're the inquisitor, right? You're the one trying to figure something out. You don't want to be the influence of that thing, right? In any way, you want to leave bias out of it. You want to be sure that you're getting this right. You know, like it's not like, oh man, I don't know, like, yeah, and it's all well and good to, like, you know, you build a contraption and something happens within your contraption you didn't expect or something, you know, like, and you're like, why did that happen? Right? That's fine. You go ahead and basically science it, like, you know, but it doesn't mean it's natural science.
That's unless the only way to make breakthroughs is by critical thinking. You can't have a top-down, uphill to authority approach and expect to make any breakthroughs in anything that way.
Right, and you may. Well, there may be a process that's taking place in nature which you can then replicate in a man-made contraption. I mean, like, you can use the principles involved behind why it's happening in nature, and you can use the same principles within your man-made contraption, right? Yeah, but your man-made contraption is synthetic, right?
But they make things very difficult too with everything. Like it's controlled on every level. It's frustrating for me when I'm doing my research and trying to figure things out, doing my critical thinking to even get correct information, because like Google and all that, it's all controlled so heavily. I get so much jargon thrown in with, I just want a straight answer. There's a lot of decoding that goes on as well. It's makes it so much more difficult and so frustrating.
Yeah. I thought I'd look a bit into the history of James Clerk Maxwell, right? And
yeah,
amazing man.
I love. I get into the electromagnetic side of things heavily.
Right.
Maxwell's equations.
Yeah, like I don't understand all that stuff. Like I'm not, not well versed in any of it really, but I was interested in his history. Like, like I wanted to so I looked up a couple of things on YouTube and found a couple of documentaries about him. Right. So amazing individual, like very impressive, like intellect, very smart. You know what I mean? Like he was doing all this stuff very similar to Newton, right? He was figuring out all this stuff in his early 20s, and he's by his late 20s he was basically managing university departments, right? But it was a bit like, so yeah, so he was a globetard. He was, right? I learned he was a globetard. I mean, he won this prestigious award. He died before the Nobel Prize was given out to people, but he did win this award for solving the rings of Saturn. And according to all Newton's stuff, right, all the equations they had back then, he mathematically figured out, right, what the rings of Jupiter would be if Jupiter is this giant gas planet and it has this gravitational pull and blah 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 blah, right? So he did all the math and he said, look, it's not solid. No, they get ripped apart. No, it can't be liquid because they'd just end up they wouldn't be just like the way they are. They'd be all blobby and stuff. I don't know how to word it, but like he figured out it wasn't liquid. They have to be tiny, tiny little particles, right? And yeah, he figured that out mathematically, apparently, right? And he got this award for it and renown, right? But it was unsolvable, and nobody could figure it out. And they say that with his math that he used for it, he both proved right, what the rings of Saturn are and disproved what they're not, right? I mean, I don't know, like that's globetardia, you know what I mean? It's outer space bullshit and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that gets a little far out there in the pseudo realm, kind of um like Tesla versus Einstein. Einstein was scientific. He had a lot of pseudo theories and things going on. Where Tesla, he was a straight genius. He viewed the world for what it was, and is a zetetic mind frame where he basically recreated everything we have here on Earth. Like he made fluorescent bulbs from daylight, which is the way where like he made the Tesla coil, like to replicate what the sun would do. He made all sorts of things. Radio waves. He talked about the ionosphere being conductive and like a plasma field up there. Just all sorts of things. He was a genius, and he made the alternating current motor. Like where Einstein's made the genius, this is where the Luciferians flip everything again. They make Einstein the genius, and Tesla look like the dumb one, But then they turn around and steal all his work from him and name it after themselves or whatever. Like I even seen a recent article on Tesla saying he was trying to use radio waves to communicate with aliens, which is false. He believed in a realm.
Yeah, I heard that he thought he was receiving communication from Mars. Yeah.
Yeah, those are just
1, 2, 3. So apparently, he's getting messages 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
See, he also believed in ether, where Einstein had to say that ether didn't exist. So that compares Tesla. Yeah, I mean, he rediscovered a lot of things. People adds on throughout. It's like pieces of the puzzle. Everybody's adding another piece to this very complicated puzzle.
But it's interesting about
instead of coming up with the picture to the puzzle like Einstein would do and trying to make the puzzle pieces fit when they don't.
Right, yeah. And of course, like there's that famous quote from Tesla about going headlong into mathematics and leaving practical physics behind, just walking off into imagination land, basically. This is like you gotta have the hands-on stuff. You can't Einstein never demonstrated anything he was talking about really, except maybe the photoelectric effect. But it's interesting because when I was looking up on Maxwell, apparently Einstein had said during his lifetime, because it was said to him, "Oh, Einstein, you stand on the shoulders of Newton," and he corrected him and said, "No, actually, I stand on the shoulders of Maxwell." And Maxwell was a great inspiration to Einstein for his development of special relativity, right?
Basically, anything relative here on Earth is not relative in outer space. Basically, is what he's saying.
I know, and it just fascinates me too, like that Maxwell, like having such a fascination with gas, right? With gases, could say something as like as factual as when he says that gas is amazing in its different in its different ways, because it'll not only will it expand to fill any vessel, right? And he says no matter how large, right? And then continues on with his quote, right? And then turn around and think that what he's seeing in the sky are giant gas balls, right? That just doesn't make any sense to me. How could he hold those two conflicting positions? I don't get it. But it just thinking that Saturn's a giant gas ball, it contradicts that him turning around and saying that gas expands to fill any volume, no matter how large, any vessel. I just didn't he click when he said that? Wasn't he thinking like, oh, hang on a second, that reminds me, yeah, how come the planets aren't doing that then? What? But I didn't realize too that he'd put his hand into so many different fields, like you talking about these equations, you know, and you know, because he worked with the other guy, Faraday. He personally knew Faraday and worked with him. Like, he pretty much idolized Faraday, and yeah, they worked together. And he did other things. He was just like, just had his hand in all different. But guess what? He actually ran what they called the Cavendish Laboratory at I can't remember the name of the university now. So he was right into Cavendish. Cavendish was one of his freaking heroes. Maxwell. Cavendish was one of Maxwell's heroes.
They work with Lawrence. And they had the Lawrence force or whatever, or it was.
Not sure. I can't remember. I don't think they mentioned that.
It's not called Force. What is it called? I have to look it up. You got me questioning now.
Yeah, the 1800s was a busy time for electromagnetism, especially by the late 1800s when Tesla rolled around. He was a genius, man. He did like 100 times more things than the people that came before him. He took everything they had and combined them all into one and used them all, including everything he was seeing in the world, all in one. If it wasn't for Tesla, we wouldn't have the electrical everything. I mean, he invented the alternating current. You know, he popularized he made a lot of things. He made the first like solar panels. He made the coax cable. He made radio,
remote control vehicles.
Now we have Wi-Fi and stuff as radio waves.
Electric car.
Tesla had an electric remote controlled boat in the 1800s.
Yeah, yep, and he exhibited a fully functioning electric car as well at some expo thing as well. And then all of a sudden, everyone was apparently, like, history has it now that electric cars were all the rage once upon a time before petrol. Like, pretty much everybody that owned a car, it was electric. You know, after those coal steam engine things were thrown out, you know. Apparently there was electric scooters, electric motorbikes, electric cars, everything. Everything was freaking electric. Every vehicle was electric once upon a time, apparently, before Ford and his bloody bullshit. You know, I don't know. That's what they say. I don't know if it's true. Bro, they drive their cars along, right, and there'd be big cables lying on the ground, right, and they pull up and they get their phone out and hook the wires up to this cable on the ground and make phone calls. Go figure, man.
In the movie The Prestige, they show Tesla in Colorado Springs lighting a bulb by sticking it in the ground. And, you know, to most people, that sounds like
several,
madness, right?
Yeah, and in reality, they say that, he actually did that with several like bulbs over a vast distance, like I don't know if it was a mile or even more. Yeah, when he got that tower going.
I think that it was probably done with ground batteries, like a ground generator. You know what that is, where you stick a zinc rod and a copper rod in the dirt, and you pour water over it. It generates about 2 volts. Like, to me, that's probably how he did it. I don't think it was like just screwing the bulb into the ground, like a potato. I don't know. I guess you'd have to be there.
Well, whatever it was separated.
You would need wires or something at that point with the electromagnetic field, because there's capacitive coupling, but you would need like a power source, electromagnetic field. Or you're talking about the Tesla tower. I think one of his plans was to use the ionosphere, the conductive plasma layer up there, to transmit energy, but he was going to do it at a resonance frequency that aligned with the Earth. That way, it wouldn't interfere with the it would be bad for the ecosystem. He had a lot of great plans and vision and experiments and stuff, but he died in 1943, and the FBI came in and stole all his paperwork and stuff because he was talking about directed energy weapons back then. Like, he was already smart enough to develop those, and then from the 50s and 60s, the government started developing directed energy weapons. Wonder why.
Do you know who got that technology before the FBI? John Trump. Donald Trump's Uncle John was working at MIT, which when I say MIT, you should hear MIT CIA, but I digress. So he was working at MIT and had it for a year before anybody else got it. So Donald Trump rose to power. I bet it had something to do with the Tesla tech.
Yeah, possibly. Who knows?
Or maybe he's just really subservient to the private.
I think Tesla knew a lot more than he ever released, and the government got all that when they came in and took it all from him. So they get to know his what he was keeping secrets, and we never got to.
But you say he died when? 1943.
Yeah, 43. And the FBI got a search warrant because he was talking about a death ray or something. So they came in and took all of his paperwork and stuff, all his research.
No, he died, and they came in and took all his stuff without the warrant because they had said that it was Trading with the Enemies Act is what they, or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think that was the law that they used to take his stuff, but he wasn't. I might be wrong about that. It's late. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, they just came and took his stuff like illegally. Just took his shit.
Yeah, I heard a rather cool conspiracy that Tesla had time travel technology, which was gotten a hold of by Trump. And then what happened with Trump was that Hillary Clinton was elected president, and everything else, nuclear war or something, everything. And then he said, "I'm going to go back in the time machine and fix everything."
That sounds like a controlled opposition story, because that'd be something Einstein would come up with.
That's true. I was told that tomorrow.
The whole time travel thing can easily be debunked with the grandpa thing. Like, if I could go back in time and kill my grandpa before he had sex with my grandmother, then I never would exist. And if I never would exist, how could I go back and kill him?
Aha! But little did you know that he had a broad on the side. That's where you really came from. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
But you existed in that time.
Just to get back to your time in the work. Get told you were adopted.
Yeah, Larry, just to throw a spanner in the works, that's not how time travel would actually work if it was possible. So the idea would be that there is the past, present, and future on different world lines. So you wouldn't actually be able to affect your own reality. You'd only be able to affect a shoot-off reality in the past or the future, and that would have a spin-off reality. So you wouldn't be able to return to your own time and see you've affected things in your own time, if you get what I mean.
Well, it sounds like
Didn't none of y'all watch Back to the Future? Like, seriously, that's excessive. Yeah.
That's not how it would work, though. I don't think, in the way that dimensions are explained and stuff.
So it's like, it's fine as long as you don't interact with each other too much.
So you create a different timeline, right?
I got news for y'all. The past is not real. The future is not real. The only thing that's real
doesn't
is the
exist.
now.
Are you saying it doesn't exist? Are you saying that I wasn't?
The past doesn't exist. It's not real.
So I wasn't. I never
and you
was.
will never be.
I am. Oh, and I'll never be. Dang. What did I do yesterday then?
Same as today.
But yesterday,
actually, the past is not real, Your Honor.
I've got scientific.
I'm innocent now. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is that if you was to go back in time, what you would do is create a spin-off reality. So if a time traveler was to come back here, saying from the future, saying, because this is going to happen, that's going to happen, just purely on the fact that he came and told us means that that probably wouldn't happen in the same way. He would have affected our timeline. So that gives credibility to the idea that Trump could have been a time traveler.
Yeah.
I don't know if credibility is the right word, but you know what I mean, theoretically.
Well, everybody was pretty surprised that he got in.
Then there was other weird shit like Project Looking Glass and like that. More things to look into.
Oh yeah, and Pegasus.
Mm-hmm.
What was that operation that they did with the ship and they teleported a bunch of soldiers?
Philadelphia experiment.
Yes.
Project Rainbow.
Yeah, Philadelphia experiment. That's it. That's the technology that could actually make time travel real.
Did you actually read up about that? How there was when they phased in and phased out and phased back in. And when they came back in, some of them had like half of their bodies merged between steel and them. Yeah, that was nasty. Yeah.
Embedded in the hole and the flooring. Yeah.
So I was presented that as a credible, declassified story from the military. Does that hold any weight? Like, is that actually like? Do people believe that?
So. Yeah, they do, but I don't.
Story, I have not read or found anything else to go with it. Just that one story movie, that pretty much we've all read the same thing.
Yeah,
that's like the Fly when he was teleported with metal and bonded with him on the other side, and it was really gross.
So they used a whole Navy ship, and those on it had some electrical setup around it, and it seemed to have phased out into another position and then back again. And when it came back, it was like as if there was two different entities. The humans that were on there were moved out of position, and the ship basically held its position. And if you happen to have landed halfway through a set of stairs or in a wall or between the first and second story, that's a you problem.
Oh, well, that happened because of that happened because of the rotation of the Earth.
Didn't allow for it. There you go.
Yeah.
Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey.
They should call it static Coriolis travel, not time travel.
But yeah, in all seriousness, outside of that one article that I read a long time ago about that, I have never found anything other than movies that have been allegedly made from true stories. There's nothing out there. It's like the internet is deliberately being scrubbed of other things too.
You got Wernher von Braun's book about Project Mars and Elon being the ruler of Mars as well.
Yeah, that's a strange coincidence, isn't it?
Could have been a planted story by this government CIA to get people to believe time travel could be real, so they buy into the quantum stuff, perhaps.
Yep.
Yes. But a lot of the Wernher von Braun has been totally true. He's smart. He's a smart dude. He knows.
When people making correlation go,
the final card that they're going to play is the alien invasion, and it's all fake.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that seems pretty realistic, to be fair.
Going back a few years, weren't they trying to correlate? Were they making correlations with Trump and Elon Musk as well? Going back a few years, like to do with all this shit. Or am I'm probably off now, it's all good.
Well, he's a good candidate for space agency because his name's Elon. He's not an American citizen, so he can't be president. And he was good to be an auditor for Dodge, the auditing, because he couldn't audit himself. He couldn't audit NASA to give himself the contract. You know what I mean? If anybody audited NASA, you'd definitely be they'd definitely be disbanded.
Someone not being a U.S. citizen and becoming president, that's never stopped anyone before.
Right,
Obama. Barack Hussein Obama.
Obama Bin Laden.
Actually, I was born in Hawaii.
I'm not a Muslim.
He did go to the
We
wall.
don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Now watch this drive. Did you guys ever read up on the John Titor, the time traveler story?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. If you know the story goes there was a time traveler from 2036 who came back to just before 9/11 to warn his family met himself as a kid. But he never came back for that. He was actually part of a military operation to get an IBM 500 computer, which happens
From the
to
70s.
be yeah. So he stopped off because you jump apparently you jump between you can stop off at certain points. Anyway, he stopped off just before 9/11 to warn his family. Told them that he was going to get this computer from the 70s. And this computer just happens to be the only released computer where you can have dual operating systems on it. Anyway, he made all sorts of predictions about the future. He posted pictures of his time machine, and still to this day, and the manual, and still to this day, nobody knows where this manual came from. And it's got like descriptions of the components and how it would work, and he posted it on this scientific website called the Anomalies Network, and there's a load of smart people on there who are basically saying, oh my god, like this could actually work, blah blah blah, what the hell is this device? I was actually reading the original blogs that he posted in 2009 while they were still available. It was a trip, man. I don't know if you've ever come across it, but it's worth a research.
Yeah, but a lot of his predictions didn't come true.
I even think that book about Barron Trump, saying how it came out on Joe Rogan like that. I mean, it just seems like could be a fake little thing there. Could be. I don't know. Somebody show me a hardback copy, an actual old one, and then I'd believe it.
Yeah, something about those books, Little Baron Trump and The Last President. I think the author wrote both of those books. Yeah, that's pretty strange, isn't it? Like how Trump is in his second term. I could actually imagine that playing out. You know, I think that the story goes that there's going to be a protest outside of Trump Towers just before a civil war. It looks like that could actually happen. I mean, if I see a protest outside of Trump Towers, I'm just going to be bracing for the next events.
Yeah, might be some clues in there in that novel.
I mean, what are the chances that at the same time of The Last President, there's a guy called Elon running the space program? You know, that's pretty unlikely, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Especially Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's controlled opposition at this point. Like, he's definitely controlled with what he can and can't say, and he's handed down, topics to cover.
There's a good chance they're prepping Barron Trump to be a president as well. I can see this guy being quite a significant kid or guy.
It's probable presidents are selected, not elected. They got the whole thing rigged, and it's becoming even easier with these electronic, ballot machines and stuff that ain't even American companies. They're like Venezuelan machines and all these errors, and yeah, it's evident that they control it. They control the voting system.
Since we're talking about Trump, something I noticed, it's funny. Someone pointed it out to me. I didn't come up with this, but Trump is kind of going head to head, apparently, not in actuality, with the Federal Reserve chair, because he's not lowering the interest rate like Trump allegedly wants him to, right? So he said that Biden appointed the guy, but Trump is the one that actually appointed the guy. So these motherfuckers, it's just a WWF show to me, like the whole thing. It's like watching wrestling. You know, you think Hulk Hogan's the good guy, and all of a sudden he's wearing black, and now he's the bad guy.
Yeah, I happen to agree with that. I think that both sides are all fiction. Yeah, there's no left and right. There's only the Patriots.
You know, I consider myself a patriot, right? I don't consider myself a patriot like towards the flag or towards the Constitution or towards the government, but I feel very patriotic towards the people. The people.
When I meant Patriots, I meant like, have you ever come across the Metal Gear Solid 2 conspiracies? How Metal Gear Solid 2 predicted the future?
I played the game in high school. Didn't sleep for 3 days.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest mindfuck game that exists, to be fair. But they pretty much predicted the world we're in today, which is strange, you know, just how close they got. But yeah, there's a shadowy group that represents the Illuminati called the Patriots, and the Patriots basically create fiction and fake news to control the population, and they control the two parties and play out these games to basically convince the population to stay under control.
So wait, how did it, like, two separate sides? How does that work? T-Dub, you just responded, bro. Unmute.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
For the thing, can someone explain like how the earthquake, like it happened on like a complete different side of the
Is
world?
that flat Earth? Is that flat Earth?
Yeah, that's a flat Earth. How did it get all the way to the other side?
That's not the flat
That's a
Earth.
Mercator projection.
Yeah, that's a projection of the globe.
Yeah.
No. It's flat. So how did it get all the way to the other side?
Hey, cool down. Cool. That's a
my goodness
Mercator
gracious.
projection. That's a Mercator projection
If you're saying it
of the
happened,
globe.
if you're saying that it happened on the other side of the world, right?
Like how did
How
it
does a
go
sphere
all the
have-
way from the right to the left?
That's a Mercator. Right, can you listen just for a moment? That is a Mercator projection of the globe. That is not a flat
No, that's
Earth
flat.
map.
No, but it's flat.
That is a Mercator projection of the globe. If you can't get it, you're going to have to be muted.
Yeah, so what you're doing is called a straw man. So you're presenting an argument for your opponent that they didn't make, and then attacking it.
Okay, let's make it easy for
Yeah,
you. You've used Google Maps before, yeah?
It left.
Oh, come on!
That's the worst drop.
Man.
All I was going to say was jump on Google Maps, zoom out, and then scroll left, scroll left, scroll left. That's it. That's all I was going to say. Man, I'm having another wine.
Her last words were, huh?
Oh, man. It'd be a difference if I had jumped down a neck or something. Oh, come on. That's your fault, T-Dub. Blaming you for that one.
That's fair.
I don't even think that was a troll. I think that was genuinely confusion.
Yeah, if incredulity had a sound.
Eric, CEO of NTR.
Hey, sorry, I'm just at work, so might be on and off and talking.
Oh, no problem, man. Yeah. How about Shout Fight? Is it Shout Fight Fanboy? Shout Fight Fanboy. What's that all about?
Oh, I guess if I throw a question at you, what exactly your prescriptions and like the functionality of like the world and physics and stuff?
You're gonna have to ask that question again.
I guess the question is do you like how exactly do you think like the world functions, like astronomically speaking, or at least what I would call astronomically?
Well, we don't think we're a disk in space, like the third thing from the sun.
I picked that up.
Yeah. We'll just go with what we can demonstrate. You know, what's
astronomically speaking. The first rung of the cosmic ladder is broken because you can't even prove what radius we live on. So that's a bit of an issue for globers.
Yeah. Well, we go with observable, measurable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable stuff. So, you know,
so
if it conforms to that,
find out
good.
what we're on?
Not in its entirety, like not that I know of, but we can determine the surface of liquid to be planar, horizontal, level, especially when it's at rest. It's just flat. Yeah. So, since the majority of this place that we live on, apparently, the known world, is covered in water, that's a big no-no for the globe. I mean, can't be a globe.
Not necessarily by the model, but I don't have enough knowledge to be going through that entire thing. But wouldn't it be possible if you just zoomed out far enough to be able to get an outline?
From where?
Well, if it's flat, you would just find the center, or at least what you would perceive as the center, and then just start going up. Like we have balloons and other things that can achieve hundreds of miles up in the air.
Why do you believe there's a necessity to measure the ground?
A necessity to measure? I think there's no such thing as a necessity. It's just a desire.
Why the necessity to go up in the air when you can measure from the ground?
It just makes it easier. If you're at a higher vantage point, you're able to see farther.
You can't measure from up there, you can only witness. Whereas on the ground, at least you can measure it.
No, you can. It's just you have to use different tools. Obviously, you can't like hold a ruler because you don't have a ruler that's tall enough.
Well, balloons only get to about 22 miles, by the way. It's about as far as you can get a balloon to go.
I might be over exaggerating. Let me double check the.
So while you're on the ground, why wouldn't you just? Allegedly, it's supposed to be a ball. That's what we're all taught. You, me, the guy next door, everyone. Unless they didn't go to school at all. Well, why wouldn't you just create some kind of tangent to run along the side of this ball? Like a laser, for example. Big long beam of straight light. We get where the tangent point is. From that point, we go out, say, 20, 30 miles and measure between the laser and the ground. You know, like at 30 miles, that should be a 600-foot drop. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a noticeable difference. You know, if we go 30 mile out and it's only 3 foot, well, obviously somebody fucked up. We go out there and it's 700 foot, fuck it, you can have your globe.
I'm not really sure on the math you're doing, but I do remember there's been some experience like that specifically that's caused some problems with that notion that it's not. But I'm assuming that those are either discredited or not necessarily. They were done inaccurately. Let me go through. Sorry, what was that?
I said that was so vague. What are you talking about?
There was the guys who did the experiment on the boat with the lasers. I remember hearing about that one.
On the boat with the lasers.
Yeah, some guy had set up like a laser on his boat, and another guy had on the shore with a laser, and then another guy had a board on a boat at a certain distance, and they were like calculating the distance that if the Earth was a globe, then it should show a dip below a certain line on the board with the laser. I'll look it up.
Sounds like he's mixing the Netflix shit up with something else.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Antarctica thing? Because that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, and too cold down there. So just think about it logically. If you get a laser that is capable of shooting, say, 40 miles, and you get the laser and you just point it sideways, and you're over a large body of water, and you lower that laser down, say you're starting off at 1 foot, you've got the laser set at 1 foot. You lower it down, it touches the water, and then you lift it back up. So at 1 foot, where it touches the water, allegedly that should be where the horizon is, due to the nature of the curve. So that should be approximately 1.225 miles. So anything beyond that should be obstructed by the curve, which is what we would call drop over distance. That is your tangent point. That horizon, where the laser touches, and you've just lifted it above to clear it, that is your tangent point. So from there, out, at 30 miles, there should be a 600-foot difference between water level and that laser, due to the nature of the curve. The problem is, when the boys go out with their lasers, that don't happen, mate. Like 600 foot is a fair jump. It's not like it's only 10 foot and it could go either way. That's 600 feet.
I mean, I don't know the math to be able to call you truth or not. I have no idea. That's why I was mostly asking about like your own personal explanations on these things.
Well,
like
my
I understand, like
is simple. If there's no curve, what is it?
Well, overall, I'm not necessarily trusting the fact that we're sitting on a flat Earth. The only thing I'm trusting is that the creations that we have made on Earth are using the mathematics.
It's curved. So you're saying it's not
I'm
flat.
not trusting.
So therefore,
I don't
you did.
You're
trusting that it's curved without any proof of curvature. We've measured this. There's no measured curvature. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't want to accept that.
There's no part of my life that I need to believe in a flat Earth or a round Earth. I mostly just stay at home and live at home. I don't need the Earth to be flat around.
Then?
Who I'm not. I literally have only made statements about things I've heard about.
You're pretty quick to dismiss it measured flat.
Yeah, but that's mostly because of the people that I've gained information from. See, you that are I believe to be intelligent do believe it to be round, and I trust them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to believe it.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head, brother. You hit it square on the head. It is just a belief. What we want you to do is we don't want you to believe anymore. We want you to know. And that's where
the things I
you've actually
do
got to go outside and check shit out.
Is the effectiveness of the math that people use.
So mathematics is reality now.
No.
At some stage, you and me both know we have to assign those numbers to something physical in reality.
Yes.
Excellent. So like your observer height, your distance to the horizon, the actual radius of said ball. These are all things, numbers, that should be tied to something physical. And that's the problem. At the moment, it's a belief system, and these numbers are just being assumed. They're not actually being tied to something physical.
Well, it's not necessarily being assumed, that they're being practiced. So as long as the numbers have a consistent
they're
outcome,
being assumed in the first place, then practiced.
I would say they're more being discovered because the assumption. Are you actually, I'll back up on that statement. Are you saying that like 1, 2, 3, 4 are being assumed, or like the Pythagorean theorem is being assumed?
I didn't mention any of those, but I did mention the Earth's alleged radius.
Oh well, I mean, that's just them using other. That would be them using other mathematical equations to get to that point, which is I trust. Okay, so which ones are the assumed numbers? Is it the equation or is it the Earth's
Not
equator?
the equation.
So it's the equator's numbers then specifically that's being assumed. So I'm trying to be honest here.
For some reason, you've got this concept that I believe mathematics is incorrect. No, I'm not saying mathematics is incorrect. I'm saying at some stage you have to tie the mathematics to reality. Instead of just going, here's the math, it works. I agree with you, the mathematics does work. But here's the kick in the nuts. The mathematics is not tied to reality. Because when we go and check for the alleged radius of 3959 miles, that would give us a very specific drop over distance. A very specific curve function. We can check for that. We know at 30 miles, at 10 miles, it's a 66-foot drop. 20 miles, a 240-foot drop. At 30 miles, a 600-foot drop. You go out with the laser and you run it at 10 miles, 0 drop. 20 miles, 0 drop. 30 miles, assuming someone didn't fuck up with their measurement, 0 drop. That's the problem. It's not that we're going, hey, we're flat earthers because we like the sound of it. No, we're flat earthers because the bastard measures flat.
Sure, but like I said, the only reason that I mostly give credit to that idea is because the people who go through things like measuring, like, say, the rate at which objects fall to the Earth, and then using those equations to, say, build an airplane that can take me over to California for my next
non sequitur, nothing to do with
that. Doesn't.
I'm not trying to argue your argument. Truth be told, I'm not trying to argue for the Earth.
No, the point is, bro, the rate at which things fall and its applicability to being able to design aircraft has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Unless you can show how.
I'm not looking to talk about the shape of the Earth. That's what I've been trying to say. My credence to the shape of the Earth isn't because I know the Earth is round, because I don't. I've never been to any place that could ever give me the idea that the Earth is horizon. I've lived in my state for like my entire life, and I've had no desire to leave it to find out anything else. I just give credence to the people who are consistent with the equations that we have that make the Earth or make the technology that we utilize today. I give credence only because of their consistency.
So high fives to computer makers then. Wow, awesome.
Yeah.
So you've dropped into a flat Earth channel to tell us that you're happy that someone else has invented a computer.
Yeah, to some degree, I guess.
I'll give you points for backpedaling, mate.
That's model affliction. So you believe that because there's a model that gives credibility to something, even though you can model anything.
You can model it. I don't think you can model anything with the mathematics that we currently have. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, it just means the ball would change size. In order to fit a model, you would just need to change the size of the ball.
No, because if you change the size, you would increase the gravity, which means that things would fall at a faster rate.
Hang on a second. So there you go. You are talking about the shape of the Earth when you reference 9.8 meters per second.
Well,
why did you say you weren't? You told me you weren't referencing the shape of the Earth. Well, you weren't mentioning. You said, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Well, you said you said the size. If you increase the size, you increase the mass, and the mass is what equates into like the thing that falls. That's
yeah,
how that
right.
was
So
supposed
that
to work.
has no. See that, and then I told you understanding 9.8 meters per second. Even though that's just a voted upon average, I don't think it's even been measured really.
Voted upon?
But
it has been measured.
Yeah,
All you have
yes,
to
it
do
was.
is drop a ball.
No, it was
and pick the
voted.
rate.
It was voted upon. No, it was voted upon, and so and its application to the development of aircraft and the aircraft's ability to maintain lift and stay in the air, right, has nothing to do with the size or dimensions of the Earth. Or
I think
shape.
you're mixing up consensus with voting.
No, they literally voted on it, bro. But listen, the point is that value, that number, and its application in the construction and design and the operation of aircraft has nothing to do with size, dimensional shape of the Earth.
And I'm telling you that the thing I'm giving credence to is the mathematics that make it possible and consistent.
No, they didn't get that value from understanding the size and dimension and shape of the Earth.
I didn't say they did.
And
then why are you relating it to the size of the Earth?
Because when equating gravity has to do with mass.
CEO, take a step back. Why give credence to a fallacy then? It's a falsity.
What?
You're giving credence to a mathematical construct which doesn't describe reality.
Do things not fall to Earth at a constant rate?
So things go down at a measured rate of 9.8 seconds squared. That's great.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the size of the Earth. Has nothing to do with the size of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. The mass of the Earth wasn't used to calculate the size of the Earth. I hope you realise that. The mass was given based on the backwards engineering from that drop rate. So gravity first, then they came up with the mass. That has nothing to do with the size of the Earth.
Right. The mass kind of does, unless you're trying to say that there's something else giving it like additional.
No, we don't use in the mass. We don't use mass to calculate size.
Right, so you can measure the fall rate of an object. You can measure the fall rate of an object without understanding anything about the mass of the Earth or its size or its dimensions or its shape or anything. And then you can you can exploit that then, right? This idea that the reason things fall at that rate is because of this or that, that's the imagination part that's never, ever been proven. There's no scientific evidence for it whatsoever.
I don't necessarily think that's true, but I'd have to look that up. So I'll hold
it. Is true. It is true. It is true. So the mass of the Earth is the gravitational pull, and then they use the size that they've already established afterwards. But that isn't connected to how we got the size. Size was measured, well, not measured, calculated with another method. See how many assumptions, though, the Globers make just because they believe it to be true. It's really interesting.
I mean, are there like things like that, like the strong force, the weak force, other forms of like fundamental properties also would be things that are like assumptions?
Yeah, the majority of the globe model is based all on assumptions. In fact, all of it is based on assumptions. There isn't one piece of direct evidence that shows us we live on a curved spinning ball.
Do you think it's beyond our current technology to be able to measure the Earth? Or do you think it's just being suppressed?
With a big enough effort, you could measure the known world, yeah, but nobody's done it. It would need to be a combined human effort.
Wouldn't we just be able to fly some planes around or something with some cameras?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we're measuring the whole Earth, does it? I said the known area that we call our home can be measured up to the Antarctic Circle. But beyond that, we have no way to know what's beyond that.
Dude, who told you can measure the ground from the sky? Who told you that? That you can go up in the sky and then measure things on the ground? Who told you that?
What? I can do that right now. You can have perspective. What's stopping?
Define measurement.
I mean, like, we just set a measure. Like, are we doing the thing where we're like, we are the ones who come up with the idea of a measurement? Like 1 foot.
I'm asking you to define what measurement.
Like the distance between 2 points. I'm not quite sure.
And how do you determine the distance? But how do you determine the distance between 2 points?
Well, you would have to establish some form of measurement, and then using that form of measurement, calculate what those points are from that established measurement. So in America, we use like feet. I believe there's also the metric system that uses meters.
Right, so how do you physically measure something? Do you physically measure it, or do you estimate with eye in it? Observation.
With eye? I mean, you can take a tool that, like, say, like a laser, and then check how long it takes to get back by having a measurement of, like, speed of light, which we've been able to measure.
Oh, really? So the one-way speed of light is measured, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think we know the two-way speed of light, but not the one-way, as far as I'm aware.
That's right. That's right. The one-way speed of light isn't something we can measure accurately.
Okay, you're throwing some terms at me that I will admit I don't know what you're going off about. What do you mean by one-way versus two-way? As in, like, where it's going
there's
or
problems
where it's returning from?
Basically, there's problems when you use light to try and measure a distance. We have issues.
That is
that when it comes to light, there's other factors that affect light that we can't account for.
Such as?
Well, if I knew that, I'd be able to crack the one-way speed of light problem that exists, wouldn't I?
So let's think about
this.
How
But what are the issues?
In the first place? Let's have a look at how you're going to measure it. You're going to get a black marker, you're going to put a little X on a photon, and then as it jumps out of the sun, you're going to run back to Earth, beat it there, and you've already hit your stopwatch, remember, as it comes off the sun, and you're going to get back to Earth, and you're going to click just as it goes past you. Like, seriously, bro?
That's not how we measure light, but I go through that real quick.
Pardon the pun, but enlighten us. Without using GTP. Fucking AI shit.
The very first dude to measure light, he did it based on a gear wheel with slots in it, and he spun it up so fast that it blocked the light. But the thing is, eyesight can only see 60 frames a second, so anything faster than that, as it is anyway, he was blind. He was just making stuff up. Inaccurate. And what the hell? It's like 300. It's like 299 million meters a second or something. I mean, what the hell is that? That's instant anyway.
I mean, it's not instant because it's got a speed. If it was instant, it wouldn't have a speed. It would simply be.
Right. What if it was just an electromagnetic field?
Isn't it kind of technically? It's a wavelength, right?
Yeah, same thing happens in circuitry and everything. They want to say it's electron flowing, but really it's an electromagnetic field. What I'm saying, it's instantaneous because it's a field, not a flow.
Sorry, like I said, I'm at work. 1 second.
Wait, Daz, that paper that you posted, could you send me what the name of that paper was, the one about flight dynamics? This one. I'll wait till he's back online. He might be AFK.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm back. We were talking about how to measure the speed of light. Yeah, let me go through that.
Well, like if you think about a lightning bolt, whenever it strikes, it's like the field is already there before you see the light. Because whenever it'll sometimes strike in the same spot 2 or 3 times in a row, it'll disappear, strike again, and have the exact same path as before it disappeared. So the field was already there before it struck the first time.
Yeah, that's the positive and negative charges that are found. I believe the air tends to have a more positive charge, and I believe the ground tends to have a more negative charge, which brings the difference in energy that the lightning then travels through. But also, you can watch lightning travel. Like, you can see lightning move.
Listen, we don't need to make this more complicated than it is. The two-way speed of light is more consistent. When it comes to the one-way speed of light, we find that light travels at different speeds in different directions. So if you did the measurement from the plane down to the ground, and then you did it from the ground up to the plane, you'd get different results.
Well, that's why it's constantly running multiple lines at a time, and then actually doesn't use a consistent number, but an average.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. To get an average is just a mathematical equation. It doesn't give us a precise measurement, does it?
Well, the idea is that you would only be off by extremely minute amounts, something like 0.00 something %. That's why it's doing it so many times, is to get a more accurate stat. Because there will be things that deviate the light, obviously, like air, heat, other light in the area will obviously might interact with.
Wait a second. How would you know that, bro? You'd need to know the exact amount to give it a percentage of error.
About what? Well, yeah, we have averages on like how light travels through air and how much we can expect to dissipate through.
Need. What are you saying? Like, oh yeah, but that'd only make it off by like a factor of such or a percentage. Like, you'd need to know the exact number first to say that.
I mean, they know it. They're the people making all these fucking devices. Like, I'm not the one out making like transistors and like lasers and fucking shit. Those are people with far better and more intelligent degrees than me that are able to make these devices that we use on the day to day. Like fiber optics as a unit to be able to transfer information is one of our most efficient and capable that are able to use the fact that we have an understanding of light to transmit information over long distances.
You got to think in terms of fields, like electromagnetic fields, because imagine I'm in Tennessee, I could speak to somebody in China instantly with 0.03 seconds lag in latency. And I'm using a radio wave to my router. That's using a coax cable made of copper to the servers. And then you got a fiber optic cable going across the ocean back to more servers and radio towers. It's one giant field. You know what I'm saying?
One giant field? What do you mean? Because these are different signals sending different pieces of information that are being retransmitted, re-downloaded, and then re-uploaded into each individual location.
Still don't prove the shape of the ground.
I'm not making prescriptions about the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's what this channel's about.
Well, that was why I entered in specifically asking, like, how exactly what prescriptions do you guys make? Because I don't have enough proper education, I would say, to make these kind of statements.
I do find a lot of your statements so far that you've made have all been ChatGTP or other AI related. I can assure you of that, because I heard you typing in the background.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah. So why did you have to look stuff up? Why didn't you just be honest and say, I don't know?
I started by saying I didn't know. I literally said I don't know enough about these things to be able to make a good defense.
If I wanted a conversation with ChatGPT, I'd go and do it.
Well, most people gain their information from books and other forms of shared knowledge that we all use to create the things we use in the day.
Like reality, go outside and measure it and check it.
Yeah, ChatGPT is basically propaganda. So you're going to get whatever they want you to know as the truth. And if you challenge ChatGPT with actual real world observations or challenge it with experiments, it will say, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. And if you really break ChatGPT down, it'll tell you that it just gives you the most mainstream information.
Well, I'm not here to say I'm using ChatGPT, but I'm sure you don't really respect Wikipedia either.
It's the same shit with Wikipedia. That's the problem. That's how we've got into this mess, because people aren't actually going by what's repeatable, testable, and provable in the natural world. Just going by what Wikipedia says.
Then if I went to, like, say, a website that had, like, academic articles, would that still not be viable?
How many academic articles get peer-reviewed and approved that go against the mainstream narrative?
No. Well, in order for them to get approved, they would have to prove their analysis, right?
Wrong.
There's plenty of credible academics who are shunned and pushed out, and their papers are just ignored because it goes against the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, but that's your narrative.
You have to do some digging. You have to do some digging behind the AIs and behind the Google top searches to be able to find out that a lot of these claims that they've made are based on assumptions, and don't actually have that direct evidence.
I'm 31. I was getting this information before ChatGPT.
We're not just talking about FE related stuff. There's quite a few other things that if you don't follow the mainstream narrative, you get no funding. That's how the game works. Shut up, toe the line, or lose the cash.
That's why we get so many globers in here who make false claims, who think that, for example, gravity is a force, or think that there's direct evidence for curvature, like a ship over the horizon or something stupid like that. Because this is on the Wikipedia pages and on the mainstream websites, when in reality, a boat over the horizon is exactly what you would expect on a flat surface with an atmosphere. So you won't get the full story, you'll just get a one-sided narrative that paints the picture that this is settled evidence or proof, when in reality it's an assumption.
I guess my question is, why would I trust you guys over the guy who makes, like, my transistors and stuff?
We don't want you to trust us. I don't care if you trust me or anybody in this room. We want you to actually use your own logical thinking, your critical thinking, and to challenge the assumptions.
Plus, that's a category error. Like, I mean, what does transistors have to do with the shape of the Earth? The guy that made your transistor didn't do so with the intrinsic understanding that the Earth is a globe. He didn't go, oh, I better do this here because the Earth's a globe. Oh, connect that wire there because the Earth's a globe. No.
Yeah,
because the idea is that the math and information that he uses is consistent with the math that the guy who makes airplanes, the guy who makes the spaceship.
No, bro.
That's another
misconception. That's a misconception you have, bro.
Use base 60. You know how smart and genius that was, and the Greeks got all their influence from the Mesopotamians, all their cosmological and astrological things, including a lot of shared mythological stuff. But the Mesopotamians were flat earthers, where the Hellenistics they were the main competitors that pushed the globe. And we've been under
not really. That's what we're told, but not really. They also had a flat earth cosmology as well. Just throwing that out there.
What's that?
The Hellenistic Greeks still had a flat earth cosmology. It's just the geocentric model was introduced around the Hellenistic time, but they still had a flat earth cosmology. We're talking about the Greek cosmology.
Yeah, no, the Hellenistics. I mean, what are you talking about with that? Which one of the Hellenistics had a flat Earth?
There were definitely
so the Hellenistics were the Greeks. Yeah, so the geocentric model was introduced by Ptolemy, but it still wasn't fully accepted until way, way, way later in the future, like very modern times.
That's
so one example to answer your question. So one example to answer your question: Thales of Miletus.
It's like saying, well, Alexander the Great was conqueror of Egypt 300 BC, but we don't have any written account of the pyramids until around, 1800s or 1600s, something. So that 1900-year gap there, we don't know anything about the pyramids, according to, so the same thing, the Hellenistics, Ptolemy, he was, main proponent. He was in charge of Egypt. But the Greco-Roman Egyptian mythology is all one and the same. And we're still under the Roman system today.
What do you mean? There's plenty of evidence that the pyramids existed from the ancient Greeks. They were aware of the pyramids before Alexandria.
Yeah, the Assyrians were in control 500 BC, and those are the Mesopotamians I was talking about that were actual realm, flat earth, believing people, even though they had mythological stories that they share with the Greco-Roman Egyptians. And they were very smart mathematically. They came up with base 60. They had a lunar, they went by a lunar calendar where they had the Metonic cycle every 19 years. The sun and moon resets. That's how we can predict eclipses and all that, was from the Mesopotamians. And the Greeks, a lot of their influence came from those Mesopotamians.
Yeah, that's right. They did. That's another assumption the Globers make, that the globe predicts eclipses, and you're right. The Greeks predicted eclipses with the solar cycles well before any heliocentric model.
Yeah, the lunar cycle is the Metonic cycle. They were very smart mathematically. So math, you're saying about what, computer science or computers and China, that has no difference. They were already smart. Like the base 60, that's how we get arc minutes, arc second, and we got 60 minutes an hour, because base 60 has 12 numbers it's divisible by and 3 prime numbers. It's super smart stuff. Math has nothing to do with globe or realm. The Mesopotamians were very smart at math.
Pretty sure you sound knowledgeable. Pretty sure the Antikythera mechanism was a tool that they used for eclipses. Is that right? I believe so.
I don't know. They found that in the water. Metals, they decompose, in a certain hundreds of years. And especially in salt water, it's even faster. So who knows how long it was down there, where it came from.
It was basically a computer. Yeah.
Like if something catastrophe happened, say 6,000 or 10,000 years ago, that wiped out an ancient civilization of high technology that built pyramids and stuff, anything metal they would have had is long gone. It's turned to iron ore and all that. So all we have left is the stones. Because so that device would have to be somewhat modern.
Yeah, that just could mean that there's a problem with that just means there could be a problem with the calendar, and that the Greeks aren't as old as we think they are. I think that's more likely if you look at the evidence.
The Greeks aren't as old. How would you explain the decay of their buildings in the overall? Huh?
I think these skyscrapers.
How do you know it was the Greeks who built those?
If you didn't touch them for 600 years, I bet there'd be nothing left of them.
All right. Now you're just getting confusing because we know the timelines of history and the people who live there.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Because you would have to delete like hundreds of like years of like other people already living and existing in those areas.
Yeah, let's not get into that. But there is no way to prove that the Greeks built those structures. There's no way to prove very much beyond the 1600s. In reality, there's discrepancies in the calendars. The lunar and solar cycles don't match the calendars. And because of the amount of changes we've had in the calendars, there's no way to prove either way. So we don't know the timeline of history. We just have a narrative we've been told.
So you're asserting that we can't, and therefore we don't, even though people have this information.
No, I'm saying there's contradictory evidence, and actually the sky doesn't match the timeline we're on. In terms of if you go back, and we're supposed to have had eclipses and supposed to have had astronomical events at certain times, well, there's no evidence that we had them at those times. And actually, it makes more sense if you remove part of the calendar. But this channel isn't for that conversation, although that is a very controversial, and there is a lot of evidence that we don't have enough evidence that history is as presented. I don't mean to shut it down, but it's such a big topic that it's going to take over the room. I'm just saying you can't just sit there and say we know the history timeline and we know that they're correct when the sky doesn't match, the calendars don't match, the timeline isn't as solid a foundation as you think. In fact, most of our history is built on the ecclesiastic records, and the ecclesiastic records are hearsay from saints that we took their word for the Greeks existing, blah, blah, blah. So, no, it's not a science. History is not a science.
Okay. And where are you getting these assertions that these things are inaccurate? Or at least where there's recordings that show the inaccuracies?
It's called research. I have a whole Discord channel dedicated to this topic. I can send you the link if you want to read and watch some of the content.
Right. So have you visited these sites and been able to do the archaeological information yourself, or are you just going into other people's information and then
I'm not making claims. The only claim I'm making is your claim that we know history and we know it to all be true exactly as presented isn't a science. That's based on ecclesiastic records.
No,
archaeology. Hey, bro, stop. Archaeology's a joke and a pseudoscience, bro. Bullshit.
All right. I guess. All right.
You need to look into this stuff because, like you said, you're not going to believe what we say, but the evidence is there and the discrepancies are there. And I can name you 10, well, at least 6 off the top of my head, historians and chronologists who have claimed that the time we're in isn't correct and that the date that we've got isn't what's been presented.
I mean, you guys were earlier making claims about like super intelligent Egyptians that were required to make the pyramids. So God only knows.
Yeah, because we have direct evidence for them.
Sure we do. You talking about the what was it? The 4 pillars found underneath the pyramids or whatever that was?
No, I was talking about the Anchitherium device or whatever. Which I if it's made of bronze, I would say it come from the Bronze Age, but it hasn't been in the salt water too long because then it would deteriorate way too quick to even guess. You know what I'm saying? It'd be gone in quick fashion. So I had brought up that possibly, to not think that it came from some other unknown civilization. It came from recent ones because we know the Mesopotamians could predict all that just on the Metonic cycle of having a lunar calendar.
Oh, is this some like young Earth creationism kind of stuff?
No, this is direct historical evidence kind of stuff.
Based on your research?
No, based on the research of many chronologists who disagree with the current Scaligian timeline of history. if you was digging this for more than just ChatGPT, you'll find out that we have a chronologist called Scaliger, whose timeline we agreed upon, and his work was based on the ecclesiastic records, which is Bible records. So if you believe the mainstream, no, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. If you believe the mainstream version of history, it is you who's on a biblical timeline, not us. You got to dig into this stuff yourself, find out where the sources are for this Scaligerian timeline of history, and it all comes back to the Bible. Mainstream history aligns with the Bible. If you've got a problem with the Bible, then maybe you might be able to challenge history, because it sounds like you need a good reason to challenge this stuff. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat. Physically measured flat. Earth is measured as stationary. Absolutely no axial rotation to be measured or observed. And Earth has a gas pressure which can only exist with a container. Some sort of containment, physical containment. That's what we know to be true.
You experience. For 45 years, I was asked to accept that something to be true that I don't observe in nature, in physical reality. I bought it. I was so dumb.
Ate it up with a spoon. Yum, yum, yum. More, please, sir. What's up, boys?
What's up, Killian?
Currently outside looking up at the sky. My, what a beauty. I got Venus, the morning star, present in the sky. Sun is inbound. Moon is, well, not apparent yet. Sorry, go ahead. I think someone was getting in.
Yeah, I seen the Venus this morning. I went to the store.
I just say give
Whoa,
credence to the people who make the world
I
around
like
you.
the edge of dawn. The sky shows a lot at the edge of dawn there.
It does. I don't see any evidence.
Did he just say give credence to the people that make the world around us and then leave?
Maybe. I don't know. You know these guys that talk with no gumption, commitment to their argument. They just say stuff and run away. It's like the neighbor kids that leave the bag of poop on your front yard, ring your bell, and run away. Light it on fire. Similar behavior. Sorry, Roots. Go ahead, brother.
No, exactly that, bro. He was done as soon as he started appealing to history, to try and prove the bull. He was done.
Cool. Crazy. I'm looking at I mean, if you guys have heard me talk about the construction site that's right in front of me, I'm looking at 3 buildings under construction right now, 4 cranes working on said buildings, and guess what? There's no evidence of movement. Just it's completely opposite as to what they tell us. Almost like the North Pole and the South Pole, completely opposite to what they tell us.
It's almost as if the Earth is stationary.
It really is. These construction guys treat the Earth as a stationary topographical plane, yet you have the nerds in the white lab coats with glasses on, running around the running around the lab, saying the Earth is round. Okay, can you build me a house that honors the principle that the Earth is in fact moving and in fact a spheroid? No, you got to go to a construction worker to do that. Thanks for listening. I'm out. I'll be here.
What's up, bro?
These chats remind me of that film They Live, when you're trying to get someone to put on some logic glasses, and they'll just fight you, and then when you finally get the glasses on them, they run away.
Yeah, because they want the steak.
It didn't turn out too well for either one of them in the end. In that They Live movie, they both end up dying, but at least the one dude got to destroy the satellite. You know, he accomplished his mission. He just died for it. Like one of them Jesus stories, trying to reveal the deception and gets killed. Pretty sad.
It was a sacrifice.
That's a theme very common that if you try to go against what Lucifer's want, you're gonna pretty much die over it.
Why are we talking about the devil? Is that necessary?
That's how the world ran. How do you think a few people control millions? Just through their mind, they flip everything.
Do you think the spheroid is a creation of the devil?
The sphere is a good flip to hide God. Don't you think?
Do you think the spheroid narrative was introduced perhaps to hide the creator?
Yeah, that's pretty good reason.
Get you believing in happenstance, that you just happen to be here, one of 9 magical balls floating through an empty vacuum? Right? Because the devil's like, yo, you're just an accident. Don't think you're all that, right? Because that's what the devil wants you to think. And then when you go looking for it, looking into the story further, you realize, guess what? It's not there. The drop over distance is not there. 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, requires, it necessitates containment. Yet the globe doesn't give you a foundation for that belief, or for that, known fact.
Yeah, you find out a lot it's not there, and then the one thing you do find out that is there is a creator.
Exactly. Right? Typical of the devil. You hear the promise, you go looking for it, you invest in it, and guess what? You get to the bottom of the pit, bottom of the hole, and he's sitting there laughing and waving at you saying, try again, sucker. Typical of the devil.
The devil wants you to think that God has turned his back on you, but in reality, the devil, he's gonna throw you away, and he's the one that's gonna turn his back on you, not the creator, because he's present.
Right, and at the end of the day, no matter where we go, and this is what I wanted to walk in with my claim, put it on the table, and say, hey, any Glober present, I'd love to hear your counter argument or rebuttal to this. In me saying that we observe level and plumb everywhere we go. So I'd like to know, with the observation in real life of level and plumb everywhere we go, how do you get a sphere out of that? What are your appeals? Go ahead and bring it to the table so we can talk about your appeals that fly in the face of my claim of level and plumb everywhere. Anybody? This is your chance to step up, Mr. Glober. Let's have a chat.
That only works with someone who doesn't understand what curved visual space is and the limitations of perspective. If I could delete that side of my knowledge bank, then yeah, I could easily be a Glober again.
So just to steelman your position, you need to wipe out your direct evidence, your demonstrable, testable, repeatable evidence, and accept their evidence of their authorities, i.e. NASA, pictures, videos from quote-unquote space, in order to believe the said globe claim. Upside down people exist in spheroid world. Open system exists in spheroid world. Gases have weight, quote unquote, weight in spheroid world.
They flip that one upside down.
Upside down people. I, Ontario, Canada, not afraid to dox myself and say that my buddy T-Dub is upside down in reference to me. Ooh, is that relativity? Relative to me? Wait, what? I'm talking massive amounts of poop at this point in time, but does anybody have anything that flies in the face of what I'm saying here that wants to talk about it? Or are we just going to stomp on your globe all day long, Glober? Glober, 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 Glober. I can't even say it fast.
You sound a bit like a turkey when you say that.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
Well, we got Light in the chat. Light, nice to meet you. Welcome to the channel. Who else we got? Anyone spoke to Anthony Burrows? Looks like he might be away.
Anthony's the fella that sounds like TV.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
There he is.
There he is. How you doing, Anthony?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. I'm just working today, so I'm listening a lot. So, but yeah, very enjoyable.
Anthony, are you? What's your stance on the flat Earth? Can you share, discuss, or are you busy?
Yeah, no, I've got a couple of minutes. Oh, it's definitely flat. Been flat Earth since 2016. I shared a picture the other week. Somebody put it back up. I think it was the Australian guy. Sorry, I forgot your name. Posted a picture that I took from Barcelona to Ibiza, 201 miles. Posted it a couple of weeks.
Nice, brother.
Oh, it's definitely flat. Yeah, I've got a boat. So
Wait.
I live near.
Sorry, brother. What was that distance you shot to?
201 miles from 64.
Oh my! So let's walk this up for a hot second. 100 miles, right? And if the globe, if P then Q, modus ponens, if you will, if in fact we're on a spheroid, then over 100 miles only, just 100 miles, we would be able to see and verify a 1.26 mile drop over the distance of 100 miles. Yet we've got brother Anthony here shooting to a distance of 100 miles. My. Thanks for sharing that, brother. That's amazing.
Yeah, I could put it back. I'll put the same picture back in the side chat in a minute if you like. You can have a look at it. A couple of photos.
Yeah, please do.
There's a map reference.
So for our brothers and sisters at home, check this. 60-foot eye height, that's what you claimed, Anthony. I'm good with that. Target distance, 200 miles. Hidden target height. So whatever you're hitting has a height of 24,190.51 feet.
This is so good.
Holy
what a great team. What an amazing time to be alive, right? Technology has evolved to a point that we can catch these guys real time in their lie. Idiots. Did you really not think that we'd be able to catch you in your lie? NASA, $84 million a year? Give me them. Or a day, sorry.
Well, all I can say to a long-range shot like that, nice one, brother.
You're damn right.
Yeah, just trying to find it. I sent it to you last time, didn't I? I'm just going to have a quick look for it. I'll put it inside chat. 2 seconds.
And his horizon distance should have been at 9.485 miles. So that's where things should be hiding from then on. Wow. I love looking at these long-range shots, and then I sit there and think to myself, I wonder how much further they would have got if it was a red shot. Oh, sorry, for those that don't do freedom units, if we go back to metric, his hidden target height would be 7.37 kilometres.
You're being so politically correct. Well done.
With the freedom units.
Thanks for your work, Matrix. Or, sorry, Matitrix, because there is a double T in your name.
Yeah, made a Tetrix if you have trouble with it.
Wouldn't that be 3 T's, made a Tetrix?
I know, but I'll have to give credit where it's due. We were in the English hub, and the young chap was having trouble reading it out.
Who are you talking about, CB?
No, well, he was online when it happened. But
oh, that's why he says it.
Yeah, that's why he loves it. When someone spat out made a Tetrix, that was the end of CB. He goes, that's going to stick.
Phonetics work really, really well.
And someone was saying it the other day, it sounded like magic tricks, but I was just mishearing it, but it was so funny.
That's what he said. Someone actually went back in the recording and he actually said magic tricks.
Did?
And you called him out. Yep. It was you got it bang on.
Wow, I didn't mishear it.
So for those that don't know, my actual name, Avatar, the movie The Matrix, when the advertisements for that first come out, there was posters everywhere. What is The Matrix? What is The Matrix? There was heaps of them. And all over town. And they were like there for 2 years before the movie even come out. And I've always loved the hyphenated hacker name, like old school serial killer, that kind of stupid names. So that's how this come about. So there you go. Pretty basic stuff. So we're looking back at around, what was it, about 2000, give or take. Probably more, give.
I might be, but like,
you're roboting pretty hard, bro.
How does made it tricks combine with or come from Matrix though? Like, what's the actual root connection?
I missed half of that. Sorry, mate. You were roboting pretty hard.
Sorry, bro. Disregard.
I wish they would upgrade my satellites. Damn it, I wish. Never mind.
Save that question. Hit me another day with it. It's all good. Alrighty, chaps. I've had a pretty good evening, and I'm not going to wreck it now. So I'm going to put my boots up. I've ordered a pizza, so I'm just fat, and I'm going to go and eat that. You have yourselves a great night or morning, depending on which side of the pond you're on. And I shall catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Yep, see you later, dude.
Bye, Matrix.
Bye, Magic Tricks.
He must be on that Starlink. That super good service. You don't lose reception anywhere.
Yeah,
it's the upside down.
Of action coming. I'm going to have to go too in a minute.
Still sitting in the same spot, but poor satellites. Later, T-Dub.
It's a shame when our Australian friends leave at this time. It's that weird time where the Americans are not on yet. We get a couple hours of quiet time.
I always wonder if everybody else was just listening in like I was, like not necessarily talking, but just here. I wonder if they're here or are they like asleep or I don't know. I wonder how many people are actually actively listening right now.
I don't know, I was quite surprised how many people listen to the YouTube bot. I forget about that link sometimes.
Yeah. I think a lot of people also on X. I think a lot of them listen to the YouTube.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Because
Have we got Rumble anymore?
I don't know, but remember when AV was doing the X Spaces? Like at the beginning, a lot of flat earthers were jumping in, but a lot of them were the ether cosmology, side of things. And I wonder if they are the ones that be listening to the YouTube, because we're not on X anymore. We don't go over there anymore. And I noticed that a lot of the flat earth discussions, the spaces, they're not on X no more. I don't know where all those people went or what they're doing. But when Sacred, I think he's stopped sort of. He doesn't. I don't see him no more. At least I don't see him streaming in spaces. And he was drawing a lot of people to his conversations. I wonder what happened to him. And to all those flat earthers.
I don't know. I've not really managed to find that many flat earthers on X, but there's a hell of a lot on TikTok going live every day.
Yeah, on TikTok there's several. But like again on X though, there were a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? I forgot the word I'm looking for. Esoteric, that's the word. There's a lot of esoteric flat earthers on X. They have a lot of different wild ideas. Replacements, if you will. But I don't know what happened to all of them. There was a bunch of them. There was, matter of fact, some of them used to come into the politics, but for whatever reason, like they stopped coming. I don't know what happened. There was a couple that they couldn't like join anymore. Like I remember getting a message. What was his name? Intrusion or Inversion? I forgot his name. Inversion. But I remember he messaged me on X, or he joined one of my spaces. I was testing something out, my mic out, and he joined my space. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" Intrusion or something like that. But he was saying something like he can't get in the room anymore or something like that. I forgot. Intrusion. I forgot his name. But I wonder if he probably just listens to there then, since he hasn't been around forever.
Yeah, I feel like flat Earth's one of them subjects where once you know, right, and then you just get on with your life, sort of thing. It's not really. I mean, if it wasn't for you guys in this place, I'd be one of them too. You know, I probably wouldn't go on X or TikTok to look for flat Earth stuff. You know, I'd just do my own research.
Yeah,
so, it does have a lifespan of interest, and then you just accept it and you move on.
Yeah, I can see that. There's also too a lot of people that were on X. Like once they went down to Antarctica, like a lot of them, they like what? Like because I guess they were like really, really on Jaren's, jock. So I think a lot of them switched with Jaren. To be honest,
really.
Yeah, I think a lot of those flat earthers they're like, oh, it's got to be a globe because Jaren said it's got to be a globe. Like it's like, are you serious, dude? Like all those conversations, all those uncoverings, if you will, all the things you learned about like how they are hiding this and that. They blatantly lie about this and that. You look into the depths of the manuals of instruments and you realize they are using Cartesian coordinate systems and like no spherical calculations are even included originally. They're added at the end. It's like, dude, how can you go back to that? Like once you get the truth, like what makes someone go back to that? I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I'll tell you what I think the problem is. I think a lot of the people didn't understand that. I actually think that a lot of flat earthers were flat earthers because of rhetoric. And once the rhetoric changes, they change too. I think there's very few people who understand all of that. APOC, what you're saying. Yeah, it's by design. I think it's a bit of a mess. It's meant to be confusing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people. I mean, chalk it up as just being lazy or something. But a lot of people they don't even care one way or the other. They just don't care. Like they're like, how does this scripture say? They're like leaves in the wind. They just blow wherever the wind takes them. So you say it's a globe, it's a globe. Say it's flat, oh, it's flat. Okay, it's flat. But someone says no, it's a globe. Okay, I'll go back to globe. Like they're just in the wind, dude. They don't even. It's a lot of people, unfortunately, are like that. They don't have they don't have the faculties maybe to like, you know, use critical thinking and have logic and reason, you know, not just understanding but basic understanding. It's
Yeah,
it's kind of,
we've been bombarded with so many lies and deceptions and, you know, fake truths and this, that, the other, that it puts us into a state of confusion. And I think that's by design. I think they've purposely got us to this place where there are fake and, you know, we were talking about Philadelphia experiments and other, you know, so-called conspiracies. And I think they're all sort of designed to create that level of mistrust so that we just bury our heads in the sand. You know, I think this is something that they actively worked on for years.
It's pretty interesting when you start like diving into, especially in history, and like, you know, whistleblowers and people that share these, you know, stories and make these claims that they are, you know, witness to and accounting for. And you like, it's really interesting how there's so much that is hidden from the masses. And I mean, just going back, you know, like 20 years, maybe even further, all the way back in the, you know, in the 90s, like how much, because like that's like, you know, to me that was such an exciting time because the internet was not brand new, because obviously we had internet in the 80s, but it was like, it's growing and it was so much more to it. And at that time also I was older, to where I could actually get into, you know, computers deeply, and the amount of information coming across at that time is what, you know, what ended up making me what they called a conspiracy theorist way back then. And just the amount of information back then, and it's like, whoa, like, dude, I'm talking to like my mom, like, well, did you know about this at that time? And she was like, no, like that we never saw that on the news, because a lot was coming out, you know, was being hidden when she was younger, you know, in the 50s and 60s, and just going through like information, and then just seeing like how long they have been lying to us about so many different things, like, and I'm talking about all levels, all markets, you know, all industries, like everything is just so corrupt. All entities of the government corrupt, all controlled, and the way money gets transferred and taken from tax-paying dollars, like there's just like, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Now, like, just like most conspiracy theorists, they can go on and on and on and on because they have so much knowledge that they've come across, you know. And it's there, you know, in our brains, and we have it. Like, we read it, we learned it, investigated, researched it, you know, stamped it, and then validated. Then validated. Hey, you're hot making. Then validated years later when it came out, when the truth finally comes out, and like, oh, declassified this and oh yeah, people are starting to come out and say, oh yeah, that was like that back then, and they did do that. So it's just like, it's crazy to think like how much like the masses don't know, not only of the history, but even like in today's world, which is probably even more at this point.
I think that's the best way to hide something, right? To control public opinion, you need to create that confusion or apathy. And, you know, people start thinking, well, if that's false, then why believe anything? You know, how do I believe anything? So then once they start but then the other people who believe it, you know, it gets the ball rolling, and it allows for, you know, justifications for war or policy decisions, to shoot down a public opposition party, you know. But there's like, you know, loads of conspiracies that have been proven to have come from authoritative sources or government. This is an active part of controlling the population, games of war from the higher ups. And I think people just ignore it. They pretend like that doesn't happen for some reason. Somehow the authorities have made people believe that the news is a single source of truth and that represents the government, or it's just misconception after misconception, fallacy stack after fallacy stack. And now they've managed to create a population who believe nothing, know nothing, and just go with the flow, and all they have to do is put something in the London Post, the New York Times, the Sun, the Mirror, and then give it 10 years, and now all of a sudden there's support for a fake idea that they put out 10 years ago. It's quite genius, really.
It is. That's for
but it's
sure.
It's a long-term game. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thinking back like to how when they wrote the what's it called, the new America, or the new Great America? I forgot, the Great New America. I forgot what it's called. This think tank, years before they actually carried out stuff for that to even for it to be birthed, if you will. And then started planning around that. But like these think tanks, and they still are around till today, that are planning things like decades down the road, and it's like moving pieces on a chessboard. They just one by one, and it's crazy because like you said, it's genius. It's like they, pun intended, they have it down to a science. Like the way they move, so calculated, and the way like they even analyze like the risks, and then also, well, what if it goes this way, and what if it goes, like, they are like playing God. And it's crazy because it seems like the powers that be are really good at it. they definitely know how to manipulate the masses so easily, and the distractions, and it's just crazy, man. Like, it really makes me think how crazy it is.
And people who have no knowledge of this and then come in and try and tackle, flat Earth or history or, some politics or something, they're basically like, entering a gunfight with a blindfold and no weapon. You know what I mean? It's like, if you don't know
behind their back.
Yeah, because if you don't know this, and you don't know this is possible, and this is actually almost proven now, I can name 10 conspiracies that have been proven to have come from authorities within government, or CIA, KGB, whatever represents the government arm. If you don't know any of this, then you wouldn't be able to fathom, that your own authorities have been misleading you with silly little things that plant seeds, and these seeds grow into ideas. Now all of a sudden there's a movement created, and you just think that was organic human stupidity. You know what I mean? So now all of a sudden your opinion of humans has lowered. You don't trust humans. You know what I mean? And it's genius. It really is genius, man.
It's crazy too. It's probably why I get so frustrated sometimes. Like, I got a short fuse sometimes. I forget how old I am. But it's also like there's so many young kids that come in here, like in their 20s and 30s, and they talk like they know everything that there is to know, obviously. But it's like I remind myself, like, dude, they think like flat Earth is something that just started a year ago, or 2 years ago, or even 5 years ago. But they don't realize that a lot of people that are even in this conversation of flat Earth, dude, I've been looking into the government and shit even before these guys were born, dude. Like, I have been like, to remind myself, like, I have so much fucking knowledge that I don't even talk about on here. Like, just because it's, the room and, like I said, like, we always try to keep it to flat earth. But there's so much stuff that is the foundation of where I stand upon today, of why I'm firmly convinced in my reality to be not a globe of 24,900 miles in circumference. Like, there's a lot to undig beneath that, to break, you know what I mean? Like, to get to my foundation of why I am listening to this conversation and using, my brain in all those years of looking into like everything that we've been through since, the 90s, let's per se. And it's like, man, I got to remind myself, like, these kids, they don't know shit compared to like what I've been looking into and came across, discovered, researched. And then these guys are like, I took a calculus class. Like, get the fuck out of here. You just graduated 2 years ago. You don't know shit about shit. I just got to remind myself that sometimes. They think
the assumptions. Yeah, the assumptions they have to make to get the way their brain works now is all based on math and models, and we've been taught to sort of put our faith into technology. The amount of globers that come in and think technology is the same as science, so flat earthers disagree with technology. I mean, the thought process to get there, is unbelievable. But you can see it's not unbelievable once you understand what's happened. But you know what I mean? Like, you can literally see how this has happened. And are they going to be able to overcome, their love and their belief in math and technology and their distrust for everything else? Probably not. This has been in play for a while now, and that's the only thing that they can put their faith in. Some hard numbers and some technology that they assume has everything to do with the globe. And it's so embarrassing to say that these are our kin. They're the same as us, but this is what can happen with gaps of information when you don't know the full story. And it's just such a shame, isn't it, man? That's why I say, like, I don't mean to be negative, but sometimes I sit back and people say, oh, I like to be more optimistic. Well, I like to be optimistic, but I also like to be grounded in reality. And I think we could be the last generation of truth seekers, because with ChatGPT technology and the way things are going, there's no value put on the truth seeking. You know what I mean? There's no value put on challenging the status quo and the authority. It's basically synonymous with terrorism, or will be, to the point where I think the religions will be classified as terrorist organizations one day. And that might sound like a bleak future, but I'd rather know this and then have some faith in something that could actually combat this than walk into it blindly and have all dreams broken. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see it as negative.
It's totally along the lines of that movie. It's gonna one day be like a prophetic, foundation, if you will.
Idiocracy.
No, well, that too, Idiocracy too. But in regards to religion becoming outlawed, I was saying V for Vendetta. If you remember that movie, like with Natalie Portman. Like that, I can see like it being like a prophetic, because absolutely, dude, especially the way in Europe. And matter of fact, that movie was based in Europe, I believe. It wasn't here in America, and it totally, like, it's gonna be one day like, damn, like, this director saw shit that they didn't see back then, I guess, or maybe they did see it, and that's why he made it. I don't know, but definitely, it looks like it's going down that road where religion, whatever one you choose, to be outlawed. And like, because think about it, like right now over in Europe, isn't it like Muslims like totally like just it's going crazy over there right now? I believe that's what the stories are showing. But imagine if one day like they're like, okay, enough, we're just gonna outlaw this, and then if you do that, if you practice that, you're gonna be taken away because we're tired of your shit. That's gonna be like, what the fuck? That's V for Vendetta, like by script. We'll see what happens though. It looks like it's going that route.
I think it will go that route, but I think, you know, it looks terrible from the position we're in. You know, these are not the golden era. I'd say the golden era was probably at the beginning of the internet when it comes to sort of uncovering truth through technology. But I think, yeah, we'll get a close down of that, and a censorship of the internet. AI will curate what information we get to see, and as bleak as that sounds, there will be, you know, our grandkids who there'll still be some people who, you know, are able to sort of see through this and build from there. So as bleak as it looks from here, I think the future always looks bleak. You know, when you're in the time, there's people who demonize the dishwasher and the washing machine, you know, at some point, and said technology is going to ruin us. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think if you look over, you know, the grand scheme of things, I think, yeah, there's always a way back. It just, you know, it's just interesting, isn't it, to think about?
Oh yeah, for sure. You have like for instance, when you said this right now, it reminded me of something. The going back, you know, in the technology when it first started, and it made me think like, and then you mentioned you kept talking, and it made me think about how on TikTok, it's crazy that there's millions and millions of accounts and people like doing content, but on my phone, it's really controlling on who I see, because I always see the same people. I don't even follow them, but I see the same people being thrown in front of me. I'm like, there's so many other people. There's so many people that every day you go on there, you could just see a complete new list of people, and you never have to see the same people twice, ever. There's so many different accounts. But I noticed that like my TikTok, it shows me the same content creators, and I'm like, I want to see more. Like I want to see. I'm tired of seeing the same people, and that's it. You know, like, and then of course they have random videos, but I know there's so many, and then there's people that I saw a long time ago, and I'm thinking, and they have like 3 million followers. I'm like, why don't I see that person anymore? Like, what happened? Like, what? How do they decide? How does the AI decide who to show me, who not to show me? It's really
It'd just be better to stop using TikTok, though. Well,
I do like it because there's a lot. See, here's the point. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, no, I don't use it, but same way YouTube is, you know.
Yeah, because on one side, like, there are people posting the truth, uncovering things. So, for instance, like, let me give you an example. Out of everybody I knew in, you know, physically in my area, not online, everybody, friends and family I knew, me and my uncle were the only ones out of all of our family and out of any one of my friends that I ever knew, acquaintances, coworkers. It was just me and my uncle that ever watched C-SPAN. We were the only people that I knew that ever watched C-SPAN. And on C-SPAN, that is where you are seeing like the actual conversations that happen in our government that are really disclosing information that you probably, most of it, you never see on mainstream media, because a lot of stuff that goes on C-SPAN is the stuff that media stays away from with the 10-foot pole, because there's a lot of truth in that. So I used to be one of the, 200 people watching C-SPAN live. And, and it's funny because like that information was like, in today's world, I treat it like there's some people on TikTok that they would be like the C-SPAN of TikTok. Like they have hardly any viewers, but they are dropping like gold because they're reporting what they're getting from C-SPAN and, other sources that are dropping the truths and realities. Meanwhile, you have media pushing and pumping out just complete fake absurdity, like just it's disrespectful how blatant they lie to our faces in so many instances, or they twist words, or they twist events for their agenda purposes. But that's one thing I like about TikTok, because you'll come across somebody like exposing local government too, like mayors, governors, school boards, like shit like that. That's
there's just truthers at all levels.
Yeah, that's the only good thing I like about how people have.
I think they like it that way, though. I think they like it all. Just a clusterfuck of truthers all at different levels attacking different tentacles of the monster.
Yeah,
that's how they'd want it.
Yeah, it's like a form of compartmentalization. So just like they want everybody in these local cities, they want you in your local area, they also want you in your local niche of the internet, right, where you can say what you want. So there's an element of freedom online, but you're compartmentalized into an area that you won't be bothering anybody else.
Oh yeah, it's definitely control too. For instance, back when I had my TikTok and I had over 10,000 followers, I would be like, how does this video only have 41 views? And I have 10,000 followers, over 10,000 followers. And I know that when I would follow someone, they would be the first thing that popped up on my FYP when I would, start scrolling through it. Like usually. Now you can go to your specific, like who you're following, and only look at those videos. But even in my FYP, I always saw the people that I was following in it, because they're just like, they're suggesting it, like, oh, they posted a video, check it out. So I'll be like, they really, really control like what information, not only what information you put out, but what information you're going to see and receive. And it really sucks, because I felt like the videos that had the least amount were the videos that I really, really wanted people to see, because it was like, okay, people need to see this. And then like, and as an experiment, I remember too, Crit was when Crit was here, or he's deaf right now, but I remember I posted 2 videos. One, I crossed out, like I covered flat Earth, like the words on the screen, flat Earth, and then the other one, like I changed the words, and the one that said flat Earth had like at the most, I think, let's say like 1,000 views, and then the one that didn't say flat Earth had millions of views. So it's like, dude, like it's the same exact video, but it's the words that were on the screen that it's what really dictated if it was viewed or not by people and shared and yada yada yada. But that was crazy to me. Like I did like kind of like a little, experiment. Not science, not natural science law type shit, but
you did a test. Yeah,
a test. So I had two, same exact videos, but just different words on it. But yeah, but shit like that is like frustrating, because it's a reminder of, like you said, you're kept locally. They literally keep you in a bubble.
Oh yeah, man. And I bet even us that are aware of it aren't aware, like, to the full extent of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, we do need to get more acquainted with that. Yeah.
Sorry, Rich.
Guys, is the Earth flat?
No, I think I spoke over you. Good to see you anyway, Obvious B. It's been a long time, brother.
Yeah, same with you, man. I was just listening on the stream to you and it pop go back. Wanted to jump in and maybe add a bit.
Oh, awesome. Somebody asked if the Earth was flat. Who was that?
It was me. Can you educate me? I'm really stupid and I need to know the truth.
It's not a good start, is it?
Go ahead, Roots.
I'm a blank canvas, and you have the paint and the brushes.
Well, we're going to start with a horizontal line. We're going to call that the vanishing point, as we do in painting. It's an art class.
Asking her how she experiences it.
What was that?
I said it totally proves it because paintings are flat and they have a vanishing point, so the Earth is flat, right?
Well, there's no horizontals on the surface of a sphere, so that's a good starting point for you.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to interject here and just say we get a lot of trolls in here, so I already see through your little troll show that you're putting on. Listen, B, don't be offended. B, please let me finish what I'm saying. Don't be offended.
I'm
just
Pisces.
saying. B, I'm a Pisces too. Nice to meet you. But I just want to say, listen, I don't care about that shit. All I want to say, what I want to say, and then I'll let you continue with the boys, yeah? But I just want to be clear. We don't tolerate trolls very well. This is a very... Yeah, this is a very intellectual topic. It's not a troll topic.
No, you got it. I'm here to intellect it up.
Yeah, but we're not here to sort of belittle anybody or like we're more intelligent than anybody else.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm literally retarded, so you're good. Like, you're probably smarter than me. It's fine.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was this is the type of topic that if you actually do listen to what we have to say and then go look into it, you're going to find that we have a lot of logic and a lot of sense that cannot, you cannot prove yourself. You cannot prove to yourself that we live on a globe. Now, that's a big problem.
No, you're right. You're right.
Peace, everyone. Can I just make a point to Sister B? I think it's really offensive when you're calling yourself retarded, not only for yourself, for other people, because it's not a terminology that we use. So,
damn. Oh my God. I'm sorry, sister.
You didn't offend me, but I'm just saying, like, just be mindful of the terms you're using.
Yeah, P, just work on your skills, your social skills here, man. There's no need to be sarcastic. There's no need to be silly about this subject.
So defensive. Oh my goodness. It's just...
No, we get a lot of trolls. We this is like, this is an experienced room.
She's clearly trolling because a sincere person would not call themselves retarded.
Well, you don't know the things I deal with. I don't know who the woman is.
But anyway, just refrain from that word. It's just not socially acceptable to say that word anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry. I haven't looked in a dictionary in a while, so.
So, Pete, I'll get the ball rolling. So, okay, if we live on a ball in a vacuum of space that's spinning, do you think there should be evidence for that? Or do you think it would be okay to just believe it without evidence?
It wouldn't be okay to believe it without evidence, but we absolutely have evidence that it's a ball and not a piece of paper.
Brilliant. So nobody believes that the Earth is a piece of paper. So you're trolling again. We don't need that. Yeah.
Okay,
all we need from you.
Triggered. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered. Listen, I've had enough of these conversations to recognize where things are going.
Okay, well,
I don't want them to go down the shit pan.
It's a ball.
Yeah. We could have a better conversation amongst ourselves than allow this to go down the shitter.
Dude, you're safe. You're fine. I said it's a ball.
So,
answer the question.
You said there was evidence. You said there was evidence. So what evidence do we have that we live on a spinning ball?
We have photographic evidence and we have mathematical evidence. And I think that's pretty good.
All right. So let's tackle your photographic evidence, then we'll move on to your mathematical evidence. So your photographic evidence, is this photographs from NASA, space agencies?
Yes, space agencies, not just NASA, but I guess you can include NASA on that list.
Okay, so the photographic evidence has credibility in your mind. Now, if I was to show you photographic evidence...
In your theories, probably, honestly.
Sorry?
Nothing, just continue.
So why did you speak through me then if you didn't want to repeat it? If you didn't want it heard, why did you say it?
Credible photographic evidence is just already false, so... You're speaking misinformation.
What's already false?
I mean, you just refuted that there isn't photographic evidence that's credible.
No, I just tried to establish where your head was at. So you said the photographic evidence, yeah?
Well, not just
and in your mind,
videographic too.
Right. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make is, what if I show you contradictory photographic evidence where the Earth doesn't appear to be a ball, it appears to be a flat horizon at 250 miles above the Earth from a space agency?
At that like height, yeah, it would appear flat. That doesn't mean it's flat. The Earth is massive. 250 miles would not be enough to encapsulate the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so what photographic evidence do we have above 250 miles of the Earth being a ball?
I mean, we have plenty of satellites that are much higher than that in space. Yes, we do.
No, we don't. Not above 250
yes,
miles.
We
There's
do.
not
That's
plenty of
objectively
satellites.
false. Yes, there is.
Do you realize most of the satellites are within Earth's atmosphere? Are you aware of that?
Not all of the. I mean, yeah, you can make that argument, but there's also satellites that are not within the Earth's atmosphere that have photographed the Earth.
Right. So, do you have any photographs from satellites that are above 250 miles above the Earth's surface, showing the Earth to be a ball?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, present one, and we can go through it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, just give me a sec. I don't have it right on me, but if you allow me the time.
You care if I ask a question?
Yeah, but she's supposed to be providing a photograph. So, yeah, but go ahead.
You could go ahead and provide a photograph of it being flat, and it's probably going to be a, disingenuous photograph, but okay. Here's the first one. This is, let me get the height for you. Oh my gosh, sorry, this website's fucking retarded. One moment. I can't find the actual height. Well, here it is. It's above 250 miles.
Great, let's have a look.
So why do you think the Earth is flat, though? Like, what's scientific evidence? Yeah, but in the meantime, what scientific evidence do you observe? What do you mean by observed?
Let me finish, fuck's sake. You don't stop talking. Because it's observed, measured, and utilized as flat.
It's literally
every industry.
Not. That's
Are
like
you going to let me speak?
Scientific conspiracy nonsense.
Are you going to let me speak?
No, I'm letting you speak, but you're just I can't send photos in this server. Sorry.
B. Are you denying that we don't treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane when it comes to all engineering, all aerodynamics,
we don't.
all industries?
That's literally false. We don't.
You are you are literally making shit up. That's exactly how the Earth is treated.
Dude, you're the one making shit up. The Earth is, in engineering and science and mathematics, we account for the roundness of the Earth in nearly every measurement. Like, that's objectively false.
B, you're misunderstood. We don't treat the Earth.
You're not actually.
We don't treat the Earth. All right, so B, in aerodynamics, at what point or what calculations do we take into account that the Earth's spinning and curving?
We use azimuthal bearing, which calculates the differences of the curvature of the Earth, and it constantly moves locations in order to account for this. This is just basic math.
No, that's incorrect.
That's literally not incorrect at all. You're just stating bullshit.
No, azimuthal bearing is based on the long and lat systems for navigation systems. So in a navigational system,
which accounts for the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but
which
B,
is why
just
it constantly
slow down.
Well, I mean, you're just saying bullshit.
No, B, you're not open. Chilling. You're not open to understand what I'm trying to say. That's why you keep speaking through me.
I'm willing to listen to you, but you're not presenting any information. You're just saying it looks flat.
I don't have the opportunity to because you won't shut the fuck up. I'm gonna have to start muting you if you don't stop talking, B.
Okay, well,
because you're not willing to listen. So for the room. Internal navigation systems apparently account for the claims of the Earth. The gravitational, okay, B, I don't need you to chant. Okay.
I'll
The
get
gravitational elements, I'm going to mute you till I'm finished. Okay, so the gravitational elements and the rotational elements are supposedly taken into account in internal navigation systems, something called Schuller tuning. And if you look into it, it's a black box that's inside INS systems that apparently takes into account the curvature and the gravitational effects of the Earth. Problem you have is there's plenty of planes without INS systems. There's plenty of planes that were created before the INS system was created. Planes were flown exactly the same. So when you look into the ballistics industry, which is also very similar because you're leaving the Earth's surface, a lot of ballistics don't have INS systems, and they are shot fired in the exact same way that the ballistics are fired without INS systems. So aeroplanes are flown in the exact same way, regardless of the INS system. So what is the INS system actually doing when it comes to leaving the Earth's surface and traveling over this spinning ball? Because we don't need an INS system to fly planes and shoot ballistics, and planes are flown in the exact same way with or without them. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you don't always need an INS system when you're navigating through airspace, because there's also global satellites in the Earth's atmosphere that can be used for navigation. I mean, you don't, and INS systems operate on gyroscopes, which are literally to account for the curvature of the Earth when they are
Incorrect.
used.
That's
Not incorrect. That's not incorrect. You're literally like just stating bullshit.
No, that's
not
incorrect. No, that's incorrect.
No, it's not. It's
just like you assume.
not.
Just like you assume INS systems,
incorrect because
just like you, so just like you assume that INS systems account for are needed to account for the curvature and the gravitational effects of the Earth. You're wrong. The gyro doesn't account for anything to do with the ball. The gyro keeps its rigidity in space, and you also don't need to use satellites and GPS to fly a plane. You fly a plane in the exact same way, regardless of whether you're using GPS or not. So what you're actually claiming is that you cannot fly the plane without accounting for the Earth's spin, rotation, and gravity. But in reality, there is none of that needed to fly a plane or shoot a ballistic rocket. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to not interrupt me because you're being a little triggered bitch every time I do it. So please let me finish my point. Just because you fly the...
No, I'm not a triggered bitch. I'm just trying to finish my sentences. Now, I'm getting trigger happy with the mute button because you're beginning to annoy me. So if you can be a bit more cordial and a bit more less arrogant, maybe we can have a good discussion. But B, until you start behaving and being a bit more respectable, this is how we're going to have to discuss things.
Okay, dude, you're gonna have to let me finish the sentence. Like, seriously, the only one being annoying is you, and you're gonna not win a debate by just dominating the conversation. Anyways, just because you fly a plane the same way is a weak argument for saying the Earth is flat. Because just because you have a way of navigating airspace and a consistent way of doing that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. That makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense.
I never said it proves the Earth is flat. I said it proves that we don't need... It proves that we don't need Schuller tuning and the INS system to fly a plane. We don't need to take...
The INS system doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Like, that doesn't make sense.
I never said it means the Earth is flat. I'm saying your argument that we need to take into account. So I'm going to have to mute you, I guess, B again. Unfortunately, you can't have
a you're a bitch.
cordial conversation. So my argument is that you don't need Schuller tuning and you don't need an INS system to fly aerodynamics and ballistics over the Earth. And that's my point. It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It proves that your claim that you do need the INS system in order to fly a plane, or you do need to take into account the curvature and the gravity and the Coriolis effect, is false, because we don't take that into account. Now, when you look in pilot handbooks, it'll tell you that you treat the Earth as stationary and you treat the atmosphere as non-rotating in order to fly your plane. And a gyro is just keeping your rigidity in space for orientation. So half of what you're saying is bullshit, but you're not in a place to understand it.
Okay, can I speak without you fucking muting me, you fucking Mr. Clean looking ass bitch? Because it's fucking annoying as shit. First of all,
who's
I didn't
triggered now, B?
Yeah, I'm triggered because you're a fucking dumbass who thinks you know fucking everything.
Why don't you start? I've got an idea. Why do you start again and just like clean slate without no swearing?
I don't need your help. You can pipe the fuck down. Thank you. Anyways, I didn't say that
you need to
an
wash your mouth
INS
out, B.
Okay, you need
Yeah,
to
B, we're not going to tolerate. Listen, B, no, shut up. You don't run this room. We're not going to tolerate your abuse. We're not going to tolerate your ignorance. We're not going to let you just say false, dumb statements in the room. Everything I've said is verifiable. You can go and check the pilot's handbook. You can go and look up navigation systems, and you can go and read what a gyro does. None of your claims make sense. That's not what an INS system. An INS system isn't required to fly over the Earth. A gyro doesn't mean that the Earth's a ball. So stop saying these false things, and we won't rebut you.
Okay, so first of all, you can say all this bullshit, but you're not providing any source that proves the Earth is flat from a credible source. You're just saying because we fly planes the same way, that means that somehow the Earth is flat. I also never said you need an INS system to navigate the world. No, he literally did. Open your ears and use your brain. I know.
No, this is where I have to stop you again. I'll reiterate what I said. I said the INS system, which was your claim, isn't proof that we need it or we need to take into account the curvature or the motion of the Earth. And my argument for that is that we fly the planes exactly the same with or without INS systems. Okay? So please get that right. Don't strawman me.
I'm not strawmanning you at all, dude. I'm not strawmanning you at all. I never said that the Earth is fucking round because we use an INS system. If anything, you're actually strawmanning me and using a bunch of bullshit terminology to somehow circumvent your point. But you're probably going to trigger me. You're probably going to mute me in like 2 fucking seconds because you can't actually let me finish a sentence of what I'm trying to say. So, I mean,
depends on how rude you are. Depends on whether you can behave and how many bullshit statements you make.
Who think they're completely correct no matter what. That's who I'm rude to.
You can verify everything I've said. You don't need an INS system.
You can show me a source because nothing you're saying is verifiable. You're just saying the Earth is flat because without an INS system or not, you can fly a plane.
No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that. I'm listening for a half an hour. He's not saying that.
He has said that like 3 times.
Why are you strawmanning him? He's not saying that. Do you want to know why people think that the Earth is flat? It's not that reason.
Okay, are you going to let me speak or are you going to just
Do you want to know why Earth is flat? Do you want to know why?
Why is it flat? Why is it flat? Why is it flat? Why is it flat? Give me a
Stop
good
repeating yourself. B, I'm going to have to keep muting you if you can't control yourself a little bit.
Fucking shut up and just
control yourself. No, B, this is not how this works. We're not going to let this descend into chaos. You may have been in other Discord channels where everybody's bullshitting over each other, talking over each other. That's not how it works in here. We do one mic at a time. Now, if you're going to make a false statement or a false claim, you've got to allow somebody the space to rebut you before you move on. Because you seem to think we're going to just let you keep making these statements, these false statements, and let you get away with it. No, we're going to address everything you say. Because you seem to think you're correct. You're making a lot of assumptions, but everything you're saying is incorrect. And that's the problem you have. Now, either you're a truth seeker or you're just into the rhetoric and you just want to fight your corner. It's up to you, but we're not going to stand for your bullshit in here. So this is your last chance.
The only one saying bullshit is you.
Yeah, whatever. So go ahead. You said you were willing to listen to Sasha. So let Sasha explain. Let Sasha explain and come to this conversation with good faith.
You're strawmanning him because you're starting to discuss about the aeroplanes and how aeroplanes work, and you said that because of that, saying that Earth is flat. What is not correct? He will tell you why Earth is flat. If you go to measure Earth, that the surface of the Earth, then you will realize the surface is curving. If surface is not curving, then what it is?
What are you even fucking saying?
I'm saying this. If Earth is a sphere, does Earth is curving?
If the Earth is a surface, why is it curving? Because the Earth is round.
Sphere. If Earth is a sphere, globe, does that thing curving.
B,
Yes,
if Earth
the
is a
Earth
sphere,
curves.
is the
It's
surface
not
curving?
flat.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Navigation
Okay.
counts for that.
Okay.
That was my point.
Okay. Great. Does that
Even
has a
if it's
scale?
an INS or not, it's still
Can we be on the point?
None of you are letting.
B, you can. I get the answer. You said yes, it's curving. Can we now go to another point? What is the scale of that curving? Is it curving on 10 miles? Is it curving on 20 miles? Is it curving on 100 miles? What is the scale of that?
I mean, am I allowed to speak now, or am I going to get fucking muted by the people who think they're right because they can't handle
No,
dissent?
let's find out. Let's find out the reality. Let's find out why these people calling themselves flat earthers.
Okay, well, can I respond, or are you going to just overtalk me? This is literally the
I will
most
not.
disingenuous
Okay,
debate room I've ever been in. Can you just mute as soon as someone's...
Okay, great. Respond.
Listen, B. I told you once already, it's one mic at a time. If you're going to ask the question, am I allowed to speak? What's going to happen is somebody's going to respond with, yes, you're allowed to speak. If you then start trying to talk through their response after you've asked a question, it means you don't know how to have a conversation. If you don't want somebody else to speak, don't ask dumb questions. So where we are in the conversation is, yes, there's curvature. You've agreed there's curvature. So Sasha asked you, what's the scale? So what's the rate of curvature, and where would we expect to find the curvature?
I don't know an exact mile, but typically when we're talking about flight navigation in our Earth's atmosphere, you're not going to be able to
around the big Earth.
Hold on, Sasha. Sasha, hold on. Yeah, B, I'm stepping in and I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead, B.
All right. So I don't know an exact mile that you would start seeing the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't see it in simply through flight navigation, though, because you're not high enough in the atmosphere to see the curvature of the Earth. That doesn't mean there is no curvature.
That's not what you asked, Toby.
Okay, then can you restate? I can't even understand half of what that dude's even fucking
Yeah, sure. What rate should it be curving along the surface? What should we observe on the ground?
I said that I don't know the exact mile that it would start curving, but when I was,
okay, don't you think you should know these details about something that's so, fundamental to your
I can look that up right now. I mean, it's not hard to do.
Look it up.
Well, why would you come in here without it?
No, everything, it's okay.
Because I didn't know. Yeah, because I can really know all the stupid ass questions you're gonna fucking ask me. Like,
basically asking you for the radius of the Earth and the curvature.
Also, there's nothing stupid about that question.
It's like 1 + 1.
Yeah, there's nothing stupid about that question, B. You're sitting here defending the globe and calling flat earthers dumb. So obviously we're going to ask you questions related to the size and the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
you're the dumb one if you think that's a dumb question. That's silly.
No, I'm saying that I don't know when you would exactly see it. From what I understand, it would be a range depending on where you are in the atmosphere, anywhere from 35,000 to 100,000 feet in the air.
Not in atmosphere. On the beach.
You're so hypocritical. I can't even finish fucking one sentence. Okay, keep talking.
On the surface,
Can you mute him? I have got muted for less.
I think you didn't understand my question.
You only mute people.
What is the scale? What is the scale from the ground, not in the air? I asked from the ground. What is the scale? Can we?
Sasha, I already clarified it to her. You don't need to go over it again.
Okay.
I don't know the scale, dude. I don't know what you want from me.
Do you want that I help you? I know. Do I want to?
Do you want to speak English if you're going to talk English to me? Because I can't
English is this. I know the rate. Do you want to know?
Yeah, what's the rate? And how does it move? It's flat.
The rate is, let's say, with the 6 foot observer height, the rate is about the 3 miles.
So you think that if you're standing on the Earth at 6 feet, you should be able to see the curvature at 3 miles away? That's literally not how that works.
No, that's where it would be. That's where it would
No,
be,
that's
B.
not what it would. That's
That's
not
exactly where it has to be. If it's not there, then the Earth isn't a ball with a radius of 3959.
I need to see a source. I'm not going to just believe that. That's literally not true. That's
Okay,
not how it works.
In the background, while
when you're
Sasha
standing on the
responds to you,
ground, you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth.
B, shut up for a minute.
You get to just interrupt
In the background,
right? B, stupid
I'm
when
sorry, B. I'm sorry, I've got to mute you again. In the background, while Sasha responds to you, I want you to Google Earth Curve Calculator. Use whatever one that comes up from whatever university you can find. They will all give you the same values. You know why? Because Earth has a radius, a claimed radius, and a claimed circumference, which means this is hard math. This is not where we expect to see. No, this is where the curvature should be and needs to be a ball. So I'll let Sasha respond to you, but go Google your Earth Curve Calculator, put your height in as 6 feet, and then that will tell you exactly where the curve or the geometric horizon would be. Okay, this isn't a debate. This is just you not having the knowledge.
No, I just did that, and it's not at 3 feet. It's actually at 30, which you wouldn't even see with the naked human eye. So you're wrong again. Your own example
said 3 feet. You said 3 miles, which is slightly off.
I said for 6.
It would be 30 miles, not 3.
Don't lie. I said for the 6 feet. Okay, let's repeat it then. I said for the 6 feet of observer height, it's 6 feet. It's 3 miles.
No, it's 30 miles. You're wrong.
No,
Your own example is wrong. It's 30 miles. I'm literally looking at it.
What math are you doing?
Miles.
Okay,
I googled the Earth calculator like you wanted. It's not going.
Yeah, post me that link that we can. Post that calculator that we can calculate together. Come on.
Post the source first too. I mean, you've posted nothing. I'm happy to post it.
Okay, I will. Yeah, the
I don't know if I can post links yet because
it's there.
Okay, can I finish? I don't know if I can post links.
It's there. In the voice text chat, you can see now the obvious B posted. It's the same like mine.
I don't even know what this is fucking saying, dude.
You have a table on the right side. It's telling you for every mile. And 10 miles and 20 miles and 30 miles. Everything is on the right side. Look at the ball. Look at the picture. Everything is written.
Yeah, 6 feet. It's not saying 3 miles. It's saying 0.004. What are you even talking about?
Do you even know how to read this table, B?
I think that's the problem.
I don't even know what this conspiracist fucking theory
Jesus Christ. There's nothing conspiracist about this. If you want to calculate where the geometric horizon or where the Earth would start to curve, it would be 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. That's where you get your location of where the geometric horizon would be. Do you understand that?
Okay, but the Earth calculator that you had me look up says 30 feet is when it would be recognizable, not whatever is stated on your bullshit chart.
It will be obscured 30 feet, I think.
You're getting confused. We're talking about the distance, how far it would be. And
so how does this prove the Earth is flat? How does this prove the Earth is flat? Just because you don't see the curvature? That's a dumb argument.
Calm down.
I'm perfectly fine. You're just stupid.
Having a meltdown. You're having a meltdown to the point where you can't even do the math properly because you don't know.
Yeah, because I'm not a fucking mathematician. That doesn't mean that the Earth is fucking flat, dude.
If you
the Earth's flat because it's measured and observed and treated that way, but never mind.
What you're saying at the rate that it's observed at 3 miles is incorrect, according to your own sources.
No, the math is correct.
You're posting? Do you read these calculators?
It's a user error on your side, B.
No, whatever. You're literally just trying to throw out things to
let's see what Google's saying.
To your point.
Let's see. When you don't even know the radius value, you don't know the curvature rate, you don't fucking know anything about the globe you're defending.
I don't need to be a fucking mathematician to know the Earth isn't flat.
You don't even know shit about your own fucking side. You couldn't even scrutinize evidence given to you.
Fundamental zealot. That's what you are, B.
Okay, and you all are conspiracy theorists.
If you have no idea about what it is you actually believe in,
and you don't understand how air works.
and then you're being fed about it is bullshit or not.
Okay,
You're saying that you are saying that they are flat. You're saying they are conspiracies because they see the sea level is not curving. I'm conspiracies
because you can't see that with the naked human eye.
No, man. You can go outside and measure 10 miles of flat surface. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that you can measure 10 miles of flat sea level?
That doesn't mean the earth is flat.
Yeah, that means that because you cannot. I will tell you something. I will tell you something simple. Only one simple thing. You cannot have 10 miles flat surface on the Earth with the radius of 3,959 miles. That's not possible. Do you understand that? That's mathematics. That's a physics. I will repeat like a child. I will repeat you like a child. I will repeat you like a child. You cannot have 10 miles of flat surface on the ball with the radius of 3,959 miles. Do you get that?
Okay, but your argument basically boils down to, I can't
My
see
argument is reality. My argument is reality. Go outside and see if it's curving in that rate. If it's not curving in that rate, you believe in things what are showed in television, my darling. Because in reality, doesn't curve. That's what it's big.
Okay,
it's big.
Yeah, your argument's literally, I can't see it 3 miles away. So
what's your counter argument?
Like, what the
B, what's your counter? So B, what's your counter argument to that specific point? That's one point of many that we have.
The naked human eye is not going to see it when you're on ground level, the Earth curving, because the Earth is massive. I mean, that's like pretty baseline.
No, this isn't about the naked eye. This is about the actual size of the Earth and where the curve begins. So over 10 miles, Sasha tells you he has an observation of over 10 miles. There should be 66 feet of curvature, i.e. 66 feet of drop. So things at 10 miles away are 66 feet below sea level.
And that doesn't. How does that prove the Earth is flat? You're not getting to that portion of the argument. You're just bringing up these random math statistics to drown out the point.
It's direct evidence that the Earth is flat. B, it's direct evidence that the Earth is flat. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because if we live on a ball, there must be curvature, and if there is no curvature, then it can't be a sphere. And water is flat. We know that the surface of water at rest is always flat.
I mean, we wouldn't have
surface of water would always.
It doesn't make sense.
No, tides is movement and energy. So if you put a force onto water, then you can disrupt it. Because it's no longer because it's no longer at rest.
Okay.
Because water at rest is flat.
Okay, just keep talking over me.
Yeah, because you're saying silly things and you're unwilling to understand.
You are also saying silly things, but you get fucking triggered and mute me as soon as I try to finish a point, and you let all your little bullshit friends.
I haven't muted you for a while, B. I haven't muted you for a while, but you're struggling to understand this very simple fact. We live on a ball, then there must be curvature. If there's no curvature to be measured or observed at any distance, then how is it a ball?
Just because
how is it a ball if there's no curvature?
Just because you can't see it with the naked eye doesn't mean it's not measurable, doesn't mean it's not observable, doesn't mean we're on a flat surface. That doesn't even make sense.
With what you are watching, with naked eye or with closed eyes?
What?
Oh, sure. There's no need for that, man.
My man, she's saying you cannot watch with the naked eye. With what you can watch if you cannot watch with naked eye?
Because B thinks that we just go down to the fucking shoreline and stare at the ocean. She doesn't understand we're talking about doing laser transits.
That's literally the argument you're making. Like, do you even hear yourself?
You think we go out, stare, look flat,
you can say a bunch of mathematical terms. It doesn't mean that the Earth is fucking flat. Like, sorry.
No, we're trying to establish like a logical baseline with you that if we live on a globe, the surface must curve. If we go out and investigate the surface and find no such curvature, we don't live on a globe. Can we both agree on that?
Well, we have gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth, and we have several tools
Well, you
to do
clearly
that.
fucking haven't, because you don't know any figures, so you wouldn't be
Yeah,
knowing
I
what to look
haven't
for.
gone and fucking done it. That doesn't mean it's not out
Right?
there.
Yeah,
You're
that's
just
true.
saying a
Just
bunch of
believe it because you're
mathematical
being
terms and
shown
acting
things
like because
on
you can't
screens.
see it with the eye or because you're not perceiving that curvature as you're measuring it doesn't mean that it fucking means it's flat. Like that's
who
all
measured
your
it?
argument is.
You see how you don't even understand the basics. Like you can't even
No, you're
agree
just
to
literally not even
vertical
hearing
baseline.
yourself. I understand it fine. It's just that what you're
So you agree
arguing,
then? You
as soon as I
agree if the
repeat your
surface is
argument
not
back to you, you're
curving,
like,
we
oh
can't live
no,
on a
I'm
globe,
not
right?
actually saying that. I'm actually not saying that. Like it's retarded.
B, stop melting down. Have a
I'm not
normal
melting down.
conversation. You
No
are
one was
melting
down, or you all.
You
You
take
should look in
20
the
minutes.
comments.
You take
Yeah,
20
well.
minutes to basically try and make fun of something that you have no rebuttal to. You don't know who measured the Earth.
I have
So who measured
rebutted
the
several
Earth?
times.
So B, who measured the Earth and how did they do it?
It's not just one
who measured the
entity.
curvature and how did they
It's
do
not
it?
just one entity. It's done through
Give me
a
one.
multitude of aspects. We
Well,
do
give me
it through
one.
satellites. We do it through azimuthal bearing. We do it through different navigation systems. We do it through different
No.
observations of the Earth. Like it's not just
Coordinate systems. Coordinate systems is not measurements
I
of
didn't
the
say
Earth's
coordinate
curving.
systems. I didn't say coordinate systems. You're saying that.
That's
Now you're
basically
straw
what you're
manning me.
alluding to. That's what
Nope,
you're
that's a
alluding
straw
to.
man. Nope,
We're
that's a straw
asking for
man.
evidence. In order to
Yeah.
validate those numbers,
You've
you're gonna
given
need
no
some
evidence.
basis. B, in order to validate your claims, you're going to need some basis of evidence. You're going to need some direct evidence, okay, to validate that the Earth is actually curving at these numbers that you claim we have. So how do we know that the Earth is actually curving like your calculations say it is? How do we know that to be true?
Okay, I mean it's very basic because if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't see ships going off in the distance to the point where they would be visible in the horizon at a longer distance than what they are.
Now there is a curvature. Ships going over.
Yes, exactly.
Of which distance?
So you hold two positions at once.
Know.
Okay.
Okay, just because I don't, I'm not. I'm holding two positions at once. It's
Are you
actually
saying
just
I
one.
don't know? I don't know geometry of the Earth, but I know that Earth is spherical. Are you saying that?
Yeah, but you don't know the geometry of the Earth either, and it's pretty clear from what you're saying. So
Shall we read and find out what is the geometry of the Earth?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I know.
Clearly you don't, because you think the Earth is flat.
Okay, let's see. What is the radius of the Earth?
The radius of the Earth, it depends where you're measuring it, but anywhere from
No, it doesn't.
3,500 to 6,300 feet, somewhere around that ballpark.
No, it don't depend. It's only one radius.
Or not feet, miles.
Does radius change?
I mean, if you're depending on where you are on the Earth, since it's a ball, yes, the radius would change. If you're measuring it at the middle of the Earth, then the radius
We're
would be
talking
longer.
about the entire Earth. We're talking about your ball, your heliocentric ball. What's the radius
around
of the
7,000
heliocentric
feet.
ball?
Around 7,000 feet.
No, it's not.
Or miles.
No, that's incorrect.
It's not.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect. You don't know geometry. You don't know
your own
geometry.
model.
The radius of the Earth is around 4,000 miles.
Yes. Good. And what is saying for?
There we go. We got there.
How does that prove it's flat? See, you just say all this bullshit mathematical terminology.
Calm down. Stop melting down.
No,
Let's walk through it slowly.
It's a disingenuous argument.
How is that proving that it's not flat?
How does it prove it's flat? Can you answer my question first? Go ahead. Answer my question first.
How we will check that if it's true, if it's curving, or is it flat?
I asked you the question first. You can answer.
I will use that formula of the geometry of the Earth because if it's, let's say, the basketball, it will be smaller ball and I will measure it. If it's bigger ball, I will use the same things, radius and formula, and I will try to measure it on the Earth, you know?
Okay, the fact you're even measuring radius to begin with means that
Not to
it's
measure radius.
spherical, because
Radius
you
is
wouldn't need to measure radius if it's flat. That wouldn't even make sense. You don't measure the radius of a fucking square.
I'm not
Like, for someone
measuring
who's
the
like
I'm
so
not
propped up on
measuring the
geometry, you have no
radius.
fucking idea what you're talking about.
Okay, if you
Calm
have a
down now,
radius,
B.
you have a radius
I'm
given.
perfectly calm, honestly.
There is a radius given for all of us in every educational system, and that's the 4,000 miles. You're correct. If I go
So
to
you're
check
saying
that,
that
if that
radius is done for all shapes. That radius is done in all contexts. Are you saying that?
the radius, it's for the
Do you measure
sphere
the
in this
radius of a rectangle? Do you measure the radius of a
Jesus.
rectangle?
B, let him respond, otherwise I'm going to have to start muting you again.
B,
Okay,
I'm not.
go ahead.
I'm speaking about the Earth, about the sphere, nothing else.
Sure.
The radius can be also circle. Circle can have a radius, but we are not speaking about circle now. We are speaking about the sphere, about the size of the Earth and what is the size. And that size is giving you that. Let's say if you are above the sea level with 1 foot, that geometrical horizon, that where ships should to go, it's 1.22 miles. If you raise the height, the distance will be how to say longer. For the 6 foot, it's 3 miles. For the 10 foot, it's more. To understand?
Yes, because the Earth is curved, so it's not going to be fixed. It would be fixed if it was flat. What's your point? You're honestly not even
That's
proving your own
incorrect.
point.
B, that's incorrect. Stop
No,
making.
that's
Listen, when you
no, that's
interject
not
with these little
incorrect.
comments and you're incorrect, you're
No,
distracting the whole room.
No, you're just saying it's incorrect, but you're not
It
even
is incorrect.
understanding your own basis of your argument. Because if it
No,
wasn't
we do.
curved,
We understand it well, a lot better than you do, B.
why would that distance not be fixed then if it wasn't curved? It's
Yeah,
not
because
fixed
you're
because
about to
it's
get into a
curved.
conversation about perspective on a flat surface, which we can touch on later. But let Sasha make his point, then we'll educate you on perspective.
I don't need to be
Please
educated.
yourself.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I've really enjoyed listening to everybody. I've got to boost. It's been brilliant. I've kept my mouth shut. I've learnt a lot, and it's been great hearing both sides. Take care. I hope you have a good weekend.
Hey, before you go, what do you make of this exchange going on right now?
I'm keeping my purse shut. I'm in fucking Scotland. We will get jailed if we have an opinion.
That means he's a
I'm right here with you,
No,
man.
you won't. No, you
Somebody's just got to be fucking offended. Trust me.
not in Scotland. Scotland's fine.
Anyway, look, guys, I really enjoyed that. It's been brilliant listening to you. Take care. Have a good weekend. Thanks.
Did you enjoy the swearing
Have a
as
good
well?
one. That's why we do this. You know, we do like these conversations because it kind of, the people on the fence can see what's happening. So, you know, this isn't about winning or losing. This is about exposing what's been going on.
I'm going to be real convinced on your side now because I'm just the dumbest person on earth. So I did tell you
The
I was
amount of false
retarded.
claims you keep making shows your
I haven't made a
insecurity.
false claim.
You're being
I haven't made a false
defensive.
claim.
You're denying reality.
The only one being defensive is you because you're spending half the time whining about how I'm straw manning or doing this or not letting you speak or not doing that instead of actually just answering the question. Yeah, what's up?
If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Sure, but we know that it's not.
I would. No, that's not what I asked you, B.
You said if you think the Earth is flat, wouldn't you want to know? And I said sure if it was actually flat. Okay,
if it was,
ask a question and then you're like,
we're right,
I didn't fucking say that, even though you did. You literally did. I would want to know, but it's not flat. We have proof that it's not flat. I mean, yeah, I would want to know if we didn't have proof.
Never asked you for the rest of your life story. I just asked you simply.
I'm not giving you it.
Do you really want to know about it?
I answered.
Yeah, the answer is yes. She said yes.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
Okay, we got a white knight coming in. Fair enough.
Well, it's like you guys don't listen to anyone, so it's like, why would it matter if it's a girl as well?
Oh God, man! Have you been listening to this conversation?
So I'm apparently like too dumb to understand that the Earth is round or something. I don't know. It's just
well, we already established that you don't actually know like the basics of it. So
Yeah, neither do you, because
Yeah,
I've
you
spoken
also
to
entered
several
the room calling
examples and
yourself a
refuted
retard.
like
teaching
his
you them,
whole
so
stupid airline
we do.
navigation argument. Even though I don't know the exact geometry, doesn't mean that I don't know that the Earth is not flat or some shit. Like, it's a disingenuous argument. You're just throwing out lingo. You're
No,
throwing
but
out
many
jargon
people
to
come
muddle the
into this
point.
channel
It's disingenuous, and
saying
you're not even
they
letting me
haven't
finish.
said
And
they want to
then this
learn.
bald-headed Mr. Clean Ass motherfucker won't mute anyone else because you're just speaking on his side.
Round.
Yeah, well, go fucking Google it because it's like pretty easily
But
verifiable.
you're arguing. Why you arguing then? why are you debating without evidence?
I don't know, because you all are like borderline
Ignorance.
retarded.
No, it's
That's what I
ignorance.
mean. People like you
I'm not
come
a
in
flat-
here
I'm
and
not even a
think
flat
we're all
earther.
set up here and been speaking to
Oh, and
Globers
then
for
you meet
years
the
on
other person
years
who's
and
not
years.
flat Earth. It's so hypocritical. If you want a
Your fucking
genuine debate,
keeps ringing.
maybe
Just shut
don't
the
like
fuck up, okay?
act.
We're done with you, okay? Clown.
Pack it in, B. Yeah, pack it in. Sick of this bullshit. You're creating chaos.
Maybe she's right. Her original statements about herself.
Yeah, she came in calling herself retarded, and we told her not to say that and that she isn't retarded, and then she wants to turn it around and said we called her retarded. Another lie from B, I see.
Witness, she called herself retarded.
So where's the White Knight that was White Knighting for her? Maybe we can have a better chat with him.
I muted him. He bailed. Probably jump back in.
Knock door run.
What's the point with clowns like that? I was trying to tell her, like, people like her come in here and they think we're all set up here and we've been speaking to Globers for years on end, trying to help them understand this. And they all think we've just forgot to Google it. I mean, get a fucking grip.
Yeah, she's trying to make claims of stuff that she doesn't really have full understanding of, and just said, "Well, obviously it's a ball," and then goes off, compass azimuthal bearings, and claiming that gyroscopes prove this and azimuthal bearings prove that, and
She said gyroscopes are specifically to account for the curvature of the Earth. It's like a gyroscope is to establish it's to establish a fucking horizontal axis
that
you can reference relative to another different change in your orientation.
I'd be curious to see if she even knows what that curvature is, what that rate is. Drop over distance, over tangent, type shit.
She said it was.
I doubt it.
She said the radius was 6,000 feet as well. The amount of dumb things she said, and then she's acting like a victim is ridiculous. And then moaning that I'm trying to keep order in the room in a debate setting. I'm calling out the misconceptions. I'm calling out the blatant lies and the abuse is ridiculous. Playing the victim and being an actual troll. It's a joke.
Yeah, you did well, man. Kept it solid there. Good stuff.
So when are we going to unmute her? Because I want to understand how the Earth is round.
I would say fuck that, but if someone else wants to, go ahead.
The only reason why I'd be tempted to unmute her is because people seem to be getting value out of this exchange, and the room's filled up. So I'm happy to unmute her again. But we do need to manage if she's speaking over other people. We do need to manage that.
It would be good to point out, or let her point out herself, how she's not able to answer the questions, as she was doing. She kept doing that, and then let her talk. Let her say, not spew the nonsense that we know is false. Let her speak into what we're presenting to her, and then let her answer that. Just because I think the audience, if they can see. What was that?
I agree. Have a chat with her, APOC. Have a go. See if you can get it to a cordial place, because right now she's being very defensive and aggressive, and I'd like that to calm down. So you go ahead, dude.
All right, sure. B, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, so I did want to.
And to be fair, I did admit when I don't know the math on something, but you all were pushing me for an answer that I didn't know to purposefully make me look dumb. So,
Okay.
that's disingenuous.
Okay, so let's start there then, if that's what you want to start with, if that's okay. Let's start with the math. Do you agree with that math that you said you understand?
I said I don't understand like every single portion of the math of the earth, so I'm not going to say that I do.
Okay. So let us.
I also was mixing up units because I'm low-key drunk, so.
Okay. All right. So let's start.
I didn't mean to say the radius was 6,000 miles. I meant to say kilometers.
Okay.
Which it is.
Okay,
Hello, Gary speaking.
Proof in chat. Okay, sorry. OG. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I'll shut up.
So okay, go. What was that? What were you gonna say, Roots?
Oh, sorry.
I thought Roots was gonna say something. Okay, so let's ignore that you're a little tipsy. Like, let's ignore that you messed up. It's okay. Let's talk about the numbers that you don't understand, and that's okay. We could talk about it. We were all there. We all believed in those numbers. By the way, once upon a time, in that radius. But what Sasha was trying to aggressively say earlier was that calculation of curvature drop over distance. There has been observations with laser tests and different long distance camera photography and videography that it goes against, it would contradict, if you will, the mathematical construct that we are told we're on. So let me give an example, as they were, but maybe you just weren't. Maybe you had a defense wall up or something. So let me try. So if you are 1 foot high, okay, or should I say off the surface of the water, which we call mean sea level, if you were 1 foot above that, mathematically, you should only be able to see so far, because that curve in this ball that you think you're on is going to block anything. It's going to obstruct anything that would be behind it and then lower than it. So let's say you have, like, for an instance, let's say you put me and you on a hill and we walk away from each other. Now, if you were 8 feet tall, I would be able to see you as you went further away than someone that was 6 foot tall, because they would disappear first. Do you get that?
Sure, but I mean, when you're talking about laser tests and all these other things that somehow go against the mathematics that are accepted by academic society, do you have a source for that, or are you just stating that?
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what, if anybody listening, because I'm actually not I can't be looking and talking to you at the same time and posting stuff, but maybe if somebody can provide those links that we all can grab from the home
that'd be
server.
great, because a lot has been said and there's been no evidence shown besides a shitty graph. So
That's fair. So here's the point. Hopefully somebody that's listening right now can post the links of what I'm talking about. So while I'm talking, you can take a look, but I'm not able to go there and post links and stuff like that. Okay, so here's the point.
I get it.
So here's the point. So mathematically, going back to the 8 foot person and the 6 foot person that's going away from you on a hill, naturally, on a hill, somebody that's taller will disappear later than someone that's shorter, because as you go down that hill, that drop over distance, you're going to be obstructed by the top of the hill. Would you agree?
Okay, so I'm going to repeat back your. Okay, someone posted it. Sorry, I got distracted by the link. I'll have to look at that later. Okay, so your argument is that at the top of a hill, a 6 foot person and an 8 foot person walk away in opposite directions, and the taller person would disappear before the shorter person, right?
No. No, I meant.
what are you
I meant.
saying?
No. That's not what I said. But that's okay though. We can use that as well. So let's say I'll roll with it with the way you are picturing it. You have an 8-foot person and a 6-foot person. By the way, why isn't that 8-foot person not playing basketball? But anyways, you have an 8-foot person and a 6-foot person. They walk away. The 8-foot person is going to be visible to the 6-foot person from the 6-foot person's perspective, correct? Because they're taller, right? Right?
I mean,
like they can see them, right? They can see them still.
Yeah, they can see them.
Like
I guess it depends where they are.
Right? Yeah, because they're looking over the obstruction, and likewise, like
Wait, you
they're
mean
also going to be able
seeing
to
them
see them.
from over the? Sorry, continue.
Right.
I'm just a little confused, but okay.
Okay, no. Well, because you took it there. But what I'm trying to get at is they're going to be able to see each other because he's tall, and so there's going to be a point to where now let's get a 6-foot person standing next to the 8-foot person. This is what I was saying earlier, but I wanted to stick with what you were picturing at first. So the 8-foot person across on one side of the hill, the 6-foot person on the other side of the hill, technically they're going to see each other until one gets lower than the top of the hill that's going to be obstructing them, right? But now let's put a 6-foot person next to the 8-foot person. Now the 6-foot person on the other side of the hill, let's say they take a step back, and now they're not going to be able to see that 8-foot person, okay, because they took a step foot back. But that means they would have already they can't see the 6-foot person. Do you understand that? Because they only see the 8-foot person because they're taller, and now the 6-foot person is shorter. So what I'm trying to get you walking down this road, I'm trying to make you understand that there is a physical obstruction, right? There's something between them. They can't see each other, right? That's the hill.
The curvature of the hill is blocking them.
Okay. Now let's go back to the surface of the water. You're 1 foot above it, but because you're only 1 foot high, you're only going to see so far, because everything, and mathematically on a spherical oblate spheroid, should I say, on a oblate spheroid that has a 24,901 mile circumference supposedly, okay, that means there's a geometric horizon, meaning anything beyond this, and this is the formula, that's what they were talking about earlier. There's a formula that you can put in place where you take the height of the observer, okay, and you're going to do the formula to calculate how far you can see that object before it starts to go behind the hill, behind the curvature of the earth that you think we're on. That water that's going to be blocking it because it's a geometric, it has to be dropping away from you. And that means there's going to be things that are going to have to be blocked because it's going. Okay, good. Okay, we're on the same page now. Now, now on the side chat, thank you.
I was looking at it.
Thank you, Mick, for
I'm trying to also. I mean, I don't know how to. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to read it right this second because I'm trying to.
Yeah, no worries. So what? So I kind of go over it. So what he posted for me was a link that it's an observation where they set up some lasers on that are mathematically debunking the Earth. And what we mean by that is you shouldn't see them because technically they would be blocked by that curvature of the Earth that they say it is. So when we're talking about math and we're like, okay, that's actually how we can use, like, for our position, that the Earth has been debunked to be curving away from you because there's observation. Okay, go ahead.
Super question. Okay, so let's say, speaking to your example, if you're like a foot off the earth and shining a laser in a straight line, and you can see that laser, I mean, how far are you saying that the laser is going to be able to be seen in relation to what you should be able to see when it comes to the curvature of the earth?
Okay, so let's say that you're 1 foot. It's times 1.22 times the square root, right, of the observer's height. So let's say that would give you technically, mathematically, up to 1.22 miles. But there is in reality where we know that there is something that they call refraction, and that they do say that you could add a mathematical formula to account for the bending of light, they call it. Okay, but we can go like to the maximum of refraction, and we'll be like, hey, we'll give you like a crazy amount of refraction that's not even like in reality, and we'll just say instead of 1.22 miles, we'll give you 3 miles. We'll give you a crazy refraction that's so mind-blowing that you can now see 3 miles from being 1 foot off the water. Now, even with that crazy amount, guess what? We're seeing things that are 10 miles away. That is and let me give you an example. That's like saying you are on the hill and I'm on the other side of the hill, okay? And then we walk away from each other. Now, all of a sudden, because the light, okay, we walk to where we can only see each other's heads, okay? But then all of a sudden, the light bends a certain way, and now I can see your feet. And now you're miraculously like rising up into my view where I can see your feet and your whole body. That's the type of nonsense craziness that you are defending when you say, well, there's refraction and we can see over the curvature of the earth. Now, that's what I'm saying. Let's just think logically. That's tantamount to us being on a hill and you get to a place where I go,
oh, sorry. But if you're viewing someone from a hill, like, I'm not putting together how you could all of a sudden see their feet or see their body. Like, I mean, that's not
crazy,
how it.
Right? That sounds
well,
crazy.
It sounds crazy, but that's not how it works. Or
no. Wait. Hold on though. So let me tell you. Let me now